Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we have pulled up here, instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. If you want to interact, oh, you know what? Hide this. It's incorrect. We actually, for today's stream, guys, we're not doing reads. We're just doing TTS, and the TTS has been lowered to $99.99. Normally it's $200. So I need to update that graphic, but for today's stream, it is lowered. It is $100 and up triggers TTS. Like I said, TTS is via Streamlabs only. We have a slight stream delay and a moderation delay. So it could be, 1 to 2 minutes before we get to the TTS. You can mute a microphone, pop a bottle of champagne, and if you're a real G, for 1 Ethereum, we will pop a bottle of Cristal, which is like, $400 bottle of champagne. So you can see the description for all details. Now, if you want to just the tip, where's that thing? I don't know where it is, this thing.
Just the tip, just first.
Yeah, and have 100% of your contribution go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo or Cash App. It's whatever pod on both. The link is in the description. I'll give you guys a shout out at intervals throughout the stream. We have channel membership. Scuffed, my bad. That was my bad. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Got a new Big Labia Matter hoodie there. Yep, there it is. Boom, massive. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. We're trying to ban cosmetic labiaplasty procedures in the United States. 10,000 a year, total tragedy. Really upsetting. It's very sad. Jake is on the board of directors. If you can't catch the full shows, we have Clips channels. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, bunch of other cool stuff, really good community. And that's the BTS tab on our Discord. We posted like the BTS of this 4'10" Krav Maga baddie babe who tried to rear naked choke 6'4" Eric Ilosophical. Did not work out, so that was kind of cool. We showed the BTS of that. And let's see. Oh, that's pretty much it. Okay, disclaimer. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, occupation, education. Go ahead.
My name is Natasha Alhandy Shaw. I'm 30 from Whittier in Los Angeles, California. I'm a personal trainer and a LA Clippers girl, and I have a bachelor's in classical music, child development, and education triple major. Okay.
And you're from LA, right? Like you grew up there?
Border of LA and OC in Whittier.
Okay. LA Clippers girl. So you like cheerleading? Mm-hmm. Okay. Or is it dance squad or I don't know?
It's like a hype crew. So you're like getting the crowd excited, passing out t-shirts. I did it for the LA Kings for 5 years. I do it for the Clippers. This is my 3rd season.
Do you have pom-poms?
No, we do not have pom-poms.
All right. So what is it called? Clippers, what?
LA Clippers girl?
Girl.
Yeah.
That's if you had to put it on a resume, what do you put on the resume?
Like a hype squad.
Hype squad girl.
You would just put hype squad.
Hype squad.
Yeah.
Hype squad. It's different from cheerleaders. Like they have cheerleaders too?
They have like a dance team. They have like a kids dance team. They have a drum line, and then they have like the crew that gets everyone excited.
All right. Mm-hmm. Cool. What about you?
My name is Trinidad. I'm 32. I'm from the Virgin Islands, but I live here in LA now, almost like 10 years now.
Okay.
I act and I do music.
All right. Yeah. And any college or anything like that?
I graduated, it's been so long, but I graduated with a BA in broadcast and media journalistic writing with a minor in photography and psychology for like child development.
Which university?
It was Evergreen State College in Washington State.
Is that is that the same Evergreen?
Brett Weinstein
Yeah, I think it is.
College, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty woke over there, hey?
And what?
They're pretty liberal.
Yes, very
Woke.
liberal. It was like 8th in the nation for liberal arts school when I went there.
And you said you're a musician. Are you
Yeah, and I act.
do you sing, you rap? What do you do?
I sing, I rap, I write, I do
Oh,
reference
okay.
tracks for people.
All
and
right.
then, yeah,
and
I
you have
act.
like a pretty interesting piercing. Can you show it?
Whoa,
That
what the
into
fuck?
this camera right here? Wow. Okay. Nice. Cool. Was it painful or?
No.
And so you rap, you sing. We're gonna need some bars. Give us something.
Like what?
You need to find a good instrumental for when these occasions arise, Brian. One that's not going to get it demonetized.
Yeah. What's that?
You need to find a good instrumental.
Oh, yeah, like a royalty-free.
Yes.
How about drop us I don't know, like a rap or something? Like, can you do?
Just
can you
acapella.
freestyle?
Just acapella.
I mean, yeah, I could freestyle and my mind just goes so fast and stuff because like I started thinking of my song. I was about to start advertising, like, go check out my song on
What's
YouTube.
it called? Well, you know what? Should we pull it up?
Yeah, pull it up.
Can we pull it up?
Yeah.
Is that cool with you?
Yeah, that's fine. It's called Running Up Racks.
I'll find it.
What's it called?
Running Up Racks.
What does that
Running
mean
up
if you had to
racks.
explain it to an Australian?
Or a
Like
white
it means
person.
like get into the money, like
Oh, okay.
stacking it up.
Running up rats.
Yeah, running up racks.
Okay.
And
Nice.
then it's
What is a rack? Is it $1,000?
Yeah.
Oh, rat. I thought
What
it
is
was
a
rat.
band?
I thought it was running up rats.
What's a
It's
band?
the same.
Band.
Yeah.
And the G is also 1,000.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, yeah.
That's why you gotta stack them up. Run them up.
Okay. I'm going to search for your music video, but while we're doing that, we'll have you introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is BNA, also known as Fifth Dimension Princess. I'm 27 years old from Los Angeles, and I'm a personal assistant. And I also do music. I'm a rapper and a singer.
Okay. Oh, have you guys collaborated before?
No,
Or
I just
okay.
met, but we should.
Yeah. Any college or anything?
Yes, I went to UCSB, and I got a
Oh.
bachelor's in global studies.
Okay, nice.
Do you also do freestyling?
No, I usually write.
So we couldn't get a rap battle happening?
Probably not.
Wait, sorry, I missed this. Age again?
I'm 27.
27. Okay. And you go by Fifth Dimension Princess.
Yes.
You skipped to the fourth dimension.
Yes.
Went right to the fifth dimension. What's the backstory of the name Fifth Dimension Princess?
Yeah, so I've always kind of like went by Princess. Like my username used to be 310 Princess. That's where I was from. Like, that's my area code. And then I grew up and kind of really got into spirituality and just decided that fifth dimension kind of went better for me. So just went with it.
Have you been to the fifth dimension?
Always.
Always. Okay. And have you been to the fourth?
Yes.
Now, is there a sixth dimension?
There's 9, I hear.
There's 9. Why you stop at 5? Why not go to the 9th?
It's just the one.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's
And you're the fifth dimension princess.
Yes, sir.
Do you have like any?
Like powers?
Because of the royalty, because you're a princess in the fifth dimension. Like, do you have territory?
Yeah, the whole fifth dimension.
The whole fifth dimension.
whole
is-
thing.
But isn't there like a king and queen, or did they die? Like your parents?
Then my parents.
Because you're
are
the
alive.
princess, so your parents are the king and the queen.
It's got more of a name.
Oh, sorry. I'm like thinking. I'm like way too. Okay.
There's not like a whole like family lineage or anything. Like I have parents.
Can you drop a bar? Bars.
I fell in love with you in the metaverse. I could hold your Glocky on in my Fendi purse.
Wait, the Glock in the metaverse will be held in the
Fendi purse.
Fendi per. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that was good.
Thank
I liked it.
Thank you.
I liked it.
You must be their agent.
Me?
Yeah.
Their agent producer.
No, I wish.
Wait, going to you. It's Trinidad, right?
Yes.
I geeked, or do you
That is one of them, but it was I said running up racks.
running up racks? We should.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
You
look
could
for
do
that.
either one though, but in Geeked, I'm gonna be the second verse for that one. I collab with my
Okay.
friend on that one.
Sure. Here, we'll come to that in a sec. What? No, hold on. Go ahead.
I thought that was for me. I'm like, wait, I'm not a rapper. My name is Callie with a K. I'm from New York.
What part?
Spanish Harlem.
Okay.
I'm 100 years old. No, I'm 35, and I went to. Thank you.
There you go.
I went to art school in New York, NYU.
Okay. How long you been in California?
6 years now.
6 years. Okay. All right. And you said you went to art school.
Yes.
Okay. Any like, did you get a bachelor's? Is it the
Bachelor's.
same?
Yes.
Like in arts or painting or?
It was mostly film school.
Film school. Okay. Very cool. What about you?
My name is Jill. I live in Pennsylvania. I'm 25, and for work, I am self-employed with a startup coffee truck business that I have, and I went to school for business, bachelor's.
All right. Very cool.
I'm Elena. I'm 22. I'm a personal trainer, a Reiki master, and I make indie music.
All right. Any college?
For personal training, yeah.
Okay. And Reiki. Can you demonstrate something?
Well,
Like,
there's
can you do it on the microphone?
certain symbols. I could show you like one of the symbols. To like activate it, you're supposed to do choku-rei, which is like,
Is that like a sex act or something?
and then seiheki would be, and then you do choku-rei again. And that's supposed to like activate it and start
So you,
it,
like,
and then
touch
you
them, what do you do? I'm confused.
it's like in the air, and then you would start. I usually start with like forehead, and then I go from like one hand on the forehead, and then focus on each chakra.
So you're not actually touching them. You're above them.
Most of the time above them. Sometimes I'll touch them, but only like below the knees, because I find it helpful to
If
like
you're not touching them,
brush
do you have
down
to
the knees.
like
Below
make
the
any
knees.
noises, or what do you
No.
what do you have to do?
You're just like hovering above, and when you're on like the receiving end of it, usually it feels like kind of hot and tingly. Yeah.
And they're not touching you.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is the audio muted? Oh, I don't know why it's not triggering. Sorry, Metro Matt. I don't know why I didn't trigger, but that's a dude. But you sent it in 5 minutes ago, so I don't. Is somebody here like you know what I mean? I don't know why that didn't trigger. I'll fix it. Okay, Darkavia, go ahead.
My name is Darkavia. I'm 23. I'm a babysitter, and I don't go to school.
All right, Jake, what about you?
Good to be back. Jake, 29 years old, still a Rolling Stone. Have a YouTube channel, Rattlesnake TV, podcast, the reality-based podcast. Travel channel, Rattlesnake Travel. We've just today released a video of me shooting guns at Andrew's farm, which you guys might enjoy. And Andrew and I have a show coming out called Not One Step Back, so keep your eye out for it.
Very cool, very cool. All right. That's everybody's intro. We're going to get everybody's relationship status here. So, what's your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in, starting with you? Go ahead.
I'm single. I have always been single. I've dated in college and after, but never an official relationship, so the whole time.
You've never had a relationship? What's the longest period of time that you've seen a guy?
The same guy, like off and on for like a year and a half, almost 2.
Okay. How many times was it off and on?
Too many?
Like more than 10?
No, like probably 4.
4 times total.
Mm-hmm.
And how long were the breaks typically? Would they vary in length? Or?
Yeah, the first one maybe like 2 months, and then maybe less than that each time, but still like substantial breaks.
And so when you said it was between a year and a half and 2 years, was that like 2 calendar years, or are you saying like in total that's how long?
No, in total.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So this was maybe
was
over
like
the course of 3 years then?
No, like December all the way around, and then back to in October. So almost 2 years.
Okay. And when it was off, who would initiate that?
Both. The first time him, but
Okay.
sometimes me, sometimes him.
Okay. And then who would be the one reaching back out, trying to get it back on?
Him.
Always him. Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess when you've been single your entire life, did you call this guy your boyfriend?
No.
And you've never called anybody your boyfriend?
No.
Okay. Have you been proposed to?
No.
Have you said I love you to anybody?
No.
Has anybody said I love you to you?
Yes.
Okay. The guy?
Several times. Yes.
The 2-year guy or whatever?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Multiple of the
Multiple
guys.
men have said I love you.
Yes.
Like seriously though?
Yes.
Like they
No,
say it
like,
seriously?
in a serious sense, yeah. For
Okay.
sure.
And then how do you respond?
Uncomfortably.
Do you give them the thanks, babe?
No, like, thank you for sharing that with me.
You give them the thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Like, I called it. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, and then at that point, I usually do end it, because if I'm not feeling it, I'm not going to say it, but I also don't want to lead them on to think that. I think at that point, you would know if you're almost there or if you're never going to be there. And I know that I'm never going to be there with those people.
With those people. Okay. When's the last time you've been, I guess not in a relationship, but involved with a man in a romantic or sexual sense?
Probably like 2-3 months.
2-3 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. All right. What about you?
Can you ask the questions again?
Relationship status. If you're single, how long have you been single, and longest relationship?
Okay, so I'm single for a few years now.
3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, about
Which one?
3 to 5, somewhere around there. Because like I talk to people between time, but you know, nothing like where it's
Sure.
Yeah,
Longest relationship?
like 3 years.
3 years. Okay.
Yes.
Ever married?
No.
Any kids?
No.
The 3-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I did.
Okay. And was that the one that ended like 4 years ago or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you're single currently, so there's no guys in the picture.
I mean, there's always people in the picture, but like.
Yeah. Okay. What do you have in the picture currently? Couple guys?
No, not. I wouldn't say
like a roster.
Like a. I mean, I did hoop, but no, I don't have like a roster. I mean, I got like my favorite people, but like.
What does that mean?
Like someone that trumps like other people. So like if they're around, then they're obviously gonna.
They get priority.
Yes, exactly.
So there's a hierarchy.
Yes, exactly.
And how many total people are there? Like you've got a main piece and some side hoes.
I don't have no main. Everybody's on the same playing field.
I thought you said there was a hierarchy.
There's like a priority.
But
person.
yeah, that's when they're like in like I might like
It's
someone
number
more
one
than.
side hoe.
Yeah.
There's not a main hoe.
Because there's no relation. You have to have like be in a relationship. Because like when you have a main, it's like you're in that relationship with them. That's your main, and then like
you're not exclusive, right?
Yes,
Is that what you're
exactly.
saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And but so is it like of the some of these guys that you're in a situationship or just kind of talking to? Is it 3 guys, 4 guys?
Yeah, it depends
guys?
on where I'm at.
Like if you're in
like if I'm
location?
here, yeah, like if I'm in LA.
Okay, so you got hoes in different area codes.
Something like that.
So how many LA? Because you live in LA. How many LA pieces do you have?
I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Okay. Vegas. Anything in Vegas?
I might actually, I probably have somebody in
couple
Vegas.
in Vegas?
If I went to Vegas and I posted like a story and it was like I'm here, somebody's gonna come out the cut like, yo, I'm here too.
Boom, easy. New York.
New York, yeah, for sure.
For sure. Miami.
Yes.
Texas.
Yeah, actually.
Montana.
No.
You gotta step it up. You are slacking in Montana.
What?
Get with the program, okay? These are rookie numbers. So okay, we got Miami. How many in Miami?
Like Florida is different. Miami, like 1, 2.
You're more of like a what's it called? Daytona Beach gal?
No.
Like you don't fuck with Miami?
No, I love Miami.
Okay.
Oh, I love Miami.
Like the Panhandle?
It's just like, yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Are you international?
Yes.
Like you got, okay, Mexico? Nothing in Mexico?
I don't have nothing in Mexico.
Nothing in Mexico?
No, nothing in Mexico.
What countries
Egypt?
do you have?
Anything in Egypt? No Egyptians?
No, I used to.
Turkey?
Dubai.
Dubai?
Paris.
How many in Dubai?
2.
2 in Dubai?
Yes, you got to keep
Paris?
Yeah, I love Paris.
Paris. How many in Paris?
Just 1.
Just 1. What? Just give us the list. Because I'm guessing, you know. I'm just,
That's so many.
Is it a Frenchman in Paris or a?
He Arabic, but
Somebody else
in
in
Paris.
Paris.
So they're French Arabic, I guess.
Do,
Because they're Egyptian Moroccan, but from Paris.
Oh, okay.
do you have, what about the different continents? Like anybody in Asia?
No, I don't think so.
No? Russia?
Well, wait, does military count? They might be in Asia.
Like in Okinawa or something?
Yeah, so I think like Japan or something like that. Yeah,
Korea,
so
okay.
that counts. They're military, so that counts.
Okay.
But they're not like,
And what about Antarctica? Like a research scientist or something?
no, but if you know one, tell them call
I
me.
will get you hooked up. Okay. Oh, Damien, let's pull up her rap song. We're gonna skip ahead though to the best part.
Oh, you didn't find Running Up Racks?
We'll get that going. Yo, just Gerald, thank you for the gifted 20 whatever memberships. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate it, man. Find the
Running
racks.
Up Rack. Okay, so when you
Find the
spell
racks.
running, it's no G at the end. It's just like the apostrophe. So that might help. But
It's just on her YouTube channel. Just
it
click
is
on the
my
link.
Yeah, it is on my channel.
Oh, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Eric. Guys, TTS is 100. Get it in. Like the video. Also, what's that? Oh yeah. Sweet. That's dope.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
dope. Cool. That's awesome. I was vibing.
Yeah,
I was vibing.
I love that. I appreciate it.
Sweet. So okay. Been single for 4 years, but you got a couple, some BZs
little
and
thing, I'm a little shit.
what about you?
So I'm actually in a relationship. We got together in November of last year, and before that, my longest relationship was 4 years.
All right. And you said November of 2024?
Yes.
So it's like been 3 months or so? Okay. And your longest relationship, 4 years, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
All right. What about you?
Single probably for like 2 years now. I was engaged and then I wasn't.
Okay. Longest relationship?
3 years.
Was that the engagement guy or no?
No, I was actually married to that guy. The 3 year.
Oh, you were married?
Yeah,
You've been married just once though?
just once.
Okay. Engaged once. Okay. Who initiated the divorce?
I think I did, but it was mutual towards the end.
Mutual towards the end. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I don't know why it's not triggering. Okay. Hold on. I'll skip that. I'll get back to it. Metromat. I don't know why it's not working. Orientation for everybody. I forgot to ask that.
Like
Straight, bi.
Oh, I'm straight. I'm straight.
Straight. Okay. What about you?
I'm single. My longest relationship was, I don't know, maybe 4 years, and that was maybe 2 years ago. Yeah.
Straight, gay?
Did we
I'm
watch
straight.
that whole thing and there was no audio?
That's what they said, yeah.
How did you not? Okay.
I mean, I don't have the chat open.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Fuck. Okay, apparently the audio was not working. I don't know why.
The whole time?
So you were just vibing to nothing.
It's a shame.
That is very upsetting. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, relationship status. Go ahead. No, you.
Oh,
I missed
did.
it.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I'm single. I've been single for a couple years now. My longest relationship was 4 years, and that ended a couple years ago, almost 2, I think.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
We were married. I would say I initiated the divorce.
Okay. And you were married for how long?
Technically, I guess a year and some change. We lived together for 9 months, and then he deployed.
Got it. Okay. Why did you divorce him?
There was some unfaithfulness and some other things that went on that I was not safe. So.
How many times did you cheat on him?
Oh, no, not on my end.
Oh, my bad. I thought
That's okay.
because you said.
Yeah, no.
All right.
While he was deployed?
Some before, some after.
Where was he deployed?
He was deployed in, oh my gosh, IUD? Or how do you
Iraq?
say? No, it's so long ago.
Whereabouts in the world is it?
Outside
Give me a
of
sec, Metro Map.
Turkey.
Outside in Turkey or outside of Turkey?
Out like
in
next
Syria?
in between Russia and
Azerbaijan?
It's IUD, I think, is the name of the location where he was in the base.
Birth control.
Yeah,
So between
No,
Turkey
well,
and Russia.
I always like mix up the letters. It could have been.
Was it the Middle East or was
Yeah, it was the Middle East.
Was it between Russia and Turkey?
I think so.
So
Wait,
was
is
it
it
Georgia?
Was it Operation Iraqi Freedom?
No, he was in reserves.
Was
He
it
deployed.
Operation Enduring Freedom?
No,
Which one? Okay, all right.
I don't know.
He was in Afghanistan?
No. He was
You
close.
were married to him and you didn't know about his military career?
No, I do know about his military career. I know he was
Okay.
in the Air Force, and then he was in the reserve, so he only had to do the weekend a month, and then he went overseas for 9 months.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Single. I've been seeing one person, the same as the last time I was on.
Okay. How long have you been seeing this person?
On and off since like August, but it's been like consistent since like October.
Okay. And longest relationship?
Year and a half.
All right. When did that end?
End of 2023.
Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Okay. Darkavia, what about you?
I'm currently single. I had 2 longest relationships, only 2 I've ever been in. First one was 5 years, second one was 4 years. And no, I'm currently not seeing or talking to anyone.
What about the
ex?
photographer guy?
Yeah, that one, I just recently cut that off.
Okay. All right. Jake, what about you?
Longest one was a year and a half and currently dating to marry.
All right. And you're single or?
If I told you, Brian, I'd have to kill you.
Okay. So you're what do I put? What do I write down, Jake? I got to write something down. I'm just going to say, currently
A lot of psychos on the internet say that.
I'll say saving himself for Jesus.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay. All right. So I need to deal with some very problematic audio issues we're having. So we're going to... Jake, do you have a question? Can you take over for like 5 minutes?
So if you girls were at an interview, right, and there was a guy there, and he's him, right? He's the one. But there's 50 other women, and you have to go into this interview, this audition, and sell yourself to make yourself different from these 50 other women. What would you do?
Me first.
You're the first.
I personally don't like that strategy at all because in any normal
So
situation...
the hypothetical is that this is what the situation is.
Right.
You have to sell yourself, and this guy is everything you've ever wanted. He's him, and you have to compete with these women. How would you sell yourself?
Like The Bachelor.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's what I would
But
never
in the
compete
hypothetical,
with
you are
another
going to do
woman for
that. So if you had to, in the hypothetical, what would you say?
I wouldn't. That's what I'm...
Nothing?
No.
Nothing to add? Okay, good.
Oh my God. I feel Natasha on that because
No, you have to engage with the hypothetical, or else it's just boring.
I'm just think of something, but it's like, I'm me. So, and if he's perfect for me, he'll be mine.
Okay, next one.
I'd probably try to go in with like a performance, singing a song, setting the vibe, because that's what it's all about, the vibe for me. So, yeah.
So you think that the way that you would sell yourself is the vibe? You'd have the vibe?
Yes, like cute outfit, like nice song.
But if I heard that, I'd probably think, okay, maybe the vibe's there, but like, who are you? Like, what's special about you?
I would say I'm really, really kind, sweet, and funny. I love being able to laugh with somebody and being very respectful overall.
Okay, how about yourself?
I would probably bring some Dominican food to seal the deal.
Smart.
But how would you sell yourself, though, besides the food?
I think the food will do all the talking because it's gonna be so good. He's gonna be like, "Oh, I need this woman in my life," because you know what they say, if the food is good, the vagina.
Vagina.
Is that what they say? I don't know.
Right? That's what they yell.
I've seen some grandmas who cook a mean dish.
So they probably will have one good.
Doesn't necessarily correlate.
They
because you didn't try it.
I didn't try it. That's true. It's unfalsifiable.
Their grandma.
I probably come with like a full resume of everything that I would be able to give him, or everything that I do or can do, and then let him read over that, and then I'm coming back.
What would be on the resume? What would be some of the key points?
I would list things like my beliefs, my core values, what I want in my future, and the things that I want to see in my husband. And then I would, kind of list out how I communicate and how I, communicate, resolve conflicts, all of those things.
And what are some of the beliefs and core values that you'd list?
So I am a Christian. I believe I would say that I am church, like I want to go to church. I read my Bible. I would want a family. I want someone who's loyal and trustworthy, and I would be loyal and trustworthy as well. Other practical things would be like cooking, cleaning, taking care of the housework, and then also, on the communication side, I would respect his space if he needed it. I would be sure to communicate if there's something on my end that I have an issue with. I'm not just like sulking around and not communicating that. So
cool. All right, and yourself?
I would agree that I think if they're like the right person for me, it would just happen. But if hypothetically I had to, I would speak about my accomplishments, like my goals long term in life, and definitely the importance of faith for me.
And what do you mean by faith?
I wouldn't necessarily call myself Christian because I also believe in like Buddha and obviously like spirituality.
You believe in Buddha? As in you believe that he was a man that existed, or something
Yes.
beyond that?
his teachings, but also just that he existed. But I also believe in Jesus and
So do you believe
majority of the
that
Bible.
Buddha is a prophet, or do you believe that Buddha was just a good guy?
I believe that we're all from the same consciousness. So I think that Buddha is similar to Jesus in the sense that it was another prophet.
So you don't believe that Jesus is God?
I believe that Jesus and Buddha are God.
So you believe that everyone's God?
Yes.
So you're like a Hindu?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like, see, like for me in this situation, I'm a dominant, so I don't think I would ever try to impress a man in a way that
What do you mean by you're a dominant?
I'm a dom femme. Like, I like being in control. So like giving in this scenario that you've given, it gives me saying that this man has a lot of the power, and it kind of turns me off by this scenario. So I would rather be the person in the room with 50 other men, and they would have to compete for me. That's what I mean.
Period, girl. Okay. So what do you guys think would be the factors that he's... Can I go around again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think he would be looking for, Mr. Perfect?
Like Mr. Perfect for me?
No, yeah, I mean, the ideal guy, he's, 6'4", he's handsome, he's got a good family, he's got good values, everything. What's he looking for?
Like high value, I think looks different to everybody, but to me, it's somebody who's very family oriented, somebody who is honest and really considers you in their actions, which I think includes like not cheating on you, being considerate of like how you will play into their life in the long term. I think somebody who considers you, that's like the highest form of love.
No, what do you think he's looking for?
So, I mean, the same thing. If we're compatible, you would have to be giving the same thing that they're giving.
Not
you.
necessarily your perfect guy, but just in like the sort of like the prototype of a perfect guy. What are the particular things that you think he'll be looking
like
for?
physical attributes?
Everything.
Consideration. I prefer a man who's bigger. I like a big, hairy, strong
You keep on
guy.
saying that, but what you like? What do you think he's looking for?
Like personality wise. I think
What do you think he's looking for in terms of looks, in terms of values, in terms of what you can bring to his life?
somebody that would be like a nurturer, somebody that can bring him like a family life if he is in a position that is like more traditional. I think that is what they would be looking for. I think it depends. Everybody's very different. Some people like traditional values, some people don't.
Okay, next one. This is a guy who's really got his shit together. Like, what do you think? He's a busy guy, very successful. What's he going to be looking for?
So he's a busy guy, or
yeah,
like
he's a busy guy, successful on his grind. He's handsome. He's got a lot of women chasing him. What's he going to be looking for?
Probably someone understanding, because if you're busy, usually you don't have a lot of time to like someone that's good at communicating, because also if you're busy, you need someone that's like, you have to be on like the same page with your significant other. Maybe someone who's more serious, stable, something like that.
I think probably somebody feminine and sweet and submissive, kind of.
Yeah, someone hot, someone that is gonna understand them when they get home after a busy day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he's got 50 women in the room, he's probably going to look for the most physically attractive, along with the most feminine and the most submissive and the most respectful.
I would say someone that would raise his children with faith, nurturer, stable, which I think is why I'm casually dating right now, because I don't think that I'm that woman yet for the perfect guy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. You want a guy who believes in Jesus, Buddha, and Hinduism, hey?
I don't really care. I just want them to have faith in general.
Okay.
I don't care which
How
one.
about you? He wants you to kick him in the nuts or something?
Huh?
What do you think he wants?
I honestly, I agree with all the women here that I do believe that a genuine men at like a whole, all of them want a traditional woman, basically, that understand what men should be, because they do have more of a mindset that men are the caregivers and then women are the ones that support them in a way. Mm-hmm. And for like, that's why I'm just not that.
I think, yeah. I mean, what, like the kind of guy so you saying that you like to project some sort of dominance on a man. Like, what kind of a dude would accept that?
That's why it's I have met men that are like that, but they do, obviously men do have that, very masculine, where they try to overcome you. So where I've noticed in relationships or try to date that it becomes like a battle. Like it's kind of hard being in relationships with me because I do have that mindset.
Yeah, so I think women like you just haven't quite realized why you do that yet.
Yeah, and
but the reason why I'd say
that
you do that is because it's a wall that you put up in to say that I want the most masculine guy who knows how to put me in my place.
That's what a lot of people believe, that I have this wall up, or where women have this thing. But it's
in your nature. Every fiber of your being wants a man who's going to be a leader, masculine, protecting you, provide for you. So you don't essentially want to dominate a man. You want to. It's a bad strategy, if I'll say so, but you're going to put up this front to say, I'm going to give you an attitude and you have to put me in my place.
That's
and then eventually if you put me in my place, maybe I'll submit to you.
I'm willing, like I can be very submissive to a man that will understand that like there's boundaries for me as a dom femme. Like there is, like I would totally submit to a man, but there's also where you have to be submissive to me as well. Like it has to be like a very understanding arrangement that I would have with a man.
In what sense does he have to be submissive to you?
I would say that like in the point where he cannot be controlling in a way, because I know I wouldn't be controlling even as a dominant person. I would just be like, when somebody listens, because I would listen to them, it has to be like a win-win type of situation. Like I cannot go for men that think, oh, I'm the man, I can control you because this is how women should be.
Can you think of any other situations in life where there are two leaders?
Two leaders, I would say.
Every team sport.
In a team sport?
Every team sport has
How
multiple captains.
Isn't like London?
Yes,
like
they
where's
do.
the
all of the NHL has multiple co-captains.
Occasionally in team sports you will get multiple captains, but there's still a hierarchy. So I mean that person is still the leader, and then above
what about
them
Queen
though,
Elizabeth?
you've got the coach.
Didn't she have a king?
So there's not normally two coaches.
No.
Right?
King consort.
That's what I was thinking.
Anyways, there's not normally two coaches though, right? So you've got the team sport, there might be two captains, there might be a co-captain, but then above them is the coach. The coach calls the shots, right?
I mean, in theory, multiple teams have several coaches. I mean,
yeah,
there's
but
not
one
like
of them's the line,
hierarchy of
one of them's the
coaches for
back
all of
coach,
them.
one of them's the defensive coach, whatever. But then there's the coach at the top who calls the shots, right? And it's the same with CEOs. It's the same with kings. You don't get two kings in a kingdom. So the reason why we have this is because human beings naturally order themselves into hierarchies. And it's the same with a relationship. If you want a relationship where you guys are both the boss, essentially, by the way, that just means that you're the boss. Because if you can tell a man when you're going to be submissive and when you're going to be not submissive, that means you're the boss.
But yeah, it's just like I just can't, like, I just don't like the mindset that men have where they have to think that they have to be that way with women, and it's like, I don't know, I don't like it. I might as well just be gay, honestly.
I think if a man does it in the proper way, like respectfully, and makes you feel safe, then even when you are a super dominant woman, then you can allow yourself to feel submissive.
Exactly.
And like be submissive to that partner. But in general, your personality is more dominant. That doesn't mean that you're now not a dominant person. You're just not dominant with that person.
Yeah, and I don't mean like being dominant by giving attitude or anything like that. I just
you like, really? You don't give attitude?
I'm a very sassy person. I'm a very sassy person, okay. But it's also that I'm just in that realm. Like I think like a man, I guess, in a way, but I just don't want to feel like I'm being triumphed over, like men feel like they have to try to dominate me because that's what men do, basically.
Yeah,
I want to have the word in a relationship as well.
Yeah, it's something that like modern women all have to deal with. This idea that submission is oppression when it's not actually. I like to use the Mufasa reference. If you watch The Lion King, is Mufasa an oppressive leader? Everyone loves Mufasa, but he's the boss. Everyone listens to Mufasa, but he's a benevolent king. It's an archetype. You've got you've got Scar, who's an evil king, and Mufasa, who's a benevolent king.
Yeah.
So if you find a Mufasa, maybe you wouldn't mind being. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is someone out there for me that has the understanding that they're okay with who I am as a woman, and how that, and not just because I can't be submissive. I definitely can. In my relationships, I had to pull that role off because they were very dominant, and I did it for a long time, and I just knew that wasn't me. Like it was really hard for me to be that that submissive in a way. Like, a part of me just felt like I was being oppressed, pretending to be someone I'm not.
Yeah, the problem is, though, if you went into a relationship and you were like, look, I'm dominant, I want to dominate you, and he goes, okay, sweet, step on my nuts, or like,
No,
just like
nothing like
whatever
that.
these guys want you to do to them.
I'm submissive in the bedroom, that's for sure.
They always are. But yeah, so if
That's for sure.
if you wanted to go into that sort of relationship, then you would end up hating him and resenting him. It happens every single time. These women, they act like they're all feminist. They want to dominate a man. They want to say, I'm going to be the boss. And then they end up hating him because every fiber of their being wants him to lead them.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, because I've had the two relationships I was been in, they try to lead me, and I hated them for it. So
Maybe they just didn't do it right.
It's just not my
Or maybe it's an attitude problem coming into it as well, though, because if you come into it with the mindset of, I'm going to be the boss, but then secretly you want him to be the boss, because if you're submissive in the bedroom, then that's the ultimate form of like physical submission. So there's obviously you're a submissive girl.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can be, yes.
If you come into it with that sort of attitude, then there's going to be all sorts of problems. Have you tried coming into it with the attitude of bowing for him at the door, having his noodles ready?
I like Asian men, so I would definitely do that for you.
Really?
Yes.
What do you like about Asian men?
Everything.
I feel like you're trolling me.
No, I love Asian men. I'm going to Korea for my birthday. So.
Which part?
I'm going to Seoul.
North? No.
Yeah, I'm going to Seoul, and then I'm going to Japan.
Are you going to have a T-shirt that says "I love Asian"?
I have a custom-made shirt that says "Who wants a green card?"
Oh.
Are you one of those anime girls who likes anime?
Oh, no.
When I went to
These
South
women
Korea,
are not only tone police spots, but they clearly do not want no man. They want a simp beta liberal. Not only do these women not bring anything to a real man, they are clueless, brain dead.
Well, Trump.
That's great. Thank you, Trump. Pretty sure I just fixed it. Fucking 300 IQ. Fixing this shit. Okay, I'm going to get some of these going, hopefully. All right. Sorry for the delays, guys, on the TTSs. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, it's still not working. That's lovely. Okay, I just have to read it. Sorry, Metro Matt. I see we went to the local mental hospital for panelists again. Thank you for muting that atrocious noise they call music. Do you want to respond to that?
Oh, no. I didn't
He
even
just
pay
called your
attention.
music atrocious. He didn't even hear it, and he just called it atrocious.
Why would I dignify that with a response?
Fair enough. All right, meet the Kaiser. What's up, Brian? Give me a sec here. What's up, Brian? Hope everyone is good. Congrats to the Clippers girl for finally hyping up something with fans. C4, haven't seen you since I made you in GTA Online. Oh, Chair 4, that's you. He made have fun all. Cheers and enjoy. Yo, Kaiser, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Kaiser. Let me see. Is this working? Nope, that's not working. Okay. I don't know what's going on. All right. We have Metro Matt again. Thank you, man. Al Udeed is in Qatar and is a vacation compared to a real deployment.
True. That is very true.
So was the Air Force.
He was in the Air Force.
All right. Thank you, Metro Matt. Appreciate it. Yo, Cheeks with the 200 here in just a sec. I do apologize, guys. These are not coming through as TTS, our audio scuff, so I'm just going to have to read them. All right. And we're waiting on Cheeks here to come in while it's about to fuck it, whatever. Shriva, the girl sitting beside Jake, is named Dark Labia ?
Oh my God.
Shriva, thank you for that. We have Beat and Cheeks. These women are not only tone police thoughts, but they clearly do not want no man. They want a simp beta liberal. Not only do these women not bring anything to a real man, they are clueless brain. Wow, okay, Beat and Cheeks. Good job. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Do you guys want to respond to this accusation? This terrible accusation?
Their name is Beaten Cheeks.
That is his username.
I love Sims.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Guys, I do apologize. I don't know why the TTS is not coming through properly. I'm just, at least for the time being, unless something comes to mind on how to fix it, I'm just going to go ahead and read them instead. And I'll try to read them as soon as they come in. Do apologize on that. Okay, well, let's get into some of the pre-show notes, unless you wanted to finish up on your thing.
I think we got there.
All right, let's see here. There was, we're not going to be able to do reacts either until we get that sorted. Actually, I think the video thing here, Damien, go to the video. Remember I told you how to fix it? Might as well do it now. Well, here, just put it on Twitch and then just go to the video tab. Device, put it on CQ78. Oh, wait. I don't even know if that's going to be it. Okay, put it on. Okay, can you guys hear us now? Chat, can you let us know if you can hear us on the video tab? Put it back really quick. Put one in the chat if you guys can hear us on video tab now. Is it working? Chat, let me know. One in the chat if it's working on the video tab now. Looks like it is. Why don't we do our first react? Let's get that pulled up. The first, I'm not sure, the first react that I indicated. It is, yeah, it's the TikTok one. All right.
Oh my God. What?
Oh, I saw that.
What? It keeps going? What? I can't send a picture. Oh, no. Holy shit.
So the thing says POV, you ghost a guy after 2 dates and get this message. And as you see, she's scrolling and this guy sent her a novel, a freaking paragraphs on paragraphs. So before I get my take on this, we're going to go around the panel. We're going to have you guys... chat, can you just one in the chat if you were hearing the audio from the clip? It was just some girls giggling or whatever. Your reaction to this? I mean, 2 dates, the ghosting, the like that huge wall of text. Your thoughts?
Well, I do think ghosting's a bit immature if you're giving somebody your time and they're expecting or hoping for another date. I think it's just more mature to address it and say that you're not interested. But in general, if I were to get that after 2 dates, I would be so icked out because it was not that deep. It could not possibly be that deep in 2 dates. So that on its own would be enough not for a 3rd date.
Sure. What about you? Your reaction?
Yeah, that's crazy. I probably wouldn't respond. And if I did, my response would probably be, I'm not reading all of this. So,
okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving psychopath. So same. I wouldn't read it either.
All right.
Yeah, definitely projecting something that's in him, not what happened in the 2 dates.
Okay.
It depends how good the first 2 dates were. Like if they were really clicking and stuff, that would make sense for her to ghost him. But I think you just shouldn't ghost people.
Okay.
I also think ghosting's emotionally immature. I've definitely been guilty of it. But I think my reaction in that position would probably be the same, like laughing about it with my friends, which is kind of fucked up, but...
I would say, I don't know, I think ghosting, yeah, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. But I would kind of just be curious, so I wouldn't read it. I would actually call him and be like, yo, what is going on? Because I would be curious, because especially if the messages were negative and he's calling her names, saying like, oh, you're ghosting me after 2 dates, I thought we had a good time. Unless he was like, yo, like, what's happening? He wants an explanation, like, type of thing. Then yeah, I wouldn't read all of that, no. But I would definitely give him a call if the first few sentences were polite and he just wanted to, like, response, like, what do you do wrong or anything like that, I would.
Okay, Jake, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's just a very interesting peek behind the veil of what happens if you simp and what happens if you send these long, stupid messages. Because guys think that girls will read it, and he's probably been tricked into thinking that, you know, girls, they like nice guys, and they want to read this long message from him. But really what they're going to do is they're going to show it to their friends, and they're going to ridicule you. So that's why you shouldn't simp.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think ghosting's bad, but he's doing, like, sending a long message like that, even if you really liked the girl, that's way too extra. He's doing too much. Just take the L, move on. It sucks to get ghosted, but you just got to take the L and move on. I think my bigger criticism, though, he's kind of in the wrong for sending, who knows what the content is of that. Maybe he was insulting her. Maybe he was like, I don't know. He's probably, whatever it was bad. Even if he sent that long, crazy message, there's two things. She went and showed it to her friend group, and they were like laughing at him. But not only that, they recorded it and then posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. And I feel like that's
too much.
Whatever happened, I don't know. The guy already took an L. He's upset. Yeah, he sent you this like crazy long text, a little inappropriate, little like that's kind of weird. But man, now it's an even bigger L because they posted on social media. And I'm curious, like it seems like women are more inclined to want to like resort to reputation destruction in the event of a breakup. Like while some guys are going to put a girl on blast publicly, women are way more likely, and it's way more socially acceptable to put a dude on blast publicly. So I wonder why that is.
Do you think it's because women are communicative more? Like we're designed to talk with each other, and we're more socially
more disposed to gossip.
Yeah,
I'd say. Yeah.
Well, and also like the way in which men would handle conflicts, there would be like physical, like if two men have a conflict, there's an opportunity there for like a physical altercation. Women, while some women can be violent, physically violent, it's far less likely. And what women tend to do is they'll resort to reputation destruction. So instead of like confronting somebody physically, violently, no, I'm just gonna like have a grudge for like multiple years and ruin their reputation.
Yeah, it's the way they deal with things. I would say more.
You seem to be making a face. You disagree?
No, I was gonna say I do think that like in the context of if your friends know you're dating somebody and that it was done, and then he were to send a long message like that, it's natural to want to share that with the girls. I don't think think showing them the actual message and like making fun of it and laughing is natural. But if you know that your friend is dating someone and they're like, I wasn't really feeling it, and look at, he sent me this really long message, it was a little bit extra, I think that's normal. But like blasting him, showing the specific message and like laughing at it, I don't think that's kind.
Yeah, but it's just to say that Brian's point is that generally men definitely wouldn't do that to another man, because we tend to regulate our relationships in the sense that if we cross a certain line, then there's going to be physical altercations, or there's going to be physical implications for that. And we generally tend to have the same sort of rule with women as well, because it's just how we're sort of wired. Whereas women don't actually have that boundary in terms of gossip and reputation destruction. So they'll cross those boundaries like we've just seen there, and it's just they're more likely to do it because they regulate their relationships in a way that doesn't have consequences like that.
Yeah, I don't think there's the same consequences. I agree.
I think it might have to do with women not being...
Go ahead, just ignore it.
With women not being violent, so maybe it has something to do with like feeling a lack of power, and so they go for like an emotional hit more often. Not that it's okay,
because it's
but
repressed.
Yeah. And I also think that like I definitely have done this in my earlier years, but now would I say I would do this now? No. But I also think that young women, I think those girls were definitely really young in that video. So obviously it's purely jokes, you know what I mean? They don't think of it, the outcome of it, as you do when you're an adult. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, the repercussions that it does to people's mindset and what it does on their livelihood, reputation, and everything. But I think when women grow, they kind of lean towards not resulting into that. You know what I mean? But I definitely did that in high school. But would I say I would do it now? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. Very high school thing to do.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah. And you said, I think going back to what you said, Natasha, you said it's normal for women to like communicate those sorts of things, right?
Yeah, I don't think like specifically blasting like what he said or showing the message, I don't think that's nice. But in general, I do think if like that I'm dating someone, then it would be natural to be like, he went a little bit cuckoo and sent me this really extra message.
Something kind of related to that I kind of take a problem with when it comes to dating is, and I mean, I don't think all women do this, but it seems pretty common. I guess going around the table, I'd like to know, do you, like, let's say you go on a date with a guy, you really like him, maybe you guys hook up, you got your friend group of girls or whatever next time you see them, or maybe your group text, whatever. Do you guys share details after you hook up with a dude?
Like intimate details?
Yeah, like
Personally, I don't know.
penis size. You've never shared penis size? You
like,
never?
The same thing. Like when I was younger, I might have said something like as a joke, but I would never, like at this point in my life, no, that's an intimate thing where somebody's at their most vulnerable. I think that's totally inappropriate. Even like as a joke, that's disrespectful.
Okay. What do? You share details?
I don't share details because
You share details.
Nah, I don't. No, okay. So the reason why I don't
You shared
share
them in your
details-
rap songs. I heard them.
Lies.
Yeah.
Wax on racks.
Lies.
Yeah.
I'm talking about getting money in my songs.
I heard some references.
Okay.
What you hear?
I don't know. I couldn't understand, if I'm honest.
But no, I don't think so. Like, well, not that I know I don't share like details like that, but it's because unless maybe it was bad, and I was just like, oh,
Isn't that even worse?
yeah.
That's the worst.
probably worse.
It's like
I'm
our
not
worst
gonna
fear.
give the details on like why it was bad. Like, oh, it was
Tell
tiny
them if
or
it's good, not if it's bad.
No, I'm not gonna tell them if it's good, because then when some people ain't really your friends like that, whether they want to go try
They're
it,
gonna- there you
then
go.
then now
There
I
you
gotta
go.
whip your ass and his, because and then
That's
it's
a
my
friend
fault.
problem,
and
though.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is.
Well,
is
if
it
he's
my
really
fault?
good, then why don't you just tell him he was really bad?
Well, because then you're going back to what I just said,
yeah, keep it
that
all
I
to
tell him
yourself.
it's bad, and then you just told me to tell him it's good.
Well, we have a chat here really quick. Spicy Ween 89. Sorry, our TTS is not working. The nickname Dark Labia equals spicy on hot. So own it?
Darkavia's been so mad at me for weeks now because I'm the one that started that joke on the podcast.
Was that you?
Yes, she literally said it, and I guys stop, dude. It's pink.
I'm not going to call. I'm not. Hold on.
It's not dark.
What?
That's all right. Dark labias matter.
Yes, dark labias matter. I'm not going to call her it anymore because I feel like it's mean to make so that's your name, you know, like
It's
I feel like
equivalent
it's
to a
mean
dick
me.
size joke.
It's Darkavia.
You're stuck with it.
name.
Thank you.
I feel like the more upset you get though, the more they're
I know.
they're going to point it out.
And I'm just gonna keep saying it's pink. So.
Okay, that's fine. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really like talk about it, but like I'm still with my boyfriend, so
Yeah. Okay.
can't be bad.
Sure.
Wait, what was the question?
Like, do you share, like, if you just, like, first time hooking up with a new guy?
If it's really bad, I have to share it. Like
You have
one
to share
time, it was so small, I had to call my aunt.
How can you show us?
So no, it was a micro penis. I had to take a picture.
You called
and
your
call
aunt?
my aunt.
You
Yeah.
called her
You
aunt?
took a picture?
I've never seen anything like it. I was in shock. I couldn't believe
let
it.
you?
He was so tall. The
Maybe
guy.
it was cold or something.
No, the guy was very tall.
How tall?
and
Destiny over here taking
He was like
pictures.
6'2". He was a tall
I
guy.
it's not that tall.
Did he consent to the picture?
No, he did not.
Wow.
That's
yeah,
illegal.
But it was not on
Destiny
mine. It
over
was
here.
just between me and my auntie, you know.
I said she
shit.
looked like a music producer before. This could be Puff Daddy's Puff Daddy's right hand girl.
Secretary, no.
Shit.
No.
Okay, what about you?
Oh, I don't do hookup culture. So no.
Okay, but I mean, you've, like, had sex with a guy?
No,
and
we didn't. Like when me and my sisters would talk, we didn't talk about that stuff.
Okay.
I won't share size. I feel like that's just fucked up. But definitely I'll share with my friends like details about it. The guy I'm currently seeing will make like sex tapes and he wants me to show my friends. But
Of him?
I'm not worried about my friends like I'm not worried about my friends wanting him because they have such different types. Like Darkavia likes Asian men.
And Mexicans.
This is a tall white bro.
And
She
Mexicans.
hates white dudes.
Okay. Cool.
For me, I personally wouldn't, because
Lies.
I know I'm so for real. I'm so for real. I literally I wouldn't unless one of my friends, let's say I hooked up with someone and one of like associates, someone was like, hey yo, I know you slept with him. I was like, if it's cool if I sleep, like, get with him, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't care, but you gotta give them a heads up. Basically, that's what I would do if they're interested in the person I hooked up with. And then I don't really care if they do it. But if it's someone that I've been taking seriously, no, absolutely not. That is my business.
She's telling the truth.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know how prevalent this is. Maybe it depends on, obviously, it goes without saying, it depends on the individual. But I would be pretty upset if I was dating a girl and her, like, close friend group knew, like, sexual details about me and I've never even met them. I'd probably dump the chick. I'd be like, Because you guys might think, oh, it's not that serious. I'd be like, this is a major breach of like something that's kind of private, intimate. When it comes to my personal relationships, very private. And it's like, you just don't have that level of respect where it's like I would never, with my male friends, I would never go to them and be like, oh yeah, this is the circumference of her vaginal canal. I would never share that kind of details. I wouldn't show them photos if she sent me photos. I wouldn't share any of that. That's like for respect for her, and then our relationship would never share like any photos, any intimate details.
You never went to a Destiny party?
A what?
A Destiny party?
No.
No. Okay.
What if she let you try something new and you were like hyped about it and wanted to tell your friends?
What do you mean try something new?
That's just the weirdest thing I've heard. Like,
what if you're like, dude, she let me slap her, bro.
Slap her?
I don't know. I'm just,
like
you
a normal
asked for
Tuesday.
an
Chill out.
example.
That's a normal Tuesday.
It's
I don't know. What if you walked in? But that's a good point, though. What if you walked into a house and she took you downstairs and she had like a dungeon with like BDSM and stuff? And you were
I
like,
wouldn't even share that.
Really?
I mean, it's a little. I don't know if I would date a girl.
I can't say I wouldn't share that.
I don't.
Do you share intimate details?
Did you wait?
Yeah,
did
I
I
don't-
just make that clear, or wait? What do you mean?
Like anything? Do you share anything?
Okay, here I'll walk you through a scenario. Hook up with a girl last night. This is just not actually happened. Hook up with a girl last night, and then I'm hanging out with my friends the next day. They're like, "Oh, Brian, you went on a date with..." They probably wouldn't even know I was on a date with a girl, but whatever. "Oh, you went on a date with that girl, whatever. How'd it go?" I'd be like, "Oh, it's good." That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they get.
That's normally how it goes down though, with guys.
We could have done crazy shit, son. We could have,
Gone
crazy
into
shit.
the fifth dimension.
I do think that's really respectful.
Fifth dimension, crazy sex. Yeah, it was good. That's it. They don't get details. They don't get anything. And all I want, I'd like a little reciprocation on this from a woman.
But didn't guys started that whole thing like, oh yeah, her, like talking about the girl?
No, that's a girl. That's a
What?
look,
That's not locker room barbershop talk.
I don't think we're like sharing
Not details. You know what I mean?
We might the conversation
Details
could be
gets
like
weird. Yeah.
we could be talking about sex as a general concept, but we're not like, yeah, I fucked Becky and her pussy. Like, no, I don't.
There might be like the conversation of, have you guys had sex? And you'd be like, yes or no, but it wouldn't be like, and then I did this. It's like, it's not really a conversation you have with your boys. But I think the girls, they get into the weeds and they.
And to be fair, there's probably some guys that do talk like that.
Low quality
I
men.
think it's younger people
Yes.
in general, like when they're less respectful.
When you guys were younger, did you?
No,
No.
never.
I
Never
mean,
did it.
I'm not, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay,
no.
you go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
When you're younger and when you're first exploring it and you're like, with your other teenage friends, which you shouldn't be doing, but we live in a fallen world. But at that point, you're like, oh yeah, like this happened. If it's like the first time doing something,
Yeah.
you like, tell the boys,
We have
Makes sense.
Shriva here. I saw Sexy Red's leaks and it wasn't pink either. And she said it's never pink. It was dark.
If I had an OnlyFans, dude, all y'all would be exposed because I'm telling the truth. For real.
I want to play this. It's not. Oh my! It's not working. That's. Shriva, thank you for the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Shriva. Let me do a couple quick shout outs, guys. Venmo, Cash App at whatever pod. We do have quiet. We do have Colin. Colin, thank you for the 25 on Cash App, and then Trish, thank you for the 10 on Venmo. Really appreciate it, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys over there on Twitch. All right, let's get into some of the pre-show notes here. Audio still scuffed. I'll try to work it out. So let's start with Jillian. Jill. Okay. You were married. You describe yourself as a conservative Christian. You subscribe to the belief that men and women have certain roles and that when they live in those roles, they are not only fulfilling their purpose, but also the happiest in those roles. You think dating should be taken more seriously than it is in today's age. You date to marry.
Mm-hmm.
Has that always been the case, or is this a new development?
No, it's always been the case. Yeah.
Always been the case. So you were married once. Date to marry. Okay. And so is your body count just 1?
No, it's 2.
Okay. Was that
That
after?
was after.
It was. Was it a rebound?
No.
Rebound? Okay. Got it. And then you said you think men should pursue women and then women should contribute to the relationship in their area of gifts and expertise. I think women are buying into a lie that they can have it all, the job, the guy, the kids. But they're actually hurting society by not having kids at all or waiting until way too late. Okay. How's that going for you, I guess? Or?
Yeah, so I would love to have kids and be married again. I think it's contributing to society. And, you know, if marriage never presents itself again, because it's a very serious thing, I still hold it to a highest esteem, then I would love to foster and adopt and you know, be a part of raising the next generation that way.
Are you waiting? Do you wait until marriage when it
Yes.
comes to having sex? But what happened to like the...
So there's a verse in the Bible where it says, don't awaken love until it's time. And that is very true when it comes to being intimate with someone. My first was my husband. And then after we divorced, there was a period of time where it was very hard to become celibate again. And so I kind of did like a little relapse. And it was kind of like a reality check to my beliefs and who I am and what marriage is and how I view men, and just all of that stuff was kind of coming crashing down.
So wait, how soon after you got divorced did this other guy come into the picture?
To be honest, I don't even know. It was probably not long after. My divorce process took a year. Like almost a year. So it was a very
How long
fuzzy...
after separation then?
Oh, years.
Years. Okay.
Yeah, because we separated 9 months after we got married. Like we
Wait,
never lived again.
So question.
Yeah.
How long after meeting guy number 2, like you meet him and then did you, like, was it a one night stand? What are we talking here?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't a one night stand, but it was like a one-time thing and then it was done. Like we had a thing, I would call it a situationship, and then that happened, and then that was it for me. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. Like, these are my beliefs. This is where I stand, and I can't do this.
Wait, so you were you dating him for a while?
We were seeing each other, dating, sure.
But so where did you meet him? Dating app?
No.
Just
in real
person?
life.
Okay. And then you meet him, and then like first date, second date, third date?
No, I don't. No, way later.
Down the road.
We were seeing each other maybe for a couple months,
and then you guys have sex one time.
That was it.
And then you ended or he ends it?
I said, I'm so sorry. I cannot do this. This is not where I want to go down. This is not who I am. Done.
Did you say you love each other?
No.
But it was like 3 months in.
Yeah, maybe.
But hold on. You had sex with him. So you hit it and quit it.
We did. So
you hit it.
This is a lot of information I don't really feel comfortable sharing.
Okay. Was the sex bad?
I wouldn't even say it was
penis?
a full thing, I guess.
Just the tip?
Sure. I don't know. Again, details I don't
Wait,
really
hold on.
feel. These are details I don't really feel comfortable sharing.
So you were like, wait, the penis entered and you're like, hold on. I can't do this.
Not answering that.
A couple strokes?
I'm not answering that.
Okay. Okay. That's it.
It was a very personal moment for me, and I really don't want to revisit that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
But like your future, like what about, so the next guy though, he's gonna like marriage. He has to wait till marriage.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think
what if he's like, what the fuck? Like this guy got to hit.
No, I've heard that argument from you.
Yeah.
I think that's entirely valid, that argument, but that's his decision to make.
But I'm like, did you like the guy before the sex?
To be honest, I wasn't like a super fan of it. A super fan of him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But then you're like, dating this guy for 3 months. I don't really like him. I guess I could fuck him once.
No, it wasn't like that. And I don't want you to boil it down to just like that moment, because there was a lot of emotions and healing that was happening. And so it was just a lot of like things that were coming to a head, and in that moment I realized that's not who I want to be, and so that's not who I'm gonna be.
Okay. All right. Interesting. How did he take the breakup?
I don't know. I think he was like a little disappointed. I did explain that I'm sorry, this is not who I am. He was probably more like used to hookup culture and things like that. So
I mean, you guys were 3 months in. I mean,
we didn't like talk. Like there's 3 months into a relationship, but then there's 3 months into just like.
Well, how many dates had you been on?
I don't know.
Over 10?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I mean, all right. Damn, bro. Because it's like one thing if, maybe you'd been on a couple dates with a girl and you hook up, whatever reason, she doesn't, she's not feeling it. Then like 3 months in, you have sex once.
Yeah, and these are not details that I want to focus on, and I don't think it's respectful to me or like that man that happened. So I really don't want to focus on that. And
okay,
yeah.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah, sure. Let's see the rest of your notes here. You said, men should pursue women. Yeah, we talked about that. While you do own and run a business, your goal in life is to be married and be a mom. Your business is set up that when you meet that person, settle down, the business takes a back seat. You want to be the primary caregiver and educator for your children, so homeschool. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. You also think women need to be submissive and to pick a guy that's worthy of being submitted to, and then let him take the lead in the relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Guy that's worthy of being submitted to. I think that's valid, but then Andrew, I feel like Andrew has qualms with this because
he does.
He'll be like, well, who are you to make the determination what is or is not
I think
leadership? But I don't know if I fully agree with that. I mean, obviously it has to be, you're not going to just date anybody. Like it has to be the right guy for you, but I don't know. Go ahead. You were going to say?
When it comes to a man being worthy to submit it to, is someone who shares your values and who is, honest and kind and has your best interests at heart. So even when you don't agree with him, at the end of the day, he has the final say because you trust that he's making the best decision for you guys.
So who here for the whole panel? She says, look, you might have disagreements, and you adhere more to a traditional relationship dynamic. Mm-hmm. If you have a disagreement, somebody has to be the tiebreaker. Somebody has to make the final determination. And she says that should be the man. Do you agree or disagree with this?
In any sense, or like with kids?
Everything. He gets final say. If you guys just can't come to an agreement, he gets final say. Are you for it?
In an ideal world, yeah. I haven't met a man that I feel obligated or interested in doing that for, but I would love to, for sure.
Okay.
No, because I feel like it's circumstantial. Like under certain circumstances, yes, he can be the one to have the final word and stuff, especially if he's more educated or experienced on the matter, But if it's something like we have kids and you're telling me what to do with our daughter who's going through like her period or something that you've never dealt with, then obviously, no, I'm going to have the final say so on,
Do you think that he would care about having the final say on something like that?
Maybe.
Because
sometimes.
when you're talking about authority and leadership, generally, if you're the CEO of a company, you defer roles to people. You're not wearing every single hat. Mm-hmm. So with something like that would just be an obvious thing that it's your thing.
But then
to say about how to deal with a period.
Well, sometimes men do feel entitled to that, especially when it's their children. I'll give like an example. T.I., if you guys know the rapper T.I., he was ridiculed because he went to the gynecologist with one of his daughters and wanted to know if she was still a virgin or something like that. So, and then like in that aspect, do you have a say-so as a mother?
Well, that's a different thing. If he wants to know if his daughter's still a virgin, as opposed to telling her how to handle a period.
But I mean, it's still it's kind of similar in a sense.
Well, no, a father definitely has a say in whether or not he's in his daughter's chastity and instilling those values in her for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think it's a way to go about it. Like you could talk to your kids or things like that, like to just go to the gynecologist with her, especially like I don't think she was like under 18 anymore. I think she was over 18 by that time. But besides the point, like I don't care either way, but it's like, you know, some things you guys just don't know about and you shouldn't have the final say. So like even like with the laws about women's bodies and stuff like that, like abortion laws, the Plan B pill, things like that, like it's a man who got the final say so on that, not a woman.
So you're of the opinion that a man shouldn't have any say in whether a woman can have an abortion?
I never said any say, but I don't think they should have the final say on
over whether a woman can have an abortion?
Yeah.
Or not?
Or like, yeah, that's just another
Who should
example.
decide?
I think it should be like a dual like agreement, especially if you're in a
So
relationship.
if the man says no, then you can't.
Well, I wouldn't say you can't.
So then if you're saying that it has to be two people making the decision, so if it has to be two people and he says no, then you can't.
No, I said that I don't agree with that.
Okay, so then if you say, so then you decide, is what you're saying. So the
No,
woman
I
decides.
don't say that I decide, but he was saying that in every situation, if you had
No, but
to
we're talking
agree with
specifically
man-
about the abortion situation.
Okay,
So if there's a baby in the stomach
Mhm.
and he
It's not a
says
baby at
no,
that point.
it's a human being at that point. And he says no, and you say yes, who's right?
Me personally,
Okay.
I don't really feel like I would return to sender, so I would agree with him if he said no. But I do feel like
You would agree with him?
Yeah.
Okay, so he gets to decide.
Well, yeah.
This
because
is the problem that keeps coming up though. It's
I don't
like
think he
the
gets to
two people
decide
can't
'cause-
make that sort of decision.
Well, yeah, you're right. But I think what he was saying is like, if you had to let the man make a decision for you or whatever, are you gonna give him that okay to make the final decision? I said no.
Lots of
because-
faces coming over here. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
Sorry, I cannot control my face. A man can choose to leave a pregnancy and have nothing to do about it. A woman leaving a pregnancy that becoming a group decision is insane to me. It's her body, it's her choice. She's the one that's carrying it to term or not. If a man can leave a viable pregnancy because of his desire to leave a pregnancy, then a woman should be able to do the same.
Okay, so men should definitely not be entitled to pay any child support then.
I don't think that's the same argument at all.
Wait,
Like,
if
saying
it's
that
her decision to kill the baby, then
it's not a baby.
what is it then?
It's an embryo at that point. If
And,
you're
and
getting,
when does life begin?
After 4 weeks. Isn't that right?
When-
Well, I was
you
gonna say when the
cannot-
heartbeat-
No. When does life begin?
it depends where you
It
fall in
depends?
that spectrum. Yeah.
It's a spectrum? What's the spectrum? Explain it to me.
So an embryo, a zygote, is very different in terms of a baby. When you can hear a heartbeat,
And an adult is different to a baby. So when does
course.
life start? That's the question.
it's the cutoff of when you can have an abortion, when you can hear the heartbeat.
Okay, so
Whether or not you think abortion should be or should not be is a separate argument. But I'm saying if a man can leave a
So
pregnancy, a woman should be able to do the
just to
same.
clarify, your position is that life begins when you can hear a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So you should not be able to have an abortion after the heartbeat.
Yeah, I agree with that.
100% completely illegal, every state, every part of the world to have a heartbeat.
Well, so I think that regardless of if it's legal or illegal, people are going to do it. They've been doing it since the beginning of time. Legalizing
think-
it just
yeah.
allows it to be done safer.
Right, I
If
gotcha.
I
Okay.
personally got pregnant, at any point, I could not have an
So
abortion.
you think that
but that doesn't
you think
mean
that
my
it's more
decision
about
is your decision.
it's more about the fact that they can safely kill that baby.
It's not a baby. But yeah.
You just said it starts at heartbeat. That's what you said.
I'm saying you can have an abortion up to the point where you can hear a heartbeat. It's
Okay,
where the
so then
legal
after
cutoff
that,
is.
you can't have an abortion. Am I correct in
Legally
saying? Yeah.
or, like,
no,
emotionally?
In your world, after heartbeat, you can't have an abortion. True?
I wouldn't.
No,
Personally.
I'm saying should it be illegal?
My decision is not their decision.
I'm
but
saying
that
should it be
never
illegal?
be a
I'm not
man's
talking
decision.
about your specific point of view. I'm talking about in terms of whether it should be illegal. At heartbeat, do you think it should be completely legal?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And what is how did you determine that heartbeat is when life begins?
Because when it's an embryo or a petri dish baby or however you fertilize that egg, it's still an egg. It's still an embryo. That is still something that
What
is
do you
not
think
a
that
living, breathing person.
If we had a scientist here, a biologist who was an expert in this field, the world's foremost expert, what do you think they would tell you about when life begins?
I think that besides the fact that a scientist might say that, science is so devalued in society now because men make the decision based on their emotion and not based on
Men
science.
make the decision based on their
Yeah,
emotion? Do you think that women make this decision based on their emotion?
I think if it's something that is inside you that you are going to have to carry to term. That is a you decision. It's your
I didn't ask that.
body.
I asked, do you think that women make the decision based on emotion?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well then it equalizes it. But look, can I tell you what the biologist would tell you if they were sitting right here?
You sure can.
They would tell you that life begins at conception.
Sure.
Yeah, it's when the egg is fertilized, it's when the DNA is created.
Right.
So, but you're subjectively
don't
going
agree.
against that. So you don't agree with the scientific
I don't
consensus?
agree that, like, there are so many instances where a woman should not have to carry that to term. There is instances of things that we probably shouldn't talk about on here, but you should not.
Even in that instance, what if it's after the heartbeat that they want to get rid of the child?
I don't think a woman should have to deal with that emotional baggage.
So you think that they should be able to kill the child?
It's not a child.
Wait,
But
what about this though?
Okay.
No, what about this? What if pro-lifers are actually willing to go ahead and grant that in the instances that you were going to mention,
Right.
SA, incest, so forth, they're like, you know what, that's fine. But all the other ones where it's just like, I'm not ready, not financially capable, just don't want it, don't want to birth the child, they have to continue with the pregnancy. Are you fine with that?
Like, personally or legally?
What do you mean?
Like, I personally, if I were to get pregnant in that scenario, I could not get an abortion emotionally, but I don't think that my choice should be for the
So you wouldn't get
greater
an
person.
abortion?
I would not.
In those circumstances.
I
Okay,
don't
but
think so.
legally you think like other women should?
I think in general
Or
we
can.
should be pro-choice because it's a woman's body to do with what she wants.
But what if she wants to do with her body, abort the baby after 6 months?
And you're saying that the man doesn't want to, or just in general that she
In
shouldn't
general,
be able
everybody
to do
wants to.
that?
Everybody's super stoked about it.
At
yes,
6
we're going
months?
to do it 6 months. Yeah, it's her body.
Oh,
She should be able to do it.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so then it's not about whether it's her body. So what's the
Well,
actual
yeah, but
determining
that
factor?
Which I said several times, the heartbeat.
Okay, but what if they're R worded though?
What if what?
What if they're R worded and then it's at 6 weeks? Just a week after the heartbeat is heard, but the woman was R worded. Yeah, she was raped.
Right.
Yeah, and she wants to get rid of it. Should she be able to?
Yeah.
So you're arguing for murder.
And what?
You're arguing for murder.
I think in instances that we're not talking about, I don't think a woman should ever have to take that to term because that's emotional.
So you're
baggage.
arguing for murder. So if you say that it's a life when the heartbeat starts, and you're arguing to take that life after the heartbeat starts, you're arguing for murder.
Yes, because they also
Okay.
took something from her. That was not her decision, so that then becomes her choice.
Is it emotional baggage to carry the child or to raise the child?
Both.
Oh,
Because I don't think that's fair to the child either, because it wasn't their fault.
can
Wait.
I add?
How is it emotional baggage
on.
if that's what we're designed to do? Is we're designed to carry and
You're
give
not
birth to
designed to
child?
carry your.
Do you know that
purpose
100?
to term.
Yeah.
Do you know that 100% of babies that are given up at the hospital get adopted?
I don't think that's
That's a
real
true
stat.
fact. 100% of babies who are given up for adoption are adopted. There's a massive,
But
massive waiting line.
100%.
There's a massive
But
waiting
there's
line.
a lot
In the
of
United
if it was possible to have 100% more, they would also get adopted.
But they have a lot of
not
postpartum
true.
and
It
like
is true.
mental.
What's your
There
claim?
are
How do you say
thousands
that?
of children in the foster system. That's not a true stat at all.
They
I
get
didn't
adopted.
say foster system. I said babies that get adopted from birth from the hospital. 100% of them get
The
adopted.
reason why there are thousands of children in the foster system is because when they get older, it gets harder and harder to adopt them as they get older. But from a baby, they get snapped up straight away.
I have a couple
I'd
questions.
love to see that stat. I haven't heard it.
Question: if pregnancy only lasted 1 day, like you get pregnant and then next 24 hours later you're popping out a kid, would you be in favor of abortion?
Personally, no. I'm not in favor of abortion in general.
Oh,
I'm
well, but you're pro-choice, right?
I am.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, me personally, no. I would not agree with an abortion.
But
ever.
like, okay, but so for other women, if abortion only lasted 24 hours, would you be in favor of allowing women choice in that scenario?
I still think it's a woman's choice what she does with her body.
Okay. It's just like, I know it's a totally hypothetical scenario if like pregnancy lasts 1 day.
The pregnancy
but, like,
length
the-
doesn't determine that for me.
Okay. Well, just curious then, like, so let's say 24 hours before a woman would otherwise give birth to a healthy baby, would you be fine with abortion then?
No, of course not. I said several times that.
Oh,
the
but-
heartbeat.
I mean, in the
But
same,
then after that, you said that if they had been raped and then
Well,
it
I
was
don't.
a
Yes,
week
in
after.
the instance of grape, absolutely never do I think a woman should have to be forced to do that.
Right.
That
What
is her
about if it
choice.
was a week after and she was having really, really bad depression and like financial issues. Life was in complete chaos, and she was like, I just want to get.
Still think it's a woman's choice.
Okay.
So then you have no standard. Then you've just contradicted yourself so many times.
I have not. My stance. No, I have not contradicted myself at all.
You said it's 5 weeks. It becomes a life. You said that it should be illegal after that. You actually said that before, and then I've given you multiple situations where
ever. But I don't think it's my choice to make that determining factor for anybody else. That's a woman's
so
choice
then
to
what
do
Brian's
what
just
she
said
wants to do with
before,
her
if she
body.
wants to abort it, like when it's about to be born, then you have no problem with that because it's her choice.
I don't. Okay. I've said the same thing several times.
I think it's
But
like
that's
her
what we're talking
person.
about. Like you personally wouldn't, but we're trying to get at, okay, well, like
Should she be
your
able to?
worldview, like should women be able to have an abortion like an hour before they would otherwise give
Of course
birth?
not.
Well,
That's not legal or.
no, but
It is
but,
actually.
Who does? No,
It is
it's-
actually.
It's not.
In some states
no,
it is.
they're
You
not
don't have-
going
hold
into
on.
labor and they're going, excuse me, I'd actually like an abortion.
I mean, you can
Nobody
laugh
wants an
about it, but
abortion.
it has happened many times actually.
They would never allow that.
I
That's
mean,
absolutely not legal.
It's
no,
Yeah,
but
they-
would you be in
they
favor
do
it's
of
got to be pretty
sometimes do
embarrassing when
that.
you find
an
out that
hour
they,
before they're going into
Yeah,
labor.
like they
after
just
post-birth
head
abortions.
off, like
There's
Yes.
literally no way.
okay, but
If you
would
found
be
out that it was
in
true.
favor- but would you be in favor of women having the choice to do that?
In a normal situation or in a grape situation?
Normal.
No.
Okay, so they should be legally prevented from having an abortion a day before they would otherwise give birth.
I think so, yeah.
And what about
Like at that
what about
point.
3 months before? What about at 6 months? Should the police come
My
in and say
argument
no?
stays the same with
You can't.
the heartbeat.
Your argument is actually very, very inconsistent because you're saying at one point that women shouldn't be able
I've
to do
said
it
the
after
same
5
thing
weeks. It should be
72
illegal.
times at
You've
a
said actually
heartbeat.
very different things many different times. So you said it. You can make faces all you want, or you can just engage like
I
with a
am
logical
engaging with
argument if
you.
you'd like to as well. But you said at 5 weeks it should be illegal. We can run back the tape. You said that before,
Right.
and then
At a
after that you
heartbeat.
said that it should be a woman's choice.
I
Right.
still think in general it should be a woman's choice. There's
So
situations
then-
of SA, there's situations of grape. That's
So then you don't. The heartbeat thing isn't your position.
Can I add something?
Okay, go.
I think that like it's more like after 5 weeks that the heartbeat is formed in her state. That like before that, like from that, when it was a baby, and then from week 5, that from that standpoint is where it should be legal for her, a woman to have a choice to have an abortion.
Wait, post 5 weeks or pre 5 weeks?
Like before 5 weeks, isn't that
because you
the
might
like
even
the?
just miss one period and think that it's late at 5 weeks.
Yeah.
You can't get
Wait,
an
so what's the
abortion until
cutoff?
7 weeks.
I don't know. I don't know
What's
what.
the cutoff?
It's
Okay,
like
you
is it
guys-
4 weeks?
6 weeks.
My
not gonna linger on
sister
this for
did
too long.
not find out she was pregnant until she was 5 months. So I think in the case of
Oh, that's awful.
grape, I think it doesn't matter. I don't think the time period should know, because I think especially if it's like a 12-year-old little girl, how the are they supposed to know?
That's what I'm saying.
That
What
they're
about
pregnant.
what about post birth then? Just after they're born, that
Oh.
it was a victim of.
No,
What about a day before?
Yeah.
They should be able to.
in my opinion, yeah.
Okay, so you're also arguing for murder.
Yes.
Okay.
I can
Wait,
say it.
in any circumstance? Like,
No,
because you
with
gotta
rape.
huh?
With grape, sorry.
Okay, and so, but like, what if she's just not ready a day before birth? Are you fine with that?
No.
Oh, what? Okay, I guess there's some differentiation there. Question for the panel going around the table: would you rather have a democracy or access to abortions?
Me again
Mhm.
first.
Yeah, we're going around into the mic.
Democracy.
Okay, can you say the second part again? Sorry.
Just try to pay attention. Would you rather have a democracy or access to abortions?
All right. I don't know. A democracy.
Democracy.
Access to abortion.
Democracy.
Democracy.
Access to abortion.
So like Trump just becomes authoritarian and it's like he becomes king.
He already
He is.
But-
That's where we're
He's
at.
already doing that.
No, I mean, no.
How so?
No.
How's he an authoritarian?
What I'm saying is, he's like, okay, there's not going to be elections anymore. I've seized control of the government, and now it's going to be like passed down like through my firstborn son, and that's going to be the form of government.
Like.
But you get to keep access to abortion. Is that you still pick access to abortion?
I think that's
The
already
Soviets did something
happening
very
with
similar.
Barron. He already is like pointing him out. It's gonna go down.
Barron can't become president until he's like 35.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure, and he's like what 18, 19.
He's 18.
And
So you guys have
if he
like
does, it'll be through.
It'll be a long
couple,
time.
like 2 decades or something. And you wait, Darkhavia, you picked abortion over democracy.
Yeah, because I don't care.
About are you an
Government.
anarchist or something?
Yeah, no, I just don't care. Like, I'm just gonna be living.
You just want to abort all those.
Like, I
She's
just like,
fuck
I'm
democracy,
just.
give me abortion.
Yeah, because I don't know what happened. I can't predict the future, you know. Like I just want the option on the table. You know what I mean? So like, and I don't read the news about Trump and stuff like that. I'm like, I
All
know.
right.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
No, I've never voted.
How about this? Free college or free abortions?
Free college.
Yeah, free college.
Free college.
Free abortion.
What the?
How many have you had?
Yeah, how many abortions have you had?
No, and I'm laughing because I was forced to have an abortion and ruin my life. Like mentally, emotionally, I shave my head. Now people think I'm a lesbian. Guys are afraid
So
of me.
this is new. You had a. It was
No,
recent.
this was 10 years ago.
Oh.
And it fucked me
Hair
up.
grows slowly.
Yeah, I was in a room for 10
Been
years.
shaving your head
Like,
for 10 years.
no, this was recently
Full
because I
Britney.
catch a guy getting pegged. That's a different story.
Okay,
Wait, say that again?
talk-
What?
a guy got pegged.
Yeah, and I got traumatized. I'm
You
sorry.
pegged you pegged him?
No, I catched him. Like this other girl was doing it, and I was like, "Oh my
Is this someone
god!"
you were seeing?
I'm sorry. That's besides. Yeah.
So you shouldn't date
We'll get
liberals.
into the pegging thing later.
Free college.
Free college or free abortions?
Free abortions. You could be successful without college.
And abortions.
I would say free college. You would have more doctors.
All right, that's cool. And then final thing on this, we're not going to linger on the conversation too long. What do you think about deadbeat dads?
Kill them.
Hold on, one at a time. Starting with you. Go ahead.
Like in general, what their effect is?
Yeah, like, I mean, so basically a deadbeat dad would be a guy who doesn't want to be involved in the child's life, doesn't want to financially support the child. Your thoughts? Like, is this wrong?
Well, of course, yeah. I think it takes two functional parents in the most ideal sense to raise a family. And I think that that happens more often than deadbeat moms. Men walk out on families a lot more often than women do. And I do think that as much as women without healthy father figures like to think that that's not a big issue, I think it is. And I think it affects your relationship.
You said men walk out more on their families. Women initiate 80% of divorces and they destroy their families. So, I mean, I'm a little confused by where you came to this, like, men
Do you
walk
hear
out
a
on
lot of
families.
people talking about mommy issues as opposed to people talking about daddy issues? Daddy issues is a lot bigger of an issue that people talk about.
Yeah, but if the woman initiates the divorce and prevents an otherwise willing father access to their children, then this would indicate this wouldn't be the fault of the father necessarily.
In that one instance, I think in a lot of instances it is the man. Just because a woman initiates the divorce doesn't mean that the woman is initiating the conflict.
Well, I'd be prepared to go ahead and grant that most divorces, the reason is for it is just, I'm just not happy. Irreconcilable differences.
Yeah, on both
financial
ends.
issues.
And
Yeah. But for women, it's just like, I'm just vaguely unhappy. There's no abuse. There's no no abuse. There's no anything bad happening. He's not hitting the woman. She's just want new dick.
I think there's no reported abuse, and also I think you're not taking into consideration
you can't go
premarital pregnancies.
Yeah, when there's not reported abuse, I can just make the same claim. Well, 100% of men are abused, but it's not reported. So we can't do any sort of analysis
Men are
on
much less likely
unreported.
to report it as well.
And yes, Jake raises an excellent
I would agree with
argument. In the event of actual abuse, men are more likely than women to not report it.
I agree.
Are you taking into consideration premarital pregnancies though? Because I think in that situation, it's definitely men walking out more.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Do you think that there's more men walking out or more women having abortions?
Now it's
I don't
more
know.
men walking.
I think that it would definitely be because you get about 1 million a year in America. I don't think there's 1 million men a year walking out on pregnancies.
Yeah, but if we would have that rate would be a lot different if we weren't having abortions. So
I think that if the nuclear family was intact and we had any morals in our society, then there definitely would
Very
be
true.
less of that.
I was gonna exactly say that I think that the nuclear family doesn't really exist in as much as it did before, and so the family structure is very different, and most households aren't a 2-parent healthy household to begin with.
Yeah. Your thought on Deadbeat Dad?
They suck.
They suck.
Yeah.
Is there more? Or?
No, that's fine. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's whack to do that.
Whack.
Ruining society.
Ruining society.
I don't know. I think there's probably more to the situation of the reason why they're maybe out of their kids' lives.
Sure.
I was totally kidding about kill them. I think you can still make a beautiful child with a deadbeat dad, and for them to be not involved at all. But I do think there needs to be more repercussions and laws around child support, because I think it's so easy to get away with not paying it.
No, it's not.
My niece's dad didn't pay the first 10 years.
I'm 23 and my dad has never paid a dime. So
you got 2 people.
You guys can say that, but there's a robust legal system, and then it can also be done civilly too. So they can go to the court, or they can go to there's a specific government agency. It's evading me exactly, but it's like child services or something. So you cannot go to them, or you can go to court.
But that isn't immediate. You have to go through so much in the court system to even get to that point. Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
There's 2, 4, 7 of us at this table.
How many here?
And
Who has
3.
kids? Who here has attempted to get child support from anybody?
We were the children that needed to be supported. There's 3 out of 7. That's half of your table.
That needed child support.
That didn't get
it.
Yeah.
Did
That's
your
exactly
parents?
What we're saying.
Did your?
My mom went through the court system. It
Yeah.
took her about like 3 years, and it was for me and my twin sister.
Okay.
My
And
parents.
so
what?
What? Tell us exactly what happened in the court system.
I know when it happened, I was really young, but like I think that's like the whole application, and then they have to find out where they live or some stuff like that, and they have to get their current address. Especially, it's a lot harder when the person that left, woman or dad, whatever. It's also harder when they live in a different state and getting a hold of them and such and all that. So like that's how my dad got away with it, because he moved around a lot.
Okay,
to stay
what was
away
your?
from it.
It was a similar circumstance. He moved to New Mexico, and they weren't able to track him down until a year ago when he moved back to Arizona and got a job that he was paying taxes on. So they started taking it out of the paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
A job that's not like easily traceable is harder to find. My dad, the same thing. My parents
10
had like a
years got away with it.
32 court appearance custody battle over me, so that takes years.
So he
there
wanted
was an ongoing custody.
He wanted to
dispute.
get custody.
He wanted partial custody, but he didn't.
And your mom wanted him to have no custody?
No, my mom wanted to give him partial custody, but she wanted him to have evidence of like a stable job or like a stable living situation.
Otherwise, he would have no custody?
Or she didn't want him to have no custody. She wanted him to have like monitored visitation, so that I wasn't in a situation that was unsafe.
Was he an unsafe man?
Wait, who was the breadwinner?
My mom.
Who earned more?
My mom.
So in what scenario, if custody was going to be split, would the person who's earning less money pay child support to the parent who's making more money? Did your mom pay child support to him so that he could
hold on with him?
Hold on.
Okay.
You weren't with him because she wanted to withhold custody because he wasn't financially capable, even though she was the breadwinner, and she could have been paying him child support, so that in the same way that a lot of women face this scenario where they don't have financial resources and they seek the man to bolster their own resources so that they can raise the child, your mother ought to have been paying child support to your father so that he did have that safe home and have the resources to raise you. As the breadwinner, that would have been justified.
Not with an unsafe man.
That's not
Absolutely not.
Well, now you're adding another layer to it.
No, but that's not
I said
how
that to begin with.
Okay, so he was physically abusive.
Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, goes
what
beyond.
She had wanted was not no visit or no custody. She just wanted him to have a safe area because he didn't have a home that was stable, and she didn't want me to be in an unsafe area. He lived in a different state once they got divorced, and so she wasn't going to just send me at 4 years old to a different state to go visit him with no parameters to make it a safe situation for her child.
How long were they married for?
Before me, or like in general?
Yeah, before you.
2 years before me, and then a year or 2 years I was 2 when the divorce finalized. They separated when I was 1.5.
When did the physical violence start?
Immediately.
When
I was a year and a half. 2.
It started after you were born?
With me. The physical violence with me.
Do you remember any of this?
Yes, of course. I mean,
when you were 1 or 2 years old?
No, I remembered the court situation and all of the custody things because that happened for years.
Wait, you remember the court situation or the violence?
No, the court situation.
You said you remembered the violence.
Okay, then I misspoke. I said the court situation. They went through a very long custody battle after they filed for divorce to get custody of me. My mom wanted to have me in a safe area so that I still had a relationship with my dad, but that I wasn't unsafe.
And so what was she asserting?
I think it's the bare minimum.
What was she asserting about his conduct? Was he striking her?
No, it was me. I just said that.
He was hitting you.
I don't think we need to go in the specifics of it. It was a physical altercation and it was with me.
Like he was hitting you.
I just said twice. We don't have to get into
I don't need, but it was violence is what you're saying.
Yes.
So
if you have a 2-year-old that is happening to, would you want them in that unsafe situation?
Look, I don't know the details of it. What I do know that is very common in custody disputes, and this is more so something that women do, is they will manufacture either claim that the male parent is either
if there's
physically...
If there's doctors things showing and there's photos, then obviously not.
Maybe that's the case.
It is true. I do have friends that the man, he goes through custody battles all the time because his ex-wife is, saying things that happen to
I've seen it a million times as well.
Yeah.
But a lot.
So it doesn't mean that
we don't know.
All of them.
I never said that. I've just saying it does happen.
Was he ever physically violent towards your mom? Look, if you don't want to talk about it, I understand. It does seem uncharacteristic, though, for physical violence to be directed at a child, but not a spouse. I don't know the details. A lot of people in a custody dispute say things.
This was absolutely not a fabricated thing, if that's what you're trying to insinuate.
Well, there's no way for us to know, but yeah.
Well, I mean, there is a way for us to know because there's documentation and photographs and doctor's testimony. So absolutely, there is a way to know.
Okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it. Then your father was a sick individual if he was physically violent with a baby.
And if that is the case, if there is actually stone cold evidence for it, then there should not be any custody.
Yeah,
so I don't know why.
Right. Why would you want visitation?
I don't know why your mum would even.
I would be like, if my.
That's why my mom had said that she wanted me to know he existed, but she didn't want it to be in a situation where I was ever alone with him, that I could have monitored visitations with an agency.
Was there a police report?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he arrested? Was there a
don't
prosecution?
know. Yes, there was prosecution.
Okay. All right then. Okay. Good talk. That got abortion, child abuse. We're really hitting all the hot button issues, huh? We have a couple chats here that came in. I'm going to get to those. Apologies for the delays, guys, and I have to.
Noah donated $100. Good to know women are yet still more concerned about ridding themselves of babies instead of taking responsibility. Try closing your legs, girls. Good to have the whatever pot back, Brian. Cheers, mates.
Very negative opinions towards deadbeat dads. But I mean, if you were to ask a deadbeat dad, which is a spin on like a man whose circumstances might not be ideal financially.
What we mean by that though, because when you say deadbeat dad, I tend to think somebody who is intentionally not wanting to be in the child's life, not somebody who was pushed out by the mother or somebody who's just fallen on hard times financially, or somebody who just doesn't earn much.
Well, I think defining our terms is important here. I mean, it's probably a bit of an umbrella term that could cover some of those things or all of those things.
I'm thinking one of those guys who's got like multiple like different sort of women that he's intentionally sort of like not being there for, like, you see this a lot in the black community with like the single mother rate and stuff.
You're gonna get canceled, bro.
Oh, it's true. It's a massive single mother. It's like 75%.
But I don't think that women would intentionally push out a man so they could be a single mother. No,
women push away
woman.
men. Hold on, women push away
All the
men
time.
all the time. Not
Yes,
even
but,
with
like-
children, just in relationships.
But I don't think that like they intentionally mean like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a single mom now. Yeah, like no one wants to be a single mom. No one wants to be a single mom.
If a woman has like a vindictive streak about her, and she sees a way to get back at the man, say he went and like was sleeping with a younger girl, for example, and she sees a way of getting back at him as not letting him see the child. That is a very realistic situation. Happens regularly.
Well, also incarceration
Yeah.
is a big number in the black male, like in the black community. So a lot of the times, sometimes those men don't get a chance to be a father and then a lot of the times it's a lot of injustice in those situations.
Well, the biggest problem that you guys have got is the welfare system, because since the welfare system came to be in the 1960s with Lyndon Baines Johnson, the single motherhood rate has gone from 25% to 75%. Because they're actually incentivized to tell the government that they don't have a daddy in the home,
that you
so
don't
they can
have
get
a
more
man
money.
at home. Yeah, I agree with that too.
So on the whole deadbeat dad thing, though, it's just interesting to me because if the guy, let's say he doesn't want to be a father, he doesn't want that responsibility, he's not financially in a place where he can take care of the kid, like all you guys say, these guys are clowns, but like, are you prepared? The same statements that you made about deadbeat dads, will you say that about women who abort their child? Like, you have to make the same statement. Like, let's say these women, and most abortions are not ready, just not ready, don't want to go through the pregnancy, don't want to be a mom, not financially capable. That's like 99% of abortions. You have to make that same claim about the women who get the abortions.
Well, not really, because they don't have a kid that's here every day for the rest of their lives that they
put the
have to
kid
take
out of
care of. A
misery.
human that you're raising emotionally
Did you
and
say they
mentally
put the
and
kid out of
physically.
their misery?
Yeah.
What are you
That's
talking
crazy,
about?
I'm saying like
What the
with
hell?
someone not paying
It's an innocent child. It
support,
hasn't even
that's
taken its
18
first
years
breath.
of like misery.
What do you mean?
Like people come from bad situations and make something good of their life all the time.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's an absurd thing to say that they're putting them out of their misery.
I'm saying I wouldn't say the same thing about a mom aborting
Yeah.
because they're not putting their child through something horrible for 18 years.
I think women can.
So you think that it's better to
be-
kill the child instead of have them overcome the situation of having not a two-parent home?
Personally, I wouldn't.
But like
But I
that's
think
what
they
you
should
just
have the
said there. You
option,
said
yeah.
that they're putting them out of their misery.
I think that would be a not great reason to have an abortion, but if that's their choice, yeah.
Yeah. You got something?
Yeah, I think if you got pregnant, you would not let women decide what to do with your body. You'd be like, oh, hell, 9 months in my balls? You would never be talking about this.
Let me just
ever.
tell you this. If
Ever.
I had a baby in my balls, I'd take that thing to term and I'd spit it out my pee hole.
Yeah, right.
I would. And then if I'd
Right.
you think that I'd kill the baby?
I mean, you wouldn't be pregnant for 9 months. You guys can't even get your periods. That's how fragile.
No,
Like,
we
it's-
actually don't get our periods. But what we do is
Oh,
we work
God,
all
you
of the
got
most
man
difficult
periods.
jobs in the world.
And
We
who set that
work all of the
system
most
up?
dangerous jobs in the world. We do all the dying in war.
And we appreciate it.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
just
who
let us,
set that
just let us
system up that
control
you're
our
complaining
bodies.
about?
Thank
That's
you,
it.
thank you. You appreciate it, but here you are saying that maybe we're not tough enough to. I think that if we can be ice road truckers and if we can go and die in the ditches in war, pretty sure we can have a few little mood swings from being pregnant and having our period. I think we'd be okay.
I think we need to Ryan, you need to get that one stimulator for the period cramps. Bring that on your podcast.
I mean, this whole like pregnancy is the most painful thing ever. There's kidney stones. Like women who have been pregnant and then women who have had kidney stones, from women themselves, report that the pain is just as, if not worse, than pregnancy. And men get kidney stones. My understanding is it's a little bit more painful for men than it is for women.
Try getting trench foot. See how you go with
trench
that.
foot. Why are you
Yeah,
shaking your head?
you guys
Why are you
suffer
shaking
so
your head?
much. Poor little babies.
Oh, poor little baby. You have to go through a little pregnancy.
We get all
and,
the pays and the money and the big
no,
dicks.
you have to have a little baby. You have to have a little blood coming out of you for a few days a week.
But you have to realize
poor you.
what a baby does to a woman's body.
Yeah, exactly.
It literally just.
Do you know what trench foot does to a man's body? You have to cut that thing off. Look at World War I and World War II. There's look at the war in Russia and
We're
Ukraine.
not. I don't know what that is. We're not in World War II anymore.
You're right. You know what? World War
Yeah.
II was a long time ago. Women not being able to vote was also a long time ago, so it doesn't matter. Also, slavery was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter, right? No. Go ahead. Slavery was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter. Say it. Say it.
The percentage of men who have had trench foot in the last 20 years to the amount of women who have had babies is not statistically significant.
We never said that.
Hold on. I'm exploring your claim.
But you're saying that men had to have trench foot.
Take your logic to the logical conclusion.
Hold on.
Let's see where it goes.
Hold on. So you said, because Jake here brought up World War I, World War II, totally catastrophic.
And the Russian
tens of millions of male deaths, very few female deaths. So you said, well, World War I, World War II, so long ago, doesn't matter. Tell me, slavery was a long time ago. It doesn't matter, right?
That's not comparable.
Hold on. World War I and World War II, no offense to...
Trench foot versus slavery is
How many women were fighting in World War I and World War II?
Let's always compare. Just saying the time frame.
Here.
Like 100 million people died.
So wait, you think...
I understand that, but how many out of that fought were actually women? Because if
not many,
100%
probably
were
like
men,
close to
then
zero
100%
for those.
Wait,
of
just
the
to be
outcome
clear,
would be
you
men.
think U.S. slavery is like has had a bigger impact on society than World War II? Here, try to listen. World War II, trench foot is one component of World War II and World War I. All of World War II, which is worse? Everything that is involved with World War II or just U.S.-based slavery? Go ahead. Which one's worse?
That's not what we were discussing.
It's literally, yes, it is.
No, we were comparing pregnancies and trench foot.
Yeah.
We're not comparing slavery.
Here's what happened.
and
I said that trench foot was
comparison.
something that was exclusively Japan. I use it as an example, right? Because I tell you what's worse than trench foot? Getting blown in half by those World War II bullets. That would be actually a fair bit worse because you actually did. So we were comparing that and saying that, and she was saying, oh, poor little men have to get trench foot and go and die in war. And then we said, oh, well, poor women, you guys have to just have a little period for a few months and be in a bad mood when you probably don't even need to be honest. But
how do you know that?
Oh,
there it is. How do you know?
You build your whole personality around
You don't know, Jacob.
You do not literally have, like, okay, so let's say, for example, women have periods, but let's say also that women that take birth control to maintain the periods and their hormones that they process through their bodies, if you ever read the side effects on a birth control package and how many side effects there are, and literally just to consume of a woman's hormones because of their period. For me, I take birth control because I have I have an iron problem, so if I contain my period, like it literally, my blood flow. Let me literally
tell you something.
So I'm saying that
Literally, if you don't have sex, you literally won't have to take the birth control.
No, I just stated the fact that I take birth control because of my period.
That's actually not true.
Hold on.
I literally just.
I was on it before I lost my virginity.
I'm not gonna let you weasel. So
there are so many other reasons to be on birth control.
That's cool. So
so much
you
blood,
said these are the words you said. So I'm contending. Stop. Be quiet. So you look. I was very clear at the beginning of the show not to be doing like crosstalk, one microphone at a time. We got to have good discipline when it comes to the microphones. Anyways, back to this. I was listening to you very closely. You said. You didn't say trench foot was a long time ago. You said World War I.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you did. You said World War I, World War II was a long time ago. That's literally what came out of your mouth.
And then I followed it up by saying the amount of men who have had trench foot in the last 20 years compared to the amount of women who have been pregnant in the last 20 years is not statistically significant enough to compare, which was the original argument.
But hold on.
The first half of that sentence was about World War I. The entire sentence included what we were discussing.
Okay, you realize trench foot, while there is to some degrees, like in the Ukraine war, there is some degree of like trench warfare. Trench warfare was like predominantly a World War I scenario and to some degree in World War II. So you said, well, what about the trench foot the past 20 years? Not really a major concern when it comes to global conflict. You said World War I, World War II, long time ago. Okay? So just because something happened a long time ago doesn't mean that it doesn't have like lingering impacts. The whole world is completely different because of World War I and World War II.
Great. I agree.
Okay.
That
but
wasn't
you
what
said
we were discussing.
you were trying to like say, oh, well, these things happened a long time ago. Doesn't matter. That was your position.
No, that wasn't my position at all.
I mean, then why bring up, oh, because you're trying to downplay it. Why bring up that it happened so long ago?
Because that's...
Do you want a more recent example?
Sure.
Okay, the Ukrainian war, which is currently ongoing. all the women could leave the country, all the men had to stay. That seems like an injustice, doesn't it?
From a system that men set up.
What do you mean a system that men set up?
Who made rules of war? Men.
Humans. What does it have to do with men? Wait, hold on. Just to be clear. So if most people in power are men, but that only represents 0.00001% of the population,
then men deserve to die in war.
Men are only 0.01% of the population.
The men
in power, the kind of power that you're talking about.
How many Russian males are there versus how many Putins are there?
Right, but the system is still set up by men, and so you're complaining about a system.
How do you know it has to do with because they're men?
Because that is
they happen to be men.
If there was, can I just ask one question? If there was a system that was set up by men and exclusively by men that made men walk into a hole that was going to be to bury them and kill them, right? And they just were walking into there all day. 1 million of them died, but it was set up by men. Would it be unfair?
Okay. Is that unfair to men versus women? Is that
no,
your
but
argument?
would it be unfair to the men who that was happening to?
I mean, if they're dying, sure, it's unfair to anybody who dies.
So then it doesn't necessarily about if there's a guy in power who set it up.
No, I'm saying if you're complaining about rules that affect men, but the rules were set up by men, what do you expect? That's who set up it's not women being unfair to men and saying, let me make these rules to disqualify.
Actually, you know what? The funny thing is that men are actually so benevolent when it comes to this sort of thing, because if they wanted to, they could conscript women and send them off to the front lines to die. But instead, you know what they send off? Other young men. Other 18, 19, 20-year-old young men to go die in the hundreds of thousands.
You're complaining about the system, but then you're justifying it.
What do you mean I'm justifying it? How am I justifying it?
You're saying that men do this.
No, I'm just talking about it from the female purview. From the female purview, you can say that it's all men who set it up, but also it's men who take all of the responsibility, and it's all men who are dying in it as well. They take all of the responsibility. They have all the duties when it comes to war.
Right, but that's the system that were complaining about 2 minutes ago, and I said, how are you complaining about it if men are the ones that set up the system?
Wait, just to be clear, do you think infinitely complex geopolitical conflicts, it all just boils down to, a man happened to be in position of power? Like if a bad thing happens, and it happens to be a man who was in a position of power, it's like somehow the men who are negatively impacted by that it's not as severe because a man in position of power.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Why don't we also why do we look at it in that way? Like, what are you trying to communicate by saying, well, who set that system up?
Well, because are
you victim blaming?
No, you're complaining about the system, but I'm saying that men set up that system. So if you're complaining about the system, that's what was set up by men.
I mean, this seems like to be a bit of a logical fallacy. What's your point?
I just said my point
several
times.
Are you saying
this is just
but are you saying that the grievance is of less concern?
Somebody else something.
Oh, you're just going to disengage? I mean,
no, I've said it several times, but you keep asking me the same question, hoping that I'm getting a different response.
I'm not asking you
that. I'm not doing that.
I've literally asked you a different question. Are you trying to suggest by pointing out, well, it happens to be a very small minority of men who had some degree of power supposedly set the system up?
No,
of course ignoring certain biological and evolutionary realities. What are you ultimately trying to get to? That any grievance, if the grievance, this individual or group of people shares a gender, shares a sex with the individual or individuals that set that system up, their grievance should not be taken as seriously? Is that what you're getting at?
I've said several times that.
I mean, I'm asking you a different question.
But on the same topic, that if it's a man making a decision for men, then it shouldn't matter, is what you're saying?
I'm asking, maybe it doesn't matter as much. What are you trying to communicate by saying, but men set that system up?
Because men complain about the system that they themselves set up. So if they didn't like the system, then why wouldn't they have changed it?
Hold on. So just to be clear, you think 18-year-olds who are drafted into the military have the political capital to change the system?
No, but the system was still set up by men.
So should they not complain?
They can complain.
Men can complain.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do you think that warfare and conflict and tribalism is a part of human nature, or do you think that it's something that men do?
Warfare in general?
Warfare and tribalism.
I think it's human nature.
Right. So do you think that if there were women in power, if we were just all of a sudden run by queens, even though they wouldn't be able to enforce anything, if we were run by queens, then do you think that there would be no war? It would be sort of John Lennon
I don't think there would be no war, but I do
hands?
think that the way that men handle conflict versus the way that women handle conflict is very different. So I think if women were quote unquote running the world, there would be more communication and probably less casualty. But
do you think that there would be less war if it was up to women?
Yes, I don't think war would be non-existent.
You think the girls would just have a chai latte and just talk it out?
No, I didn't say that at all. Okay. There's two ends of the spectrum, but I do think women are more communicative and men are usually are more physical. So they handle conflicts more physically. Women usually handle conflicts with emotion and communication. You don't have to agree. I mean, that's just...
So, I mean, what's your prescription, though? So you're saying, okay, men complain about war. Well, tough, because men set that system up. Like, what is your actual prescription?
Exactly what I said.
I mean, I didn't really hear a prescription.
The women should run things. We should have a matriarch and they'd all get together with the girls and have a chai latte and there'd be no fighting.
I don't know why this is like so hyper-focused on me for every question, though. It's a little bit strange.
It's because when we ask you to actually state your position, you just go, you like look around, give like weird face, and then say, "I already said that." You can just say it again, maybe in a more. Maybe we're too stupid to understand, so just say it in a more.
That's not true. I've said the same thing on abortion several times, and it was just a runaround. I've said the same thing on this topic, and it's just a runaround. So we just don't agree.
I'm exploring your worldview. I'm not repeating questions.
No, you're speaking down on it, is what you're doing.
How am I speaking down on what? It seems like you're speaking down on us. You're dismissing genuine male grievances by simply saying, by using the apex fallacy, oh, this 0.0001% of men who do have power. Meanwhile, the average man has absolutely no power. In fact, the average man tends to fare worse than the average woman. And then if you look at the bottom rungs of society, most men occupy the absolute worst outcomes in society, whereas women in general tend to have like a higher standard of living, the average woman does, than the average man. So you might look at the man in the CEO or the executive or the really rich guy, and you think that that's the experience of most men or all men, but it's an apex fallacy. It's a very, very small percentage of men that enjoy any sort of supposed or alleged privilege. Most men live unremarkable lives. Most women average women compared to average men, have far more privilege in a myriad of different ways.
We can agree to disagree.
I'm not going to agree to disagree. Explain to me the worst outcomes that women face as compared to the worst outcomes that men face. For example,
this is exhausting.
Sure.
I mean, it's just on me. Like, this is very strange. There are 6 other people at the table.
If any of the other girls want to jump in with a like coherent argument, I'm happy to hear it. But so far, you're the only one that's biting. So that's what I have to go off of. When it comes to homelessness, for example, do you care to take a guess at the percentage breakdown of homelessness between men and women?
I think somebody else can take a guess.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you then. 80% of homeless are men. This, to me, seems like it would be a worse life outcome. So how do we reconcile this amazing privilege that is bestowed upon men? I assume you believe in the patriarchy. How could it be the case that there's this patriarchy that exalts and raises men up, and they have this fantastical privilege, and their lives just go splendidly without any issue? But all of the worst negative life outcomes drastically, disproportionately impact men. I mean, do you just want to concede the argument? I'll move it on if you just want to concede, but...
I've said this now the 4th time. Somebody else can talk. This is like, the hyper-focus is strange. Somebody else can bite.
Okay, what if they're not willing? I mean, I'm literally going off of your own positions. Because, okay, we are exploring your statement of who set that system up. So I'm exploring that worldview. That's why I'm talking to you. None of the other panelists forwarded that worldview. Is this the like healthy, you know what stonewalling is? Is this what you do in a relationship?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I
But
mean,
I've
you're doing
said
it live
several
on stream.
Like, this is a boundary that I've said several times. Focus on somebody else.
I'm literally, you've agreed to come on like a discussion show.
Right, and I've explained my stance several times, and you're asking
I'm not asking you to repeat it. I've literally forwarded different questions and positions for you to like either try to rebut or contend with.
Can I add something?
I'd love that.
All right, I'm just gonna say she concedes the argument then. Go
Okay,
ahead.
well, so I wanted to add something because you can correct me too if I'm totally off or whatever. But I think where she was getting at with that comment was going back to earlier discussion about the abortions and how men shouldn't have a say-so on women's body, even though men passed that law to have a say-so on women's bodies, like them being able to have abortions. So moving like forward into this conversation, she's basically just like going back to that, like, well, men made those laws the same way, like we don't feel men should have a say-so on women's bodies and what women do.
Wait, hold on.
Something like that.
There's a massive amount of conservative women who are part of the electorate, and you have women on the Supreme Court, you have female politicians, senators, etc. Like, would you guys be okay? Like, let's assume, and actually I think the majority, there's more women voters than there are male voters. So if the majority of women voted to ban abortion, and if I said, you guys who are pro-choice, if I was like, oh, well, who set up that system?
Yeah,
There's a majority of female voters.
Okay, and that's exactly where she was like going with the like war thing, and that's completely okay if you said that. Like, my standpoint is I'm a very different woman compared to the women that are on that panel. Like, I'm a minority, I'm younger, like these are like really old, like you said, like conservative white women who are making, like he said, there's a lot of not two-parent homes in the Black community. It's more known in that community than y'all's and stuff. So like for us, if we know this man is not going to stick around or do this, like, and we're like, oh, okay, I want to have an abortion so I don't raise my kid in a one person household, maybe that's their standpoint. I'm not speaking for myself, but yeah, I don't know if you get that, but
can I just say, can I add, if it was, the statistic was 50% men, 50% women homeless, would you guys be happy with that? No, you probably want the men lower and then the women higher.
I don't want anybody homeless.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
it just feels like.
Yeah. But homelessness is by their choice. There's like jobs, literally. There's homeless people. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's like
I
think men be like fucking be a man and go get a job. Like, what the freak?
Actually, if you have
men are homeless, but why the hell are they sitting on their ass holding a sign?
Yo, put a big
helps.
fat L in the chat for Dark.
If you have certain,
I'm just saying,
big
bro.
Fat
You
L
literally
I feel like homelessness is different too, because
wait.
I
So
think
if a woman's homeless, it's also her choice.
Yes, no, it's literally any homeless person, bro. They literally chose that lifestyle. Like, we just saw a homeless person at a gas station. I laughed at them. Like, get up, bro. You're sitting in front of a gas station that has a hired sign in the window. Homelessness is their choice.
You understand that if there are certain societal conditions, there is going to be homelessness.
That's
like if you have a certain unemployment rate, and if you have these mental health epidemics that you're having in the United States, where there's so much prescription drugs everywhere, and if you close down all of your mental institutions, like they've done in California, which is just an absolute shithole, by the way, then you're going to have a bunch of homelessness. So there's conditions that actually.
But how do you get out of homelessness? Like, I don't know why we're talking about homelessness.
Well,
Making an example. I don't know why we're
talking about a 60-year-old war veteran who's schizophrenic and literally can't get hired anywhere, and then they're just on the street. Then no, unfortunately.
Okay, like I said, they chose that lifestyle.
They chose to be schizophrenic?
People struggle with schizophrenia all the time and still have a manageable jobs and still have a good lifestyle.
Just to be clear, you're saying that they chose to be schizophrenic?
They chose to be homeless and not to do anything about it.
So if someone has such a severe case of schizophrenia that they cannot get a job, because in order to have a job you have to be somewhat functional at least, you're saying that they still chose that? Because there are people who have, like, PTSD is a very serious thing. And there are people who have very, very serious forms of PTSD who are homeless on the street. There's probably 100,000 of them in California, in LA alone. These people have very, very serious conditions, and they get no help from their government that they went to war to try and defend their country from. And you're saying that you laugh at these people and say, get up, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's like make your life. You have every option to make your life better, bro.
Yeah, and
look,
talking about privilege.
You cannot say I'm wrong. Brian, you cannot sit there and say I'm wrong about that.
No, we can.
Hold on.
A lot of the homelessness in LA, spiked when Ronald Reagan was the president. Because
I don't know about that president
Well,
shit,
he
bro.
shut down so many mental institutions and programs that helped people who needed it. And that's
what do they resort to? Instead of literally going somewhere where they can provide help, they resort to taking drugs and make their life a little bit more harder than it has to be. That's how I see homelessness. Like, and I don't see why we brought up homelessness when we're talking about abortions and comparing it to trench foot. Where was that taking a turn?
Homeless people get trench foot.
It's about negative life outcomes, but I mean, look, to some degree, people have agency over their lives, but typically the circumstances which lead to homelessness, I don't know if it's so much about, I mean, look, people do make choices and it can lead to certain life outcomes, but a lot of these people, you know, like Jake said, it could be PTSD, there could be drug use, there could be mental illnesses that have led them to certain unfavorable life outcomes.
I worked for the Salvation Army for 2 years in a homeless shelter, and there was one lady that I remember that when she was a little kid, her dad locked her in her house for her whole entire life, and then, like, you know, you can imagine all kinds of terrible things to her. And then she got out, and then it was sort of still happening, and then she had a child that was a product of the father and her. And then this child was like seriously deformed, and they were both homeless. And it was like, some people, it's like, yeah, you have agency and there are a lot of success stories out there, but I mean, some people are just fucked from the get-go. So,
all right, we have 2 chats here. Oh, is it working?
Chromo Jones donated $100. The easy way to not have to worry about child support is to make sure the guy who knocks you up doesn't leave.
Wow, Chromo Jones. Yeah. I just think it's interesting, like, y'all would say to the guy who, like, knocks up a girl and he's got to pay child support for 18 years, you'd say, you shouldn't have done that. Tough luck. Should have not had sex. But, like, you never say that to a woman who's, like, considering an abortion.
They just said keep your legs closed for women, like, about abortions and stuff like that.
I know, but you guys would take issue with it.
No, they just said it and we didn't have no issue with it. We laughed about the comment when it popped up. When it said keep your legs closed, shit, you're right. We should have kept our legs closed, but hey, now we're
Chad,
here.
is there an echo? Is there an echo on the TTS? What's that? Okay, cool. Oh, it's fixed.
Dark Omen 42 donated $100.
Yo, thank you, man.
States represent women for free for child support collection. You go to jail for not paying. If you're dodging it, you're effectively living like you're on the run or only having cash jobs. All cope.
I mean, yeah, there are men who do that. They're, like, evasive with it. But if you're, like, a normal guy who's getting, like, a check, like, you're not working under the table, you can evade it. You can try to, like this guy said, you know, you work under the table job, just cash jobs. Like, if you're a guy who's making $100K a year as a software engineer, like, good luck evading the inevitable 18 years of child support you're gonna have to pay because you hooked up with some girl and she got knocked up and you didn't want, like, you just thought you were having a one-night casual encounter. She wants to keep the kid. She's got you for 18 years.
Okay, so what, you want her to abort the kid?
No, that's not what here's what I think is fair. In any state or country where abortion is legal, men should be able to say, it's called legal paternal surrender. You can kill the kid, I should be able to abandon it. That seems fair.
Yeah, I agree.
In a world, if a woman can't get an abortion, the men can't opt out and they got to pay child support. But the current state of affairs is, no matter what, as the guy, regardless of the abortion laws, whether the woman can nuke your kid, whatever it is, you got to pay. You making money, she goes to the state, you're paying child support. 18 years. If you don't, there's going to be penalties, and eventually they're going to put you in jail. So
men, it goes for women basically too, though. If like, say the man took the child or whatever, like, say you had a son and you decide to raise the son and you get granted full custody, whatever, the woman still has to pay child support in that instance. So
that's true.
I don't see where.
I agree with you. That is true. However, there's 2 things here. One, women are much, actually 3 things. Women are much more likely to get a greater degree of custody. And then in addition to that, just based off the data that we have, I think it's like 90% of child support payments go from men to women. So it's a small minority of women who are paying child support. Actually, 4 things. There's a bias in the court system that's going to morph. I don't know why you're laughing. there's a bias in the court system that more favorably looks towards women versus men in these sort of situations. And then the fourth thing is, even if the guy is fully within his right to go after the breadwinner woman and get child support, men are just naturally less likely to seek it. And that's the same with alimony too. In the event of a divorce, she's the breadwinner. There's a greater proportion of men who are just going to throw their hands up and be like, I just want out. I don't want your money. Whereas women are going to have a much greater sense of entitlement. Women are going to be like, I feel entitled to this money.
Well, you still have the same position or the same entitlement. You just don't feel like you need to take action into it. That's not a woman's fault if a man doesn't want to take it.
Sure,
he still has
I
a
agree
chance.
with you. It's not a woman's fault, but it's to the woman's benefit if men are less likely to seek the child support or alimony.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's not.
I'm not playing a blame game here.
No, I understand.
I'm just looking at the reality.
I agree with you, and you're right. Even though those are the statistics, it still shows that a man can get child support. Or he
I'm
can
not arguing that.
Do that. It's mama's baby, daddy's maybe. So that's usually why the court, goes with the mom, because the mom carried the baby. So it belongs to them and stuff. Sometimes fathers can be like, oh, well, how do I know it's mine? Then you have to go through the paternity test. And then once you discover like, oh, okay, you are the father. Now it's going through the court system to, what do you want to do as a father? Do you want, custody? Do you want to give up your parental rights? Do you want, what do you want to do in that aspect? And then you can move forward from there. But I mean, that's kind of why they favor the mom over the dad, because the mom, it's their baby.
Okay. I mean, you're just arguing my position that there's a bias in the court system.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't.
Okay.
I actually agree with you.
Sure, I agree with you.
But you also were saying it like men don't have the option that women have, and they do have. You said that men throw up their hands and don't go for alimony or don't go for, they're less likely. That's not our fault that they're less likely. That's a man.
That's not my position, though. I'm not saying that it's women's fault.
What are you saying then?
That's the case.
What are you saying then?
I'm just looking at outcomes here, right? Because you were like, well, in 10% of cases, the woman's the breadwinner and the guy can get child support. And I was like, yeah, sure, of course. But it's like, we're looking at disproportionality and differences, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you also said that with the court system.
No, but the original conversation here stemmed from so a guy who doesn't want to have a kid for financial reasons, or he doesn't want to be a parent, he doesn't have a say in the matter. He doesn't have a choice.
I said that.
Okay, you have a position on this? You're laughing, so. Okay.
I said that I agree with you on that, though. That was kind of what, going back to mine and his initial discussion about abortion, or about when a man, because that's what started that whole conversation, was I said that I wouldn't let a man have a final say in every single thing. But I will let
abortion, right?
Yeah, like abortion.
Oh, you would let them have a say?
No, I said I would definitely discuss it with them, because I do feel
so he can have input.
Yeah, so because I do agree with what you said. If a dad told me, if I got pregnant and the father told me, hey, look, I don't want to have a baby with you. I'm not going to be in this kid's life and blah, blah, blah. I have all the information I need to say if I want to continue having this baby with him. Now, if he said that and said he's not going to be in the baby's life, but me personally, I don't agree in abortions, then I'm still going to have the baby, but he's not legally. We can set up a legal documentation that says you're legally not responsible financially or anything.
It doesn't matter. You can, first off, that wouldn't be legally, the court would throw that out.
For what?
A year later, you change your mind. You're like, fuck, this is hard. I need money. He's making money. Whatever legal agreement you have, the court's going to be like, we're looking out for the best interest of the child. This document you have is unenforceable. Unenforceable. It would not be enforceable. And then secondly, even if you did have this document, if you, in some sort of situation, let's say you don't want to enforce it. You're like, well, it's unenforceable, but we agreed to it. I'm not going to go to the court. If you ever try to get any sort of government subsidy, welfare, EBT, food, they're going to be like, do you have a kid? You're going to say yes. And they're going to be like, okay, we're automatically going to go after the father now. And you can't tell them, no, please don't. I have an agreement. They're like, doesn't matter. If we're going after welfare, if you're filing for welfare, we have to go after the dad and get some sort of money from him. So even if you have that agreement in place, which by the way wouldn't be enforceable at any point, maybe it pisses you off. You're like, fuck you. You're going to pay money to me from now on. If you ever have to file for like any sort of welfare, healthcare, that sort of thing, government healthcare, they're going after the dad. So there's risk there to the man no matter what. Anyways, I do have to move it on. We have a chat here. Wrongful Rage.
Wrongful Rage donated $100. Brian, I see you got the big brains on panel tonight. If skin hue is important, you're a shallow person. If that makes you qualified, that make your employer an idiot. Good day, ladies. I said good day.
Thank you, Rage. Appreciate it, man. That's an interesting one. We have, thank you, Rage, though. Good to see you back, man. Pelagic back in the chat. Thank you, dude. Zero accountability to who, Pelagic? Darkavia here? Zero accountability? Just talking shit about homeless people? What the fuck? Totally rude. All right, guys, $100 TTS. Like the video, guys. Also go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. That's twitch.tv/whatever. And then I do want to give a shout out to David Champagne. Dude, thank you for the 50 on, where is it? I think that's Venmo. Thank you for the 50 on Venmo, man. Really appreciate it. And keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. And then we have a chat here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you. Go ahead.
8. 10.
10.
11.
Period.
6.
We really can't pick 7?
Nope.
Fuck.
You a 10, baby girl.
8.
Darkavia.
10.
Adjustable 6.
I give myself a 5. Wow, we've got 10, 10, 11 over there. So you gave yourself the highest rating at the table off the scale. So are you prepared to say as the highest rating that you're the most attractive woman in the room?
To me, I am. Maybe not to you guys.
Well, don't forget about us. We're not going to go there. But do you think you're, like, I want you to say, I'm hotter than every other girl in this room. Say it.
To me, yes, I'm hotter than every girl in this room.
Even to you, okay.
Yeah, even to me. The only person that matters, really.
Okay. Yeah. How do the girls, she's saying she's hot. How do you girls feel about that? You know, look, we've been going at it. The men and the women been going at it. Maybe the women and the women got to go at it for a bit. She's saying she's hotter than all of you uggos. That's what she's like, you guys are so...
She called you all a foot, all of you. You all look like a foot.
Are you girls going to stand for this insult? Will you stand for this?
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I love that.
It's not insulting me.
It's not insulting me at all.
What was the insult? That she thought she was
wish I was that confident.
Maybe one of you
because I think the same about myself.
Maybe
I wish I was that confident. They'd only be upset if a real 10 said it. If a real 10 said it, then you guys would be upset.
She's a real 10.
Is she?
Yeah. She's a real 11, actually.
Oh, period.
Yeah.
You think objectively?
I think everybody's different.
She's
I wish
absolutely
I had that confidence.
perfect, gorgeous, amongst the hottest women that have ever lived on planet Earth.
That's different to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But you think so? If you had you, and there has to be women at the bottom as well.
I mean, the most beautiful woman in the world, like, to me, I don't think is any of us. No offense, including myself.
offense.
So you think that she just lied to your face?
But she literally stated, in her eyes, she's 11.
Yeah, for myself.
She did not claim
11.
that we think that.
Yes.
Let's put that out there.
Wait, question. If 10 is perfect, for those of you who said 10 or 11, do you still give yourself a 10?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. More than perfect. Darkavia is perfect over here.
Yes.
Okay.
Why you gave yourself a 5?
I'm like,
why?
Look, you want me to like break it down here?
That's
Look,
not higher than 5.
I'm probably gonna start balding within a couple years. You know, I'm losing a little bit right here.
Happens.
A lot of stress.
It happens to us all. You know.
I'm losing it. I gotta lose a bit of weight. I could lose like 30, 40 pounds. Big nose, pale, dandruff. But I'm tall. I'm 6'1", so I got that going for me. Blue eyes. But I'm like an average guy. I'm an average looking guy. I got an average face.
When you looked your best, what would you have rated
small upper
yourself
lip.
then?
You know, I saw a video the other day on my Instagram.
Damien, pull up that old photo of me with.
I was going to send you it the other
in
day.
the blue
I saw an old video of you that popped up on my Instagram of you walking around pretending you had a boner to girls.
Oh, yeah? Was I handsome?
It was on my, you were skinny and you looked like you were going surfing.
It's fit, yes.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, pull it up and then pull up my Instagram after that. All right, let's see young Brian. Show us young Brian. You got that photo?
I think so.
It's like I'm in a blue shirt. Yeah. Pull it up. Pull it up. The what?
With the dog?
The dog. It's a woman. I'm in the blue shirt. No, it's not on my Instagram. It's in the tabs.
Oh. Oh yeah. Okay.
I think I've showed it. Yes. And then we'll go to Instagram. Then we'll go to Instagram afterwards. All right.
Is this meaningful?
This is young.
No freaking way.
How old are you in this?
That's you?
I think I was 21 here.
There's no way that's you.
Dark labia.
Chill out.
Stop it.
That's young Brian.
Let me start talking about
Brian
it
and
like
blushing.
Wait, let's go. I think, I was like 20. I think I was 21. Pull up the Instagram. While he's doing that, we got Michael Jones. Ask them what they think 1,000 random men would rate them on average 1 to 10 can't pick 7. Okay, that's a good idea. Here, get the Instagram though real quick, and then we'll come right back to it. All right, this is young Brian. Young Brian.
You were a surfer?
Yes.
Look at that karate.
Finn? Pull up the karate shit. Scroll up. Look at that. I was a kid there. All right,
That's so cute. The red background.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Okay. Does that answer?
So you were higher and then.
Oh yes, I've just like 25, just downhill. But you know what? 35. I'm gonna go up to a 6. I'm gonna stay there for 5 years, and then it's just gonna be downhill at 40.
You should take up old mate from last show on his offer to get you a program.
Dude, I'm working on it.
What was his name again?
Brandon.
Yeah.
Let's.
Up on it.
Oh, this thing here. Okay, going around the table once more. So if men had to rate you, 1,000 men, what's the average? Michael Jones. W's in the chat for MJ.
That's a good question.
Starting with Natasha.
Maybe an 8.
Still an 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I these men's type, or is like these just, literally like random men? You just
If you had to sort of think about the global average,
like average,
like the global average.
just what men generally tend to like.
I'm still gonna say a 10.
I'll be humble and say 9.
Wow.
It's so humble. It's just so humble.
That's big of you.
I don't even want to say. I feel like, honestly, it's different if I'm naked. I think if I'm naked, it's definitely an 11. I'm just saying.
Wait, it's what? It's 11?
It's an 11, but when I have the glasses and the jacket, I look a little like Betty the Ugly or whatever. What was that soap opera? Hey, I'm hot. All right, back off.
Wait, so
That's it.
So what do they? Okay, with clothes on, what do they give you?
I would say like a 6.
Okay, but clothes off.
Yeah, it's nice.
Clothes off.
A little wig, maybe. A little lipstick.
What? So what's the? I'm just curious. What makes it an 11? Like, is your?
It's the whole concept of like, oh, she's covered and she's wearing glasses and she has a shaved head. If I put on the wig and the heels and my ass and it's nice.
What's nice? It?
Oh, yes.
What is it? You?
The package altogether. The package.
The package.
Yes. Yeah.
The whole thing.
The package.
Yep.
The package. Okay. So like you're saying, like.
So basically, they'll give me a 6, but then.
When you have sex with them.
Then they'll give me an 11.
It goes up to an 11.
Yeah.
Is it because you had sex with them, or?
Because they saw me naked. They saw me without my thing, my, what do you call this? Like my.
Is it?
Persona.
I was about
if
to.
you will.
Okay.
It's tight. Yes, it's very. Oh,
No,
I
that's.
thought you were gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you were gonna.
Big labia matter. Okay. All right. Good talk. All right, and then final thing on this thing, I guess. Oh wait, we were going around 1,000 men.
Probably still 6.
I think they'd agree with 8.
I'm like Probably, I would say I'm not like men's person, like based on my personality.
Just looks. Just
I would
looks.
say just looks. I would say probably like a 6.
Oh, okay. All right. So a little downgrade. I'm just like, would it be that hard to just be like, you know what? I'm average looking. You know what I mean?
I think I am average looking. I said that.
But you said you were an 8.
I think I'm like right above average, so I would do 7.
Or wait.
But I can't do 7, so I said 8.
But right above average would be 6. Like 5 is average.
Oh, if 5.
6
well,
is
I thought
above
like.
average.
5
Generally, if you look
ugly.
at it, it will operate in a bell curve. So at the very bottom, if you see 1s and 2s, it ruins your day, ruins your whole entire week probably. And then if you get towards 3, you get a few more. You wouldn't want to go near them, but you wouldn't want to, But then if you go to like 4, 5, and 6, that's where like 80% of people sort of tend to reside. And then 7, and then 8, 9, 10 is like where you get to, chef's kiss.
Oh.
By the way, Jake, I've got beef with you, dude.
Okay, let's go. Let's have it out.
So 2-3 days ago, we're gonna come back to this topic though. I was on Netflix and I saw Love on the Spectrum.
Oh, my favorite show, dude. I love that show.
Which was first invented by the Australians.
Yes.
How dare you?
That is the best show ever.
I want you to apologize on behalf of Australians.
The Australians, we've literally invented the boomerang and Love on the Spectrum.
It's so...
We have nothing else.
Oh my God.
Insult. You don't like that show?
It's really frustrating.
Why?
Because I feel like they could cast me and I would do really good. I would fucking kill it on Love is on the Spectrum.
You would, dude.
I would fucking kill
you
that
would.
shit.
We'd put you with like a Down syndrome girl and you guys would be sitting there like...
No.
Hey. Hi.
I would get along with that girl who's like, the animation. I didn't watch the Australian one. Whatever. Anyways, that was crazy.
You kill it.
We have 2 tweets, 2 TikToks to react to that's related to this conversation that I think is important. Damien, can you pull up the next TikTok react?
Out and meet I think I'm finally ready to go out and meet new people, I says with immaculate confidence. I was then hit by a plane and pulverized instantaneously.
Sees my matches. So pause it. So she creates her Hinge account and then she sees her matches. So I think what she's trying to communicate here is she's like, whoa, I have this standard of like what I think I deserve when it comes to a guy's appearance or whatever. But then the guys who are actively matching her, she's like, these guys are below my league. Can you pull it back up really quick? Because I'll read the comments. And then there's another video on this. Then the first comment reads, it's actually, put it on window tab really quick for the commentary. Window tab. It's actually traumatic. And I just want to make sure the audio is okay. Yo, chat, can you hear us in the audio? But Ashlyn says it's actually traumatic. ATP, where does their confidence come from? How dare a man match with a woman on a dating app or send a like on a dating app? ES, I created an account on a random Sunday night, saw my matches and deleted that night. I don't have it in me. Scroll down. Quite literally the most humbling experience. Christina says, we think you two should meet. I think not, indicating that she thinks that the matches that she's getting are below her. Let's see. The matches I get on Hinge scare me. This other girl says, or Haley says, dude, like, where are the hot ones? Scroll down. I feel insulted. Scroll down a little bit. I don't think I'm that shallow, but like, dang, that's from another woman. And then there's another TikTok that's related to this, if we can pull it up.
Can't see.
And then started at just 30 because I think she rambles a little bit.
But full to say, and I know that this is awful to say, but getting likes and being shown people who are clearly like below your league will give you self-confidence issues. It really will, okay? And vice versa, like not getting any matches at all or not getting any likes at all, like that is also a self-confidence issue that I feel like people shouldn't have to go through.
Oh, poor baby. Pause
and for
it.
me personally,
Oh, wait.
the only time I ever
yap.
download dating apps is when I feel lonely.
Okay,
Okay,
just pause
and this
it.
last time.
So she said, what did she say? She said that it's like a hit to her self-esteem, seeing like start from 30 again. And while you're doing that, Marky says dating apps have made me so insecure. Start at 30.
Like, but it's a self-confidence issue, right? Like, and I know that this is awful to say, but getting likes and being shown people who are clearly like below your league will give you self-confidence issues.
Okay,
it
pause
really will. Okay.
And then I'm gonna just read one or two of these chats. Scroll down a little bit here. Let's see. I don't know if there's any really. It was mostly, I think, the comments. I think it was the comments in the other one that I thought were interesting. But anyways, so do you think that these women are actually getting liked by people who are way outside their league, or are these women delusional as to their standing in the dating marketplace, and they think that they're more attractive than they actually are, and then they're looking at people who are actually their looks match, their looks equivalent, and they're zeroing them out? What do you think is happening there?
I have a question. I thought on dating apps you both had to like each other.
Yeah, that's what I was confused about as well.
Well, so on Hinge, for example, if I recall, and I haven't been on it in like a year and a half, on Hinge, you can see your incoming likes. So you can look at their profile before you send a like. So it'll show you there's like if you're just swiping through the feed, I guess you could like at the same time, or they've already liked you, but you can actually look at people who've already picked you. So that's what they're talking about.
Okay.
I've never had that experience. Like with the app that I was on, in order for you to be a match, you had to say yes, they had to say yes. So if somebody was surprised by that, that would be strange to me. You know what I mean? Because you both had to concede to
what they're specifically talking about is there's a feed in the dating apps that they have that you haven't necessarily swiped yes on them. They're showing you the people who have swiped yes on you. And I'm pretty sure they're talking about, I think she said Hinge. They're talking about Hinge. So you can see before you like them, who's liked you. And they're dissatisfied with the people who've liked them because they want to pick. They don't want to send a like out first. They want to pick amongst the men who've already picked them. But they're dissatisfied with those men.
But they can have their preference, right? If they don't like them, they don't think they're cute. Because I had Tinder, and when I was scrolling, it would take me like 500 scrolls to find like one person that I thought was cute. Like,
and sometimes your type might not be their type. Like the type that you like might not like what you look like. It goes both ways.
Also, women don't date for looks that much as men do.
Yeah, they do. They care way. Women care way more about looks than men.
What? I agree.
Y'all think men are these superficial, super shallow. Y'all care way more about
You
looks.
invented the number system. We didn't come up with that.
We invented math?
No, the whole who's 7,
all the great
10.
inventions.
Of course.
No. That is true.
Good
but
job. Oh my
if
God.
you treat us good, like
here, get a fucking.
Oh snap!
Some people like that.
No, I think that when it comes to this conversation, though, it's like if you look at it from the guys who are like up the very top echelon, they're going to be able to pick apart women a lot more, as opposed to women will pick the men apart a lot more in general. But if you get a guy who's like sort of bottom 60% of men in terms of that,
scuffed.
See, look how domestic she is.
No, it's a terrible job.
Do more.
Awful job. Spilled a whole bunch.
I know. I'm sorry, guys.
But if like I was saying, that if you get a guy who's like bottom sort of 50%, he's generally just going to want a girl who's cute, you know. And then there are other things. And then with the guys who are even in the top percentile, they're going to look at very different things than just looks. You'll often see very successful guys who with an adjustable 6.
Right.
Yeah. Because if a woman is like, and this is bad, but like if a woman is above an 8, generally they just tend to be completely fucking insufferable with the world that they're raised in. If they're above an 8, like a genuinely above an 8, then Yeah, the world is just going to reinforce to them constantly their whole entire lives about how pretty they are. Doors are going to get open for them. They're going to get a lot of free shit. They're going to get offered to be flown all around the world. And
pretty guys get that too, no?
I mean, if you're a successful guy, you'll get that.
The hot felon, remember that guy that was a convict, a murderer, and then got hot and traveled the world?
Have you ever had an offer for a guy to like fly you out or anything?
When in my 20s, yeah, I did.
Okay, when you were in your 20s, were you as attractive as the hot felon dude? Like, would you have been able to land the hot felon dude in your 20s?
I don't.
Oh, I thought you were 11 though.
I mean, maybe in my 20s, yeah. I think any guy. How can I put this in a PG-13?
Would fuck you?
Yeah, guys don't say no to me. Like.
Nah, but here's the thing: getting sex from a guy, that's not a W for women.
Of course.
The W is the ring.
Of
the
course.
W is a long-term relationship.
Right.
You can fuck any guy.
Right.
That's not like a.
But what I mean is the felon guy got pretty boy treatment, you know, and it's like you guys get it too.
But like average women can get that kind of treatment. An average girl can get flown out.
Yeah.
An average girl.
If she puts the right sort of filters on her Instagram and she posts the right like bum photos or whatever they post.
Dude, I'm gonna leave this podcast being like, poor man. I'm gonna give out blowjobs to. No, that's too much. I'm not gonna give them out. But
if you leave the podcast thinking more about men, then I'll consider the position about periods being painful. I'm not convinced.
Look at that. That's like a commitment.
I'm not convinced about it, but I think that we can come to that agreement.
You know what? It's like have you seen these TikTok videos where the girls like after motherhood and they're like wrecked? Like they show them 3 months before and then 3 months after. Have you guys seen this like new trend? And I'm not sure if I don't think motherhood does that to you, but it seems brutal.
But actually,
though,
like the hormones that are released when you're pregnant and everything actually tend to keep a woman young.
Right.
When she has children, keeps them young. You know, they're designed to do that. Designed to have children young.
So the argument is never have an abortion, and it doesn't matter like how old you are, who did it. Just have babies.
Well, I would say yes. Definitely never have an abortion.
Well, the reason I brought those up is those were two examples. Like that first girl, I'm not saying this to be mean. She's an average looking girl. The second girl, a little better looking than the first one, average looking girl. I think y'all are gassed up when it comes to how attractive y'all think you are. And then the guy who's actually your looks equivalent, you're passing him up. And to me, it's just like, it's crazy to get on TikTok and be like, oh, these men who are interested in dating me, I wouldn't even give them a shot, when they're your equivalent. If you're passing up men who are your equivalent, you're just chasing after, because here's the thing, right? Remember how I was saying it's easy for women to get sex. Like you could be an average chick and fuck a really attractive dude. He's never going to commit to you. He's just going to use you for sex. Maybe some of you have had that experience. You're sleeping with a dude who you want commitment from. Why isn't he giving it to you? Probably not. Like you're fucking outside of your league. No offense. Am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know if you're making a face. I don't know if you disagree.
No, it was good. It made me laugh. It was a good point.
But what about how you guys said a man is more commonly going to be with average 6? It's like a really attractive dude than a woman.
But that's the thing, that women will tend to be able to look outside of their league. And that's the way that women date. They're hypergamous daters, which means that they look above in terms of the social hierarchy, because they want a guy who earns more than them, is obviously bigger, stronger, more competent, can look after them, can protect them. And men, we tend to be okay with looking down a little bit as long as she respects us. And there's a lot that comes with respect, but just for the short answer, as long as they respect us.
Is it like a dominance thing for you guys? Like you feel like more dominant, you feel like you could lead somebody that's making less?
If you're a woman, you definitely should try and make a man feel dominant. Absolutely. And even if it's just in everyday life, oh, I can't get this from the top, even you can get it if you really want to. Can you come get it for me? Oh, you're so strong. All of that sort of stuff makes men feel respected. And yeah, but this is the thing, like dominance can be obviously associated with negative connotations, because, you know, if you're dominant in a negative way, then you're going to be sort of really horrible and really mean to someone. But if you're dominant in a way that you can still have the person's best interests in mind, what's wrong with that? Do you want a dominant man?
Oh yeah, I do. I want a man that can lead me. And so, you know, like when you were saying that, I'm like, I think that is why women do tend to look for someone, like you said, that is in a hierarchy than, you know, other men. Or maybe if they see a man that's on their level, that's why they're looking like, oh, he's not really on my level. If that makes sense.
Say it again, sorry?
Like if they're looking at a man like who they're saying statistically, like look wise, financial wise, whatever, y'all are compatible, like you're on the same level, but women are looking at them like looking down. It's because that aspect of wanting someone that's smarter or more financially stable or something like that's going to teach me something to lead me.
But the problem that it highlights, though, is that with dating apps, this has changed the way that men and women interact in the intersexual dynamics completely. Because if you're a woman, in the olden days, what you would have to do is you would have to find a man who's in your town. So you would have a much smaller pool of options, right? But nowadays, if you log on to a dating app, or if you're on Instagram and you have an open profile and you post cute photos and you do some sort of cursory marketing of yourself, then you can have guys from all around the world sort of sliding into your DMs, and then automatically that opens up this massive pool. And then what are you going to do? You're going to look to the very top of that pool, to the guys that you like the most, and be like, this is where I stand. Right? This is the guys that I want to date. And then anything below that is not going to interest you. And then what's worse is that when you get older and you date a guy who you consider below, you'll end up thinking, you know, Kevin's nice, but Jermichael, the quarterback, he was really good back in the day when I was in my 20s, you know? And it's called being alpha widowed, you know?
Called being what?
Alpha widowed. It's when you've experienced the alpha male in the past, and then you're with another guy and he doesn't have those same sort of traits, whether it be like sexually or his charisma or whatever, and then you pine for that guy. I think that's honestly a massive reason why a lot of marriages don't work these days, is because of the experiences that people have, and then they end up pining for somebody in their past or aspects of different people.
Well, I think that when it comes to divorces, it comes down to the way that men and women are designed and the way they communicate with each other, because women and men, they tend to give what they want to receive. And so there tends to be a lot of like conflict and struggle, because men are expecting women to, and women are expecting men to be a certain way that they're not, and they don't try and understand men. And then women and men. Wait,
hold on. Can you make it relevant to his point?
Yeah,
because we're having a vague conversation about marriage now. He's talking about a phenomenon where
for sure.
If a woman, because you've only been with 2 men, right? So I don't know if you were alpha. I mean, the guy you married, you were a virgin, so you were not in a situation in your marriage to have been alpha widowed.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Like as in you had a really good.
Let me break it down really simply. At some point in your past, you date a remarkable man. Maybe he's outside of your league. He's really good looking, really good in bed. He's rich, whatever the metric is. He doesn't give you commitment, but you date him for 3 months and he best sex you've ever had. Then the guy who you can actually get commitment from doesn't meet any of those criteria. Now you've had a taste of the good life, the good dick. And now you're going to settle for Joe Schmo.
No, but
that's what we're talking about.
The old saying, ignorance is bliss.
What are you disagreeing with?
Because I'm disagreeing that he's saying that's a lot of the reasons why couples end in divorce. And I'm saying I don't think that's a lot of the reasons why. I don't think that they experience something better and now they always pine for that. I think they're not.
Why do you think that virgins stay together for longer than people who have slept around?
Well, I do, because their pool has been exposed more, and they have a lot more experiences.
That's what I said. Yeah. So if you've got 10 ex-boyfriends, and Jimmy was tall, and Billy was handsome, and Kevin was freaking. I keep saying Kevin. I can't come up with any new names. Darren was rich, and then all of a sudden, when you're settling down, you want all of those things in one man.
So you're saying women settle?
What do you mean? I'm saying when you settle down.
Right. So do women settle when they find that mediocre man? Do they settle?
Well, they think they're settling.
They think they're settling. It's a good way to put it. Yeah.
So,
but it's actually the guy who's your equivalent. But because because women can get access to men sexually, maybe even like short-term sexual access to men that are outside of their league, they're like, oh, now this guy down here who is actually my equal, I've had this guy, but he won't commit to me. But like I've had that experience. It's like if you lived in a mansion all your life and then you go live in a shack, you're like, fuck. That mansion was way better. And so it's just, look, it's
also a reality check. Like, we have to live in reality. We have to understand that we are, like, those women, they got a reality check of this is their pool. So they have to accept that. They have to accept that that's
they don't, though.
So, but he's saying that's
30.
a fact of divorce, and I just said I disagree.
Well, and one last thing on this like the widow concept. It's
widow.
So
Who's
here's
a widow?
Hold on.
Who's a widow?
It's
alpha
a
widow.
term.
It's the term
I feel
that
like
we're
we shouldn't
using.
even use it because it's just confusing.
I mean, it's a sort of like a red pill term, but basically just what it means is that you've had a guy or multiple guys who have certain characteristics and traits that you don't have in your guy that you actually settle down with. So then it means that the woman's always pining for those traits that he doesn't have, so hence pining for those men.
Yeah, and then one thing here on this, like in terms of the differentials, you might say like, oh, men can have that too. Not really, because here's why. Like, if me or Jake steps to a girl that's outside of our league, instant rejection. Like, we're instantly zeroed out. If I step to a girl and I'm like, I'm offering you sex, easy sex, I ain't getting nothing. I get nothing with a girl who's outside my league. I don't get a conversation. I don't get a date. I definitely don't get sex. But as a girl, if you make yourself sexually available to a guy who's outside your league, maybe it's not the case every single time you're going to get it, but you got a chance.
Yeah. Chris Brown has fucked a lot of average girls, I'd say.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot of like NFL, NBA players that just be like hooking up with girls that they have no intention of ever having a relationship with. And so, yeah. Like,
and by the way, to your point, I'm not saying that it's the sole purpose
Okay.
for divorces. I'm saying that I think that in the modern world, considering the factors that we're talking about in terms of social media and the way that people date and they sort of play more fast and loose with sex and other intersexual dynamics, then that would be something that I think would be a major factor these days. But you're saying that you believe that like communication and different values is a major reason, or?
I think we don't seek to understand the opposite sex. So we don't seek to understand how.
Do you think that tends to go both ways?
Yeah.
I think that to an extent it is true, but like the experiment that I ran at the start here, when I asked you all what you would do in your job interview, you guys gave pretty bad answers. You gave a pretty good answer, but the rest of you guys gave pretty bad answers, I'm not going to lie. And that actually shows that you guys don't really understand like what men actually want. Like, if you're put in that situation where you have to sell yourself, you actually don't know really how to sell yourself. Whereas men, the competition is greater. So if we want to acquire like a certain type of woman, which is very, very rare these days, then we have to really, really know the game. You know, we have to really understand how to achieve that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Natasha's position on this, she wrote some pre-show notes, and if I've committed them to memory, you're talking about the table, what somebody brings to the table. Natasha doesn't believe in. Is that fair to say? Like, women are the table. Is that fair?
That's not what I said. No.
Well, you said that if a guy were to ask a woman what she brings to the table, she just brings herself. It's her presence. Isn't that what you said?
No, I'm saying sort of to a point that I don't think if a man asks that question, they see the value in you to begin with if they're having to ask. But I'm saying that a man who is super secure, let's say financially, in his job, all of these things, it doesn't really matter what a woman brings to the table in terms of that. If she brings the attributes he's looking for, like she could be a waitress, she might not be financially stable, but if she brings the qualities that he's looking for, then that's enough for him. So I don't think she has to be of a certain like looks or of a certain like financial caliber. I think if she's bringing the attributes, like the qualities within herself, then I don't think that it matters like what she does to bring to the physical table.
Right. And so what you wrote in your notes was a man asking what you bring to the table is a major red flag. Him asking something like that just reveals his cards, that he isn't secure in where he is and that they harbor resentment for women. Insecure men tend to think that women have an easier time. And if I'm going to marry you, what will you provide for me? Meh. Ballers will marry someone from any walk of life, a waitress. It doesn't matter. So if he's a real provider and a man who's secure, he will not care about your standing, because for the right man, all you will have to do is exist. You can't see my qualities without that question. But I think men who are asking, don't worry about it. I think men who are asking what you bring to the table, they're not talking financially. They're not talking money. Yeah, but those are soy boys. Don't deal with them. They're saying like what you bring to the table outside of that.
Well, I'm saying in like a financial sense, when I think men try to say like, oh, where are you at in your career?
Damien, can you
like
close the door?
What do you?
So when you're saying about bringing to the table, you're talking about in a financial sense.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, well, I would actually agree with you then.
I don't think it matters as much to men.
Yeah, but when we're talking about bringing what you bring to the table, though, it's sort of like the experiment that we ran before, where I said what qualities and attributes and what makes you different from other women.
I think that's what is more important to a man. Like I'm saying, if it's a financial question, I don't think that matters at all to a man, really.
I'd agree.
We did it.
Wow, that's
we
beautiful.
found one.
That was beautiful.
We got there.
Okay. Yeah. But like, let's say when the guy asks that question, what do you bring to the table? But he's not thinking about finances at all. Do you think that then it's a fair question?
Yeah. Yeah. I would ask for specification, like what they mean in terms of what I bring to the table. If they meant like financial stability or if they meant attributes, because I do think attributes matter in what you bring to the table on both ends. Sure. But I don't think, at least for a man, that the financial standing of a woman is that important compared to their physical and personal attributes.
All right, Natasha, you and me, we also have an agreement there.
Wow.
Don't care whatsoever. I mean, it's probably good if she's
ideally
not like in debt, like crazy debt or something.
What's important to me is if you're not lazy. If I think that you're somebody who, is able to just get out of the bed in the morning and just do things. And if I have to go away, say we've got kids and I've got to go away for a week for work, you're like, cool, I'm going to hold it down at home. I think lazy is extremely unattractive. That's why when I see these sort of like pampered princesses who just want to sit around all day and be provided for, it's like, no, thank you. No, you've got to pull your weight and show that you can hold it down.
How do you guys feel about 50-50?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, if you're the provider, then it implies authority. And also, I don't want my wife one day going to work for another man, because obviously, I don't think that there's any time when it's actually appropriate for your wife to be going and having close relationships with a man who's in a position of authority with her.
Wait, 50-50? You guys, who's in favor of 50-50?
Absolutely not.
No.
I think it depends. Like, cause like if like say like you were just starting out dating, and like if I made more than the dude I was talking to or whatever, it don't make sense. Like if I'm already providing for myself to go 50-50, because he can, in turn soon hopefully make more.
But what if he asks you on the date? You still want to be the person to pay for the date he wanted to take you on?
Well, no, but that wasn't the question. It was if you would go 50-50. So I'm assuming that we were already in a relationship and a point that we'd want to live together or, be in that part where we're partners. Because that's what 50-50 is to me, is like partners. Like if you ain't got it, then I got you.
Are you cool with 50-50?
No.
50-50? Cool with it? Not cool with it? 50-50? 50-50?
Yeah.
Why are you stroking the pickle haba? Calm down, Darkavia.
Sorry.
Calm down. And then what about, who should pay on the first date, the man or the woman?
I think whoever asks.
Whoever asks?
Yeah.
Okay, but
like if
have you asked a guy out on the first date?
No. I like a traditional.
Right, but it's like, okay, so just say man.
Yeah, a man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, man.
Men.
What?
Who should pay for the first date?
Oh, man.
Oh, this took you so long. Wait, I have a question. Natasha, I know you have a hyphenated last name. Are you going to want to hyphenate with your future husband?
No, I want to get rid of both of my last names and take his name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you take you want to get married?
Yeah.
Will you take your husband's last name?
Yeah, but I'd probably hyphenate it.
So, no, you won't take you'll hyphenate it.
I would still have his last name. Well, honestly, I could, because my last name is Trinidad. So like, I like I love, it's part of my artist name, it's part of my name, so I guess I could.
Are you Trinidadian?
No, I'm Crucian, but like I'm Puerto Rican.
You're
like
what, sorry?
Crucian, like my I'm from St. Croix, like Virgin Islands. So my nationality Crucian.
You speak Creole?
No, we speak Crucian, but yeah, no, I'm Puerto Rican though.
We'll get back to that. You hyphenate or you take his name?
I'm taking the last name.
How about this? Let me double down on this. It's a bad last name too.
Oh.
Yeah. Taking the bad last name.
Yep. Okay.
Why you had to change it? It's a bad last name. No, if it's bad, I won't change it. If it's good, I'll change it.
Okay.
I'll take it.
I'd change it.
I will not change my last name.
You're gonna hyphenate. So wait, hyphenate. I
What
mean,
happens if there's a double hyphenation?
You could do that.
It's
I don't
just
go wrong
then
last name.
How do you?
It's just so
well,
extra.
that's the problem with the hyphenation thing. If everybody did it, then like once you go far, it's like 16 last names. If you
So
just
it shouldn't,
keep
it
all
shouldn't
of
be
them.
allowed. It shouldn't be allowed.
No, just take
It's such a kick in the nuts to your husband to not take his last name.
The
Honestly.
reason I'm hyphenated is because my mom was already a practicing lawyer when
Mm-hmm.
she got married, and all of her documentation was just Al Handy. So she wanted to hyphenate it to make it easier. But I don't know why I got both of them.
I don't know, man.
I like Darkavia Jacobs.
Look,
that name.
you guys want guy to pay for the first date. You don't want to do 50-50. You got to take his last name. Like you can't have it like, I want a man to be traditional, but you won't even take his last name.
That's true. I agree with that.
Like,
damn it.
imagine
I
you're
agree.
like, oh, 50-50.
I said I'd go
true, it makes-
50-50 though.
Huh?
I said I'd go 50-50.
Oh, I thought you were kind of against it, but
No,
yeah,
remember,
I mean,
I said if I got it and he doesn't, or if I was making more money than him.
What do
like
you do for work?
I'm an actress and
and a rapper. And a
yeah,
rapper.
and I do music.
Not bringing in the big
racks
bucks
on-
at the moment.
racks on racks.
Huh?
Is it bringing in the big bucks or no?
Not as big, but yeah, I make a lot. I work with a lot of big like artists and stuff like that. So.
But I mean, you still said you want the guy to, maybe you're 50-50, but you want the guy to pay for the first date or first
if
couple
we
dates.
went, because she had said like if he asked you on a date, and I was like, well, yeah, they're
Do you ask
asking.
guys out on dates?
I have before.
Of all the dates you've been on, what's the breakdown? Like 80% the guy?
Yeah, mostly the guy.
Mostly the guy?
Yeah, mostly the guy. But I haven't really been on really like like a lot of traditional
And
dates.
what if you had a family and kids? Would you still be rapping and talking about like your coochie and stuff?
Talking about what?
Racks on
Coochie
racks.
and stuff?
It's
Did you
Jake,
say my
it's
coochie?
Racks on racks.
Okay, that's not what I talked
She
about.
doesn't talk about coochie.
I was talking about.
That's what all the rappers
She
talk
got
about.
liquor.
That is true,
Hey,
but
pull
no,
that
I
video
try to be
back.
like
Do we still have
honestly,
the
I
video?
really do be trying to. Be
Oh, it's
different.
okay. Don't worry about
So
it.
you never mentioned the
in
word
video,
coochie once?
No, actually.
Okay.
Wait,
I
hold
don't.
on. Okay, well, anyways, the 50. Oh, since we have everybody at the table, from the 10, the 10, the 11, and the 10, I want you guys to rate me. I will not be offended. Rate me on a scale of 1 to 10 looks. I won't be offended.
That's the thing. I
Go
think
ahead.
it's more than looks because you're
Just
doing
looks.
the
Just
other
looks.
stuff.
You see him in the
I know.
street.
Fine. Looks for you. I started out at 5, but then you got to know me, and now I'm a 0. I don't care. Just look. This guy, whatever. You're like, this guy's a fucking dick. Just whatever it was, like, just looks.
Honestly, I'll give you 1 point higher than you gave yourself. I'll give you a 6.
Give me a 6. What about you? What do you give me?
A 5.
Okay, 6, 5. What do you give
I
me?
mean, the old you that, or like
She's-
you right now.
She fucked. Racks on racks. All
No,
right.
I'm saying you're like a 7. You're like not for me, but like I feel like a lot of women would like you.
Thank you.
Like you have the beard going
Oh,
for
the beard.
yourself. You have pretty eyes. And
Wait, so
stuff
I'm a
like-
7 when I was younger or 7 right now?
No, you're probably like an 8 or 9. I'd date you when you were younger. Like,
Missed out, man. Missed out. Okay, 7. Okay, so I get a 7. And then Darkavia, what do you give me?
I would say a 6.
All right.
It's the beard.
Okay. It's worse or what? I don't know. Okay.
It's good.
That's cool. Actually, here, you know what? We're going to do, Milena, why don't you also rate me?
I'd say 5.
Give me a 5. Okay. And then...
Jill?
Fuck it. Jill, what do you rate me? 6? Okay. Okay, fuck it. What do you rate me? She's going to give me a low number because we argued earlier. Go ahead.
Like unbiased?
Into the mic.
Unbiased a 6.
Okay. What did bias? Give me the biased answer. Give me the biased answer.
Like,
Just looks. Just
yeah,
looks.
like you're not my type at all, but like
Yeah.
just
Is it 'cause
compared
I'm
to
white?
the no.
You're such a racist.
That's a wild question.
I'm
no.
kidding. It's a joke. Okay. So she gives me a 6. So, wait, I did this so out of order. So you gave me a 6. You gave me a 5. You gave me a 7. Darkavia gave me a 6. You gave me a 5. So just to be clear, you're an 11. To you, I'm a 6. So you would be settling for me.
No, hold on.
That's literally what you said.
Looks wise, like
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Looks.
Okay, I said you are more than 6 if you weren't just looks wise, but just looks wise.
Okay, what's my total rating then?
You know, you have your little thing going. You seem like you have a nice head on your shoulders. I would say a 9. Like, you can be a husband to somebody and like take care of people and not murder them. You know, like
not murder them. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, like if it's just looks, then
you're still settling for me as a 9. I mean, you're 11 over here. Okay. You gave yourself a 10, but you gave me a 5. So you would be downgrading. I think we got to do a split on this. We'd be downgrading from a 10 to a 5. Do you think it would be a mismatch if you and me dated?
Yeah.
Looks wise.
Yes.
Like if people saw you and me together, they'd be like, oh my God, she really is doing that guy a favor. She's so much more attractive. Like people would be saying that.
Yes, I'm a music video model. Like a video vixen.
Have you seen music videos recently?
I have.
Some of those music videos, they've got some stuff that they pulled out from the back trash can in those music videos.
Yeah, but that's not me.
Yo, chat. Who's settling for who, chat? Or is it a match? A looks match? Who's settling for who?
Be for real.
Okay, you are a 10. You gave me a 7.
What? Why you laugh at that?
Yo, chat. Who's settling for who? It's a match? Brian settling. Pull it up. Show us the chat. Show me the chat. You know what? Put it on Twitch and put it on Twitch so the stream can see. No, just put it on Twitch. Put it on Twitch and leave the chat. Does that make sense? Oh, it's too late now. F11, can you go F11? And then are you able to get the chat? You should still be able to get, just show us the chat. Yo, who's settling, boys? Me and the background dancer in music videos. Can you make it bigger? Click on the white part. No. Just click on the white part. Just click on any white part and and then control mouse wheel up. Control mouse wheel up. Oh, okay, fuck it. All right, chat. Are we settling, boys? Brian is out of their league. Brian's settling. He would be settling. Brian's settling.
Your loyal fans.
Yeah. Okay, and then racks on racks. Who's settling? Is she, she's a 10. I'm a 7. I'm a lowly. She gave me she ranked me higher than I rank myself. So, to be fair, I need to lose a bit of weight. So I don't know.
And I ranked you the highest.
She did give me the highest ranking.
Yeah, so excuse me.
Brian doesn't have a job. Bro, this is my job. Brian, okay, all right. And then I want to do, Callie, between me and the girl with the orange tinted glasses. She gave me a 6 and she's an 11. Is she a settling for me, boys? Chat. And then finally, Milena over here. Her. With the beautiful downturned eyes.
Is that a bad quality?
No. No, your eyes are beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like half moon down.
She gave me was it a 5?
Why'd you bring up my downturned eyes?
I was complimenting you.
Were you actually?
Of course.
That's rude.
What do you mean?
I didn't say anything rude about your looks.
You said I was a 5, bro. You said I was a 5.
You also said you were a 5.
Yeah, but bro, you said you were an 8, so you're like settling for me, bro.
Okay.
I don't know, Milena. I feel like we're probably like looks match. You know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious.
It's true, bro.
Okay.
Yo, chat. Are we me and Milena? Are we looks match? Chat.
Chat disappeared.
Are we looks match, chat? Chat, what does it say?
Match.
Is it a match?
Of course they do. They're Brian's fans.
No, but if they wanted to be mean, they'd be like, nah,
Yeah.
Brian, you don't even look her way, bro.
What do you think?
Match, but Brian is better.
Someone said no.
Brian
I saw one no.
Match.
We're sticking with the no.
Match. Wait, yo, chat. Hold on. Pull up young Brian again. Is young Brian settling for her?
I'd fuck young Brian.
What the fuck?
You looked good.
Is young
Add some
Brian
tattoos and
is young Brian settling for Milena? Whoa, don't laugh like that, bro. That's crazy.
I feel like that's a good match.
Did you hear her laugh? She was like quivering over there. Like, that's crazy. Oh, save that shit for later. I mean, after the Am I settling, boys? All right. Wait, okay. Final thing on the looks thing. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Natasha, you're 30. In 10 years' time, you'll be 40. Will you be better looking at 40 than you are now at 30?
No.
Okay. And you're 30 now. Were you better looking 10 years ago at 20?
No.
Better looking. When did you peak? Now?
Recently.
Yeah,
I'd say
okay.
like the last couple years.
Good to know. Okay.
Yeah.
You're 32. Better looking in 10 years' time at 42?
Yeah, because black don't crack, so.
I thought you were like Afro Latina.
I am, but I'm black.
But that's fair. So 20 years' time, 52?
I'm not gonna be 52. You said.
Oh, you're
20.
gonna die? You're
no.
gonna be like Kurt Cobain
I thought you
or
said
some
10
shit?
years, and then I just realized you said 20. Okay, my bad.
Time's fast.
My bad. You said it so fast, I didn't comprehend.
20 years. So yeah, 20 years' time, 52. Better looking.
I still gonna look good. My
No.
Oh.
Yeah, 100%. Just to be clear, women can be beautiful, 30, 40, 50. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, compared to how you look now. You could still be attractive. I'm just saying, will you be more attractive in 10 years, 20 years, etc.?
Okay, in 10 years, I think I could still be about equal.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
20 years?
20 years, I think I'm gonna be more attractive now than later.
Okay, and then you're 32. If we go back 10 years, were you better looking at 22 versus now at 32?
I would say I looked very different, but I think it's equal. Like, I was thicker back then and stuff.
Thicker.
Yeah, like thicker, like more ass, more icky. So I was like more thick there, but I was always like in shape and stuff. So I just was bigger on the downward part.
More ass.
Yeah. So, but
you had what they call a badonkadonk.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was dragging the wagon. Yeah.
You were dragging a wagon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. All right, but better looking now in total.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I do my makeup better.
Better at 32 versus 22. Okay, you're 27. Better looking now or in 10 years' time at 37?
I think better in 37.
Okay, how about 20 years' time, 47?
I'll look better now.
Okay, and then going back, 18 versus 27?
Now I look better.
Okay, you're 35. Better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
Yes, I'll have more money, maybe plastic surgery. Why you? I'm gonna have more money. I'll look better. Okay, great. He wants me to hate myself, dude.
No. But you'll have more money for the plastic surgery. I thought you were just saying I have more. Like, men don't care about that shit.
Like, I'll have more money, and I'll have maybe a little nip and tuck here and there. It'll look.
Okay, all right.
It'll look a little put together.
What if you didn't have that, like the plastic surgery though? Better at 45?
If I have the money, yes. I think money makes you hotter, because you're not struggling as much, and you're not constantly like, you take care of yourself better.
20 years time at 55, better looking than now.
Hopefully, I'll be dead by then. No.
Why would
55?
The average life expectancy is like 70, 80 or something.
Oh.
Why do you want to be? Damn, bro, that's fucking.
Look better than now at 55.
Damn, bro, we were having like a good time. I was like insulting everybody's looks and shit. Now you got to make it all negative and shit. What?
No, at 55, I think I look.
Chill out, Milena. Sorry,
I think now better now. What did I do? Than 55.
So better looking now.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're 35. Were you better looking at 25? 10 years ago, 25?
Yes. 25.
Okay. You are 25, better looking in 10 years' time at 35?
No.
Okay. You're 22, better looking in 10 years' time at 32?
I think I'll look better. I'll look more womanly.
More as opposed to your current prepubescent body? Like,
yeah.
What are you talking about?
I would hope to have like kids by then, so I think my yitties will get bigger.
The titties, okay.
Wait, I thought you said that having a baby destroys your body.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
Someone
she
said
did.
that.
That was me. That was me. My ballad. That was me.
What about? Wait. So
I'm also a personal trainer, so I think if I keep being consistent in the gym, I'm just gonna look.
Can you do
better.
some Reiki right now?
No, you asked me last time too.
All right. Whatever. And then wait, 20 years time, 42?
Better
looking?
No.
Okay. Darkavia, 23, better looking in 10
No.
years time, 33? No?
No.
Okay. All right. There's actually pretty reasonable answers on this one. Some people be saying, we've had panelists say, oh, I'll be better looking at 72 versus now at 22. It's like, okay. That's wild. Reminder, guys, TTS is $100. Normally it's $200, guys, so get it in. Get it in if you want. Thank you. Sorry for the delay, Michael Jones.
Donated $100. Brian would be settling for any of these women. Know your worth, king.
Your loyal fans.
You didn't even ask the chat about us, Brian. I feel left out.
About who?
You and me.
Or me.
Can you rate all of us,
Yeah.
Brian, on looks? and
Yeah,
me?
you didn't rate any of us on looks.
That's right. Fucking right, Michael Jones. Know your worth, king. Wait, what? What do you want?
Can you rate us all on looks?
I was a 10 too. You're supposed to have to chat about us.
You want I'll only rate you guys if you each individually give me the green light to do it.
Green light.
I give you green.
Green light.
It's just your opinion. Green light. Yeah.
Green light?
I don't care.
You're fine with it?
Yeah.
I'm fine. Yeah, it's fine.
You don't have to.
That's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Are you doing?
Are we doing? Just looks?
Yes, just looks. So I think we'll do split and then like move it around as I go around. 6. I need to see you with your hair down, but
It looks different in many ways down too.
5.5. 5. You said it. I mean, right now with clothes on, and then there's a whole naked thing. I'm gonna say 3.5 now, 4.5.
You don't know how I look.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fine, whatever.
Yeah.
6. 5.5. I give you 7.
Yeah.
I give you 7.
I said my average man, if I was in a room with 1,000 men, my average would be 6. So that's good.
I changed my answer. She's a 6. Jake
no
is
one
a
heard
10.
that.
Actually, no, sorry.
That's
Because of
big.
Australia, 9. Sorry. It's the
It's the
accent.
accent.
It's racist. Can't do it, man. I'm sorry.
Does the chat agree with you?
Yo, chat, do you agree? Am I pretty on point? Chat. They don't. Well, they're like, chill out, chill out on Darkavia. They're saying I gave you a point too high. They're saying I was a bit too. I gave you a point too high.
We all know that's probably the truth. So I'll humble
Okay.
that.
All right. You guys asked for it. I, as a gentleman, I refuse to do that, but you guys gave me the green light. So.
Dude, that's the problem. Like, she's a beautiful girl, and you're already brainwashing her to be like, I'm humble.
I'm humble. I'll be humble. I just know, like,
You're a 12. If I'm an 11, you're a 15.
God forbid people are humble, hey?
Yeah, but not to the point
terrible
where it's
thing to
like
be.
low self-esteem.
no, like I'm definitely
be
a 10 in
humble
my
and
eyes,
know
but
your worth.
in the eyes of men, it could be different.
At 3.5, I should have given you a 4. That's it. I take my 6 back. I take it back. And then I was
Retribution.
like, ooh, he's a 9. I take
Retribution.
that back too.
Retribution.
That's it. I take it back.
I mean, I didn't see you. The thing, it's really unfair to you. I didn't see you naked, so I can't.
And you never will now. Forgive me at 3.5.
So you're saying before, though?
Of course, maybe.
If I had rated you higher,
young Brian.
if I'd given you a higher rating,
At least a 4.
after the show, she would have hawked
She
to it.
she would have thought about
Wow.
it, but now the thought is gone. All right.
Damn, I really missed out.
You did.
Okay, good talk. Let's see here. Anyways, we gotta get through the notes. We gotta get through the notes here because we didn't even get through all of Jillian. So I'm gonna try to get through these quick. You said you think women are a major part in setting the tone for how emotionally healthy the relationship is. You wholeheartedly believe that if a woman has not communicated her need or want to her man, she cannot complain or expect him to act or do something when all she did was roll her eyes and expect him to know what she's thinking.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was saying before about how men and women communicate with each other. But I think the problem starts with the woman not like being a little bit more gracious, because I think we are emotionally high. We talk a lot more. We have all those qualities, and they can very easily turn the man off to them if they don't if they're not able to communicate those thoughts and feelings.
Sure. You also wrote, you have a disagreement with me about my viewpoint on why I don't want to get married. You said marriage is constant work. You have to put in equally, and you have to be committed. When that happens, that's when people are the happiest in marriage. I say that it's incentivized for a woman to divorce a man when they get older. There's some stuff like when she's 45, kids, trying to divorce her husband because she's not happy. She's believing a lie. She's not as young and attractive as she was at 20. Even if she gets his money, she'll be lonely and unfulfilled as she abandoned her roles and commitments. That's your position. You said women and men need to have principle and to stand by what they believe, even if they can't see how the future will pan out. So if Brian says a woman will not love him unconditionally and will eventually leave him, that will probably be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and he won't experience true love and contentment. So you disagree with my anti-marriage positions. I do. How do you reconcile your positions here, though? You yourself are a divorcee who initiated the divorce, and you mentioned unconditional love, but it appears to me that there were conditions in which your love ceased to exist for your now ex-husband.
Yeah, I can see that's a contradiction.
So do you believe in unconditional love to start?
I didn't. I didn't.
Do you do now?
Yeah, I do.
So you were mistaken to have divorced your husband?
I think that I was on biblical grounds. I had the right to do it, but I think I was at a different mindset and a different belief then. And I don't live in a way that, if I did it over again, what's done is done.
Okay. But I guess my confusion here, and I know that not all relationships pan out the way in which yours did, given my anti-marriage positions, couldn't I just use your own, like you as an example? Because you said, but love him unconditionally, and you're saying that because I don't believe in unconditional love, what if I marry a woman who is not at this sort of, what's the word? It's, what's the word for it? Enlightened, who has not reached the level of post-divorce enlightenment that you've arrived at. What happens when I marry that woman and then she divorces me?
Yeah, I think it's a very careful choice you have to make, because it should be locked in for life, and unfortunately.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So you would love a man unconditionally?
Yeah, especially.
What if he struck you?
That's not cause for divorce. I mean.
But unconditionally means like unconditionally, so we can take it to some pretty big extremes right now.
I could.
Well, there are biblical reasons to end it. Like I don't want to get caught in the weeds here, but I think my position now and the way you view marriage is because you haven't found someone that you are looking at and saying, I don't want to lose this person. I think.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So there's two things to contend with here. You just said, I don't want to lose this person. Wouldn't I be inclined, do you think unconditional love can exist prior to marriage?
It possibly, yeah.
What do you mean possibly? Wouldn't that be a condition? I will only love you this much unless we get married. That's a condition.
I think there's a vulnerability and a trust and a loyalty that sets in when you marry someone that you might not experience outside of marriage, because there's always.
So a condition?
Okay, yeah, for sure. Then I don't know if you can unconditionally love someone outside of marriage, because.
Okay, but once marriage exists, then unconditional love can exist?
Yes.
Only then.
I think through the grace of God.
I think that when you're talking about unconditional love, the only time that you can really sort of say that is with a child.
I agree. I think the love you have for a child is much different than
partner,
a spouse.
Like if you found out, and this is, we won't go deep into this obviously, but that your husband had been diddling kids for 10 years and you had no idea, you'd get out of there pretty quickly and you wouldn't look back.
That's a crime. Yeah, he'd probably go to jail.
Yeah,
but I think marriage is supposed to be a picture of Christ and the church. So Christ's love for the church is unconditional, and marriage is supposed to picture that. It's a broken picture of that.
But even
so it's not
within the church,
perfect.
you can get an annulment if there's violence or if there's cheating or and things like this. So even within like the Christian
life is
purview,
messy.
you can get a divorce for those reasons.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's completely justified. So yeah, I think there's just this semantic problem with the word unconditional, which doesn't apply to marriage.
Yeah. But I'm just confused with the whole condition stuff. Jake raises a good point that we don't need to state them, but I'm sure we could think of like scenarios where like there's really abusive behavior either towards you or to a child or to an animal. Like we could think of like monstrous behavior.
Yeah.
Like unconditional love would mean that despite monstrous behavior, you would stay with this person. Because like my point of view, whether you're religious or not religious, I think if somebody is like there's severely abusive or monstrous behavior, that's grounds, even theologically, that would be grounds for divorce. I'm not an expert in...
I agree. I think what my position is, ideally, it's unconditional because it's a picture of what we believe as Christians. But we're in a fallen world, we're in a sinful world, stuff happens, and that's why it says in Matthew, from the beginning it wasn't so, but because of the sinfulness and the hardness of hearts.
So I have a couple questions on this. So you say that it'll probably be a self-fulfilling for me, and I won't experience true love and contentment because I don't think a woman will love me unconditionally and could eventually leave me.
I think if you tell yourself something over and over again, then you're just going to believe
But so
that.
why would it be, I mean, I'm not sure I totally follow the logic. For example, do you think that women who take precautions for safety reasons prior to like going out on a date with men, like maybe meeting them in a public place, that if you think this, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and if you take the precautions, that it's going to mean that it's going to happen to you?
And there's a difference between smart and then having that preconceived, like repetitive thought going through your head.
But I'm just confused. So my concern with marriage is there are legitimate risks when it comes to money, when it comes to marrying the wrong woman.
And I think because of what you believe, that's really valid, because I don't know the kind of, I don't really know the kind of women that you date. So maybe the kind of women that you date, that's 100% valid.
What if I told you I only date beautiful, amazing women who are the most sweetest, nicest women ever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why don't you want to...
Do people change? Like, for example, in the relationship you have, did he change?
I don't think he changed. I just don't think I saw what
So
was
just to be
going
clear,
on.
wasn't there like abuse in your marriage? So he was abusing, you chose to get married to an abusive man?
I didn't know that was the case. We didn't
So
live
you
together
changed.
until... No, we didn't live together until I didn't know. There were signs that he was. I ignored those signs.
But
he never actually got to that point until we lived together.
Would you advocate for me to live together with a woman prior to marriage?
I don't think it's good. But
Okay,
I think...
so what if I marry a woman and I haven't lived with her, and then post-marriage she starts abusing me?
Well, again, I think that's why you have to really get to know the person. I'm not saying you should get married with someone after knowing them for a week. That's crazy. Or like a couple months, like make sure you really know the person.
Okay.
Can I ask from Brian's worldview, he's not necessarily, I don't think you're a Christian yet.
I'm not Christian, but I have like pro-Christian sentiments.
Right, so culturally Christian.
It's more so like I'm agnostic, but like I'm not like there's.
Do you think that Jesus is God?
I'm not.
So you
religious.
You wouldn't be. Yeah, okay.
But I'm not like F religion. I'm like, there's a lot of positive with religion. I have a lot of religious friends. I think there's like a lot of like truth in like Bible verses and stuff. And I have positive sentiments towards the faith.
Yeah.
But I am agnostic.
Gotcha. So from that point of view, would you say that largely these days that marriage is considered a religious institution or like a political institution or a government institution, sorry?
Religious.
But do you think that like the wide consensus amongst people generally is that that's a religious sacrament, or do you think that's just something that you do to sort of cross your vows?
Yeah, I think it's socially like more common for people to get married too, but I do think it's more for religious reasons.
Yeah. Well, I guess the reason that I ask is because the way I view it these days is that for the most part, the idea of marriage itself being a union ordained by God has been completely corrupted to the point where now it's viewed as like a secular government institution where you can join your bank accounts, basically. Yeah. So from the secular perspective, when that's all it is, what's actually the point in getting married at all if you don't believe that it's something that's ordained by God and that it comes with those strict parameters?
I think it's not opening yourself up to live a vulnerable and full life. I think when you do lock it in with that person for life, you're opening yourself up to a huge amount of vulnerability and trust and loyalty. And by not doing that, you're kind of just only half doing it and you're not really getting the full experience. But
like if you are like a Christian, like you say you are, and I'm going to say you are, why would you want people to get married who don't believe in the sacraments and who don't actually believe
in them getting married?
Okay, so
except to live a full, like to experience life at a deeper level.
But why would you encourage someone to get married if they did not want to do it through the church, or if they didn't want to do it in a way that actually represents what marriage is supposed to be?
Well, our society was built on the family unit. So,
right, so you're looking at it more of a utilitarian sort of perspective. It's like the utility of people having a nuclear family and having a two-parent household is good for society, rather than it being that marriage is actually something that's ordained by God and that we have to stick to those parameters.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I think that kind of makes sense from your perspective, but from the secularist perspective, I actually can't really even see a good reason to get married considering the risks. If you look at it as the secular sort of institution that it's sort of become these days, I mean, like there's so much risk involved, and if you don't believe in that sort of spiritual side of it, then I can sort of see Brian's perspective.
That argument of like, well, if it is good for society and we're not doing it because it's a huge risk, isn't that the same argument that women take when it comes to having kids? Like, it's good for society, but it's a big risk for them.
What do you mean by that?
So you're saying that men shouldn't get married if they don't have religious beliefs because it's a huge risk. It's just
that there's no meaning to it.
And there's no incentive.
Yeah. It doesn't really mean anything because marriage is something that's a religious sacrament.
For sure. Isn't that the same logic though when it comes to women having kids? We would say it's good for society, it's good for all that, but then it puts them in a vulnerable position. It puts them at risk for things.
I mean, if they're having kids outside of wedlock, maybe.
Which most of the times they are because they're not getting married.
Yeah, I mean, having kids is obviously good for society, and you want it to be inside of a nuclear household.
Isn't like a nuclear family good for society too?
Yeah, it is.
You need marriage.
Yeah. I'm not saying that from the utilitarian perspective that isn't a correct point of view, because it is a correct point of view to want people to get married and have kids. But if you're looking at it from like more of an individualistic perspective of like, what are my values? If you step into Brian's shoes for a second.
Isn't that the problem though, that we're so individualistic?
Yeah, I know it is a problem, and I'm saying ideally. That everybody would be getting married and it would be like a religious sacrament and everything. But if you actually had to step into his shoes for a second and think, I'm not a religious person, I don't believe in marriage as it should be necessarily, why should he actually get married?
I don't think he has any reason to get married, except that it would be good for society and all that. But, if he doesn't want to get married, he's not going to get married, and I don't have anything against that. For him to not get married is...
Well, we won't linger too long on this one, but you also wrote, when it comes to atheists being opposed to marriage, it just means that they don't have the balls, trust, or loyalty to lock it in with that person for life.
Yeah, I kind of talked about that with Jake when you were up, but...
I was listening to everything, okay. But I mean, so when it comes to the whole having kids family... You can have a monogamous for life relationship with a woman.
What are the statistics of that?
Doesn't matter.
of that happening right now? Like, do people do that right now?
What do you mean?
Do people
have like kids and stay with each other without marriage all the time?
So what are the stats on that?
I'm not sure. Tell me.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me the divorce statistics?
Oh, they're high. They're like they're probably closer to like 60-70%.
Well, then wouldn't this just be evidence that even with marriage, like most of them end?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's
okay. So then why should I get married? You're saying, well, what's the statistics? I'll just throw right back in your face the statistics when it comes to marriage, which are like the outcomes are really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
And it's worse if you look at it from a secularist, because the Christians are sort of like holding up the fort in the sense that they don't get divorced as much.
Right.
But then if you looked at just the secularists, and especially liberal women who are college educated, it's like a humongous divorce
it's a much deeper issue than marriage, for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I can have kids, don't need marriage. I can have a lifetime girlfriend. We have kids. We live in the same house together. Why do I need marriage?
I mean, you're always just going to have the option to dip. She does, you do.
Hold on. But in a marriage, you always have the option to dip. Oh, so it just makes it harder. So like we're staying together because it's harder for us to leave each other. Is that a good reason to stay with somebody?
I think you should stay with
also,
them
it's
because
like
you made the choice.
You go to the courthouse, get the divorce. Like, I mean, maybe you get a lawyer to do it. The lawyer handles everything. It's not that hard. Hello, lawyer, I want a divorce. Okay, cool. Spend like an hour with me on the phone. We'll go over everything. Divorce.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues.
Wait, just to be clear, you think like an hour on a phone with an attorney, like that's
not a good solution, no. I think people should try and work through their marriages.
Okay. So here, how about last thing on this? And I'll open it up to any of the panel if you guys want to weigh in. I could give you a bunch of reasons why I don't want to get married, but I'd actually rather hear, why should I, as a man, like give me a compelling reason why I should get married.
I don't have one.
Then why should men get married? If you can't, like, imagine a salesman. I go to hey, why should I buy this car? And they're like, fuck if I know, the car kind of sucks. That's a bad sale.
There's actually a study from Harvard that says that men that don't get married are way more miserable than women that don't get married. Because you guys need like your mommy next to you.
And they don't live as long as well.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Shorter life expectancy.
But if you look at that, like, is it controlling for other variables?
Marriage.
Like it's literally just looking at like, okay, we're looking at all the unmarried men and all the married men. Like, I mean, is it because they're married that they're living longer?
If you look at married versus unmarried men, I think that generally you'd tend to see a higher level of like risk taking from unmarried men, and like personality traits that would make them a little bit more edgy. And you'd see a lot of guys who are sort of normie would be more likely to get married. So maybe they'd die young for that reason.
And I don't know if this is factored into the statistics, but couldn't you like make the argument that they're like men who have made it to the point where they do get married, it's not factoring in people who like, but then this would also factor in like men who are married who like die in some like freak fucking accident. So I was gonna say like the unmarried men never got married, so maybe never mind. That's a terrible argument. Okay, I'm taking that one back.
Wait, so do you think marriage is obsolete now?
Yes.
Okay.
And the laws around it are dog shit.
Unfortunately, that's something that's been imposed upon society, though. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
You have something?
It's okay. I was just gonna say that I think if you're going back to what a marriage should be, if people actually upheld on both ends what they should be providing in the marriage and what they're expecting the partner to be providing for them, then I think our divorce rates would be a lot lower. But because of how modern dating and modern relationships and the dynamics of the modern world factoring into marriages is why it doesn't work.
I think
I agree with you.
Like for men, I don't think it's beneficial. Like back in the day, it used to be like a transactional thing. Like they didn't want daughters, they wanted sons because a son holds the last name, and you know, like that's how you keep your land or your titles, things like that. Your daughter was like property that was, you know, kind of sold. And it's like, if you could, I don't know. So I feel like marriage back then and stuff was like.
Actually, marriage, the reason why people have gotten married throughout history, like the most common reason is for in-laws to marry into families and to have a higher social status.
Yeah, that was my point of what I was getting at. It's like back then it was like, even nowadays it's still transactional in a sense for like men, because like they are taking more of the risk than like us women do more times, more often than not. So
it was more political.
Yeah. Moving on to the rest of the notes. Wait, does anybody here do OF?
What is
that? I was about to say we had a hoe free.
There you go. Oh wait, you used to do OF.
I did for like 2 months 2 years ago.
Okay, used to. You say, Jill, you think OnlyFans and any S work should be illegal and banned. Women are being served a big fat lie that through feminism they can have it all. They will never be truly fulfilled or find meaningful purpose to life if they buy into the feminist ideology.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you also say, I guess moving on, women don't try and understand men. If we did, we would stop seeing them as a problem, but more of a prize.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't disagreeing.
Oh, okay. Going to Callie with our notes here, and then we got to do the age thing, if you can remind me, Damien. You said a guy wanted you to peg him.
Oh God, yes.
What's the story?
And
did you do it?
I'm traumatized. No, I said no, and then we had sex, right? And then like 12 hours after, I go to get a charger in his room, like my phone charger. There's this tiny Mexican girl on top of him with a huge yes.
Wait, hold on.
Where did she come from?
Yeah, where did she come from?
Okay, so you went to the toilet, and in that time that you went to the toilet.
No. I slept there.
You didn't know about the Mexican girl?
I didn't know she was pegging him. I had no idea.
But you knew that she was present?
No, she got there after, like a gremlin during the night.
Housekeeper or something?
No, they were seeing each other, but apparently this girl goes around and pegs a bunch of dudes.
With the same peg?
Yeah.
She's like
She was pegging him.
Yes.
So you went to the bathroom, you walked in on the guy who you just slept with getting pegged by a Mexican lady.
Yes, hence shaved my head, thought the universe was over.
Wait, how long were you dating this guy?
Not even that long, like a month. It wasn't that serious, but it broke me. Like, it's like,
damn.
I've never seen that before. And then I Googled it, and a lot of people are into it.
So you went to the toilet. You went to the toilet. Did you take long in the toilet? Were you there for
No, it wasn't that I went to the toilet. So we had sex the night before, and I slept there.
Yeah.
And when I wake up, I slept in a different room because I don't like to sleep with strangers. I'll have sex with them, but you know.
You know what? I agree with her.
Thank you. And then when I wake up, 12 hours or whatever, the next day, I go to get my charger, and it's like 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. And they are I was like, oh my God, it's Sunday morning. Like
on service. Sunday.
I was like, I'm not even religious, but at that point, I thought I should start. Yeah.
That is wild.
Are you guys into that? Cause
no.
Okay.
You could be honest.
Yeah, you could tell us. No.
You won't traumatize her.
What is the appeal with that? Because now every 5 out of 6 guys are into it in LA.
No way. I've never
dating in LA. Yeah.
Do you live in LA?
I live in Hollywood.
You seem like you'd knock around weird circles though.
You know, I try not to, but the weirdos are it's Hollywood.
Well, I mean, LA is full of absolute freaks and weirdos.
But that's a new thing. Like,
are you a liberal? Are you a liberal? You like Kamala Harris?
Ah, God, that's so funny. I'm a liberal, but not that liberal.
Yeah.
Like, I thought I was.
You said you went to art school?
Yeah.
I lived in one of the most liberal places in the world in London, in Hackney Wick, before I was ever political at all. Yeah. And they're all just freaks. All these people that are like really sort of like artistic and stuff. They just do weird shit.
Yeah, and I thought I was cool because I'm an artist, but I'm not that cool. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, like I don't know how to explain it.
So you can wear the glasses, but you won't,
Yeah, exactly. I'm not down with the cause.
You're not that open-minded.
Yep.
You're not, you know what, if that's what the guy's into,
Was he a liberal man?
I guess, but
liberal
it's like,
men, I've heard that they like that.
But then it's like, don't say you're straight after that. You will never be straight after that in my eyes.
There's a group called White Dudes for Kamala. It's a bunch of like little liberal TikTok streamers. Apparently, they're all into that sort of stuff.
That's what I heard. They love to be pegged. You said that you'd love to do it more. Wait, you'd love to do it more, but people suck at dates now. No one is trying anymore. By it,
I mean it. Yes.
You mean?
Yes, like today before I got here.
You fucked something?
No, I wanted to. I was like, let me just get into the move of whatever. I invite this guy over.
Oh.
He does nothing. He starts arguing about some conversation we had on the phone. I'm like, just let's do this. Like, this wasn't a play date.
Here, okay, let's role play.
No, I
he
swear
comes
to
over.
God.
Is he what white guy, black guy, Latino?
Black guy.
Okay,
so you would think he's about that. The
I would
business.
have thought he would be straight in there.
I don't know what it's
pretend to be a black guy. Go ahead, role play. Role play.
What is it? Okay, so you come over, right? And I'm like, hey, what's up?
Is he like African American?
He's a black man, tall, black dude, did 7 years in prison.
Darkavia, bring that energy. Wait, 7 years in prison?
I mean, I'm guessing. I don't think.
Role play as a tall, beautiful chocolate man who went to prison for what?
I don't think he actually did go to prison. I'm just thinking.
Whoa. Hold on.
You like?
How fucking dare you? You're just assuming because he's black, he did 7 years in prison.
No, he did say. He did mention it. He
look
mentioned
into this camera and apologize to black people.
No. He did do time. He did time, which is what I liked him to begin with. He's got that rough edge, you know?
That's what attracted him to you.
Because I have the, obviously you guys thought I was a lesbian when I first said that. Yes, you did. I have that masculine vibe. So I gotta go for even more masculine men, I think. But then those men, I don't know if they're afraid of me. I think that they think I'm gonna peg them. That like I look like that girl.
You give off pegging vibes.
I do. I don't know.
You look like you want to bend over. Dude.
I do. I don't want to. I really
You just you want a doggy style of dude. How many strap-ons do you have?
None. I'm a vanilla person. I swear. But then
you're vanilla.
But then they think that I'm
She's
into the other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he just starts arguing with you.
Yeah, and at that point, I was just so turned off because he made me wait like 2 hours. And it's like, dude, I sent you that text. Like,
he fumbled. He fucking fumbled the pussy.
I mean, he's got a kid. He has a responsible adult.
He fumbled the pussy.
I'm losing brain cells listening to this.
That is so rude. You need to apologize to Callie. How dare you, Milena? What do you? Oh, you're losing brain cells. What do you want to talk about, Milena? How about you elevate the intellectual level of this conversation, Milena? You want to talk about stripping? What do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
Why would I want to talk about that?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Reiki? You want to talk about Reiki? Let's talk about Reiki. Go ahead, elevate.
Let's talk about Buddha.
I just don't think that like all liberal men want to get pegged.
That is, listen, it's actually categorical. They did studies on this.
I don't
they did studies.
Visualize
liberal men, 99% of them want dildos in and around their
waist. But that's nothing wrong with that.
It's a study. Yeah.
Wait,
look it up.
Is it really?
Yes.
Let a guy orgasm,
I did the
bro.
study.
Just let a guy orgasm.
I asked
Literally,
them.
just let it happen. Let them be happy. Yeah.
But that's too happy.
Yeah, liberal men like to do that by getting pegged.
Have you pegged someone?
No, but if a man asked me, I would probably be down.
Well, she says
you know what though?
I can imagine you with some little Chinese guy.
Oh my god!
Jeez.
Yeah.
Does the guy who wants to get pegged like provide the thing? Or they just assume that you have it?
That girl had a book bag full of like stuff in there. Like she was armed.
But hold on, how did you contribute to the argument?
What argument today?
With the dude, yeah, because you said he came over and started arguing, but like, let's be real.
Because he's been
late, though.
He's been talking to me. You know, he's been trying to talk to me.
But he was 2 hours late.
He was.
Honestly, bro, I would pass up some pussy if she was 2 hours late. Oh, you're 2 hours late? Fuck you. I would start arguing. So you got mad at him because he was late, and then he started arguing back. He's like, shut the fuck. I'm about to give you some dick. Why are you arguing with me?
Right.
And then you're like, man, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're 2 hours late. I would 2 hours late. I don't care how hot she is.
I've walked out of dates.
I don't care how hot she is.
I felt the definition of
fumbling the pussy. If she's 2 hours late, goodbye. It was
blue
nice.
balls.
Thank you.
I feel like I got blue
Can I
balls
add
today.
something, Brian?
I think
What's up?
being late in general is disrespectful.
So you said this is why you shaved your head.
Wait, what?
No, because I saw a man getting pegged, and it was very upsetting.
So this was
this guy was to me, he was like a king, and then to see the king getting pegged, it was just, I was like, what is
Say
life?
this is like one of your most traumatic experiences.
I mean, of the year, yes, of the last.
I think
few
that's
years.
why I was so annoyed, because I'm like, I wish that was my most traumatic. Imagine like that being what makes you have a mental breakdown. Just
That's
like
pretty
seeing
freaking
someone get
traumatic.
pegged.
I mean, it's pretty.
If you're not
she's
used to
dating, she's been
pegged.
dating this dude for a month, and then like she goes to the bathroom, comes back like a little
I get
dwarf. Did you say
crying
she was a
about it,
dwarf?
but-
A dwarf Mexican is pegging your man. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's pretty.
That's
I'll be
crazy.
kind of
A
freaked out
dwarf
too.
Mexican wearing a sombrero.
That literally came out of
It was
nowhere.
a huge dildo, guys. Huge, black, huge.
It was black.
Yes, it was at least 10 or 12 inches. I was just
No
like,
way.
how? It was a lot. It was just a lot. It's
That
just like-
sounds like
You've
a
never
lot.
like accidentally
That's
pressed
crazy.
on like the
Hey, yo.
wrong porn video or something. Like that was the first time. Well, that's
Yo,
what I
chat.
mean. Like if you've seen it,
Chat.
why did it like
Yeah, that's,
traumatize you so much
Chat.
that you shaved?
I've
I
never-
love the
that was
shaved
my
head. I
first
think it
time
looks
seeing
great.
it.
I'm just saying.
That was the first time seeing it, but then I went and did some research after I saw it and went down the rabbit hole of the porn. Oh my God. What happens is bad after a while. Like the couples that get older and keep doing the pegging. Yeah, it's bad, guys.
Oh. What the?
There's like metal baskets for the balls. It's just.
What the
It's a
fuck?
lot.
I'm way too vanilla for this.
Yeah, no, I'm scared now.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt.
Doesn't it like
That's how I felt.
Yo. Chat.
prostate cancer?
If the hottest girl ever, if she's 2 hours late, you gotta. You gotta have some self-respect. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like
You don't wait 2 hours.
No.
2 hours is crazy.
I don't know.
Maybe
You know
20
what I mean?
minutes.
So if
I'm
you
just-
got it after you made somebody wait 2 hours, what does that say?
if she waits 2 hours for me,
Yeah. What does that say?
she's a wonderful woman who's considerate of my.
No.
I would never
Needs?
be. I would never be that late though.
I done been that late
I
before.
would never. Wow, you're a terrible person.
I done been that late
That's
before
terrible.
for sure.
Did he smash? Did he still smash?
Yeah,
He-
I still got it.
You were
when-
2 hours late and he still smashed.
Yeah, we ended up getting food first, smoked, chilled for a second, then
He was pressed, or you got a magical pussy. I don't know. It's either one.
Potentially both.
Could be both. Okay. Moving on to the rest of the show notes. Callie, you said you miss when men were nice to women because they wanted/needed sex from them.
Okay, that's taken out of context. But you know how, back in the 50s, when we're
Yes.
talking about like marriage and you're talking about that stuff a lot. I feel like back then they were nicer to us because the vagina was more. I don't even know how to say it, but you know how the stock market is just like when something goes too much, it loses value. The vagina now is just like a frisbee.
It's depreciated.
And it's just like, you bought me a coffee? Open the, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, we're just giving it out. And
The
so,
value, you're saying the value of pussy has gone down.
Because we're just,
Because they're giving out too much pussy.
Right.
Women giving out too much pussy.
Right, so guys don't feel the
it
need to be
drives
nice.
down the cost of pussy.
yeah. And so you don't feel the need to be nice to us anymore. Because it's like, oh, well, I can just treat her like shit and she still give me you know what I mean?
With a bullshit.
Wow.
That's probably always
Not
been a
cool,
thing.
man.
Yo, ladies, is she kind of right? Do you feel like she's right?
yeah,
or
I think
what?
she's right.
I agree though. Yeah, I agree too.
You agreed to
Because
that?
even if you try to be like, oh, like, I'm not going to give it up or something like that, like, I want to have some self-respect on the first date or something, like, going back to, like, that little topic. Like, some girls would just be like, yeah, fuck it, it's the first date.
I have a
like,
question
we're
for you,
grown.
Brian.
You guys have flooded the market with pussy. What's up?
I have a question for you. So have you ever heard of the 90-day method?
No, what's that?
Okay, so there's a 90-day method of when girls wait 90 days before sleeping with a man that they're interested in. And how would you feel if you knew about the 90-day method and a woman took upon herself to do the 90-day method on you? Would you be okay with waiting 90 days?
Is she a
Acknowledging that
virgin? She a virgin?
No, she wants to build. She's trying to build.
It's nice to meet you.
No.
Goodbye.
But listen. But she's trying to build her self-confidence back because she did sleep around. You know, like if she did do that and she was just like, yeah, I need to change my ways. I don't want to be that person anymore. You know what I mean? So like, would you like? Would you wait?
The market is too flooded with pussy. As she said.
Okay, but what?
I'm gonna find some other pussy.
Okay, what if?
I'm not waiting 90 days.
Okay, hypothetically, what if she was doing 90 days with everybody that she slept with?
What do you mean?
Like let's her body counts 3. Like she's a 3,
made every single guy wait 90
days. And it didn't work out after 90 days.
Special. She's got to give me 60, and then I'll accept. You know what? I'll be a nice guy. I'll do 60. That's all you get. If it's true that she only did 90.
But
in
how
fact,
would
you know what? But
know?
she already did 3. No, for every guy, it goes down 15 days. So for every other guy, it's 45 days. 45 days, a month and a half. That's it. That's all I can do.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Why 15 per guy?
It's like it's gotta be 90 for the first guy, 75 for the next, 60.
That makes sense.
You can't.
But what if a girl like let's say like she slept around but she was always safe with it, you know, like safe.
She wore condoms.
Yeah. Like what if she was safe, you know, like she took precautions into staying clean and doing all thingy thing, you know what I mean? Like what would
doesn't matter. It's better. Look, that's better than if she was letting a bunch of dudes hit raw.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But it's still,
What are you gonna ask?
Tell you what, I'll give like a 1 day. I'll give it 1 extra day per guy.
All right.
So instead of like 15, it's like 14.
Okay.
So in a perfect world,
you're saying there's no redemption for
What's
a girl?
In a perfect world, would you rather have a virgin?
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah. It's not. I don't like. I'll date a girl who's not a virgin, but like.
Ask the question in the inverse. If you say, in a perfect world, would you like to have another man have fucked your girl? No. So then you'd like a virgin.
I just wouldn't care. I personally wouldn't care
women don't
about
really care
a
about
man I wouldn't really care about their past. I mean, like I'm present, I'm relevant. That's all that matters.
I don't want a virgin. I want somebody that knows
experience.
what they're doing.
Definitely different for girls and guys. Yeah. Guys value that, girls don't.
And then they'd be like, oh, it feels different.
Also, it's like I think there's like a couple different angles here with the whole like the quality of the sex. So one, when like men are pretty simple to please. Like for example, here, let me ask you guys this. Let me give my position first, and I'll ask the question. So I could put a girl in doggy style, and she could just stay there, and I could make myself come. Like I could come just like, and she doesn't have to do anything, just be in doggy style. Can you guys and maybe some of you can, but I think it's much more rare in women. If the guy's just laying there hard, or put him in whatever position you want, and you can't touch yourself, can you make yourself come just doing your own thing on his dick? Some girls can. Some girls can. Not as common as the opposite though, right? So a man's sexual experience when it comes to your pleasure, your climax, is going to matter more because he has to actually do something to make you climax. Now, some women can come in like 10 seconds, whatever, or like insanely orgasmic. The guy could just sit there, do nothing, and you can make yourself come. Did you guys want to answer that question? Could you make yourself? Okay.
I can.
Thank you.
But
I appreciate it.
It's not gonna be like in 10 seconds or something, and
Take
it's
a
not
minute.
necessarily like if we didn't come, it's not that it didn't feel good, because some things can just feel good and it might get you there. But I feel like you have to stay on like a certain rhythm for a while. Like you guys, once you nut, it's like okay, it's done. But us, it's like it can last like a little longer and stuff. Like if you keep the stroke too, and it can be better, it can be stronger, things like that. But yeah, I definitely can make myself come.
But and then the other thing, like a guy who has some degree of sexual experience, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys are trying to deal with dudes who aren't experienced and you got to like teach them how to fuck you. I feel like most women, like there's obvious certain things like you're gonna maybe, there's certain things that you like, but like you probably would prefer a guy who's like, let's say he's really good in bed and he just gets it instantly versus you got to be like, you got to teach the guy how to fuck you. I think you're going to prefer the guy who just gets it. I think you'd be kind of turned off if you're like, you're not really doing it right. And da-da-da. Whereas like as a guy, even if the girl has no idea what she's doing, if you know what you're doing as the guy, you can lead. you can have great sex with her. I'm not so sure if that's the case with like a really inexperienced guy in bed, if you would even want it, or if you can even like have good sex with a guy that you got to teach how to fuck you.
I feel like sometimes that ruins a guy's confidence in the like action of doing it more so than ours. Like, because if you hit it in the right spot after we told you, it's not gonna be any different from if you knew what you were doing and hit the right spot, because the right spot gonna feel like the right spot no matter if I told you how to get there or you knew how to get there yourself. But telling a man like he ain't doing a good job while he's hitting it, like, you know, that.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Exactly.
You shouldn't do that, but I mean, So
I feel like it plays more for you guys. Like, it's more of a play for you guys than us. Like.
But it occurs to me, like, I don't know if a girl, like, if you got to kind of guide a girl, that would be more psychologically stimulating.
Yep. If
she's just like. Like if she's just like, oh, been here, done this.
That's why.
Like if she's never done doggy style, and I'm the.
That's why I think the girls who are less experienced, it's much more enjoyable sleeping with girls like that than girls who have had.
For the psychological stimulation component.
Yeah, it's like the dynamic as well between the two of you.
Melena doesn't like this very much.
No, I mean, that makes sense from the guy perspective. I was thinking about. I think because I'm so submissive, I don't want to have to teach a guy.
Would it be a turn off? Like if you had to tell him?
It would be a turn off. And I think
I don't know what I'm doing.
when I marry someone, I want to know that like they got it out of their system, not like that they've only been with me. And so they're like, I wish I experienced this, or like, I wish, you know, I feel like they would have wandering eyes.
We want it all in the system.
Do you find it unattractive if a guy has a high body count?
What was that?
Do you find it unattractive if a guy has a high body count, or like, you know, that they're like sleeping all around kind of thing?
I think if they're currently sleeping all around, I would find that unattractive. But if they had a high body count in the past, no. Personally.
So Brian, do you think it's girls with the high body counts, they can't redeem themselves? Like they're just done.
Themselves?
Like, you know what I mean? Like how you would for a virgin, but would you go for a girl that has a high body count but no longer is like that? Like, you know, like there's no redeeming that.
You can't unfuck anyone.
Yes, very facts. That's what I'm saying. Is she unredeemable? Like, you can't just like, you will never be like.
She's not.
What's a high body count? Like, what's high?
Depends on her age, but.
I mean, anything above, like, I mean, it depends. You mean on a personal level or in general?
How old are you guys?
Or both.
29.
35.
What's up?
I think these days, for like, it's very common for girls to have like 20 plus.
Yeah. 20, 30, 40.
But for me,
they do that in their first freshman.
But for me, if there's ever been any hookups in the past or one night stands, it's automatically disqualified. And any sort
for
of
LA.
Anything outside of relationships.
Let's let Jake finish.
Yeah.
Let's let him finish.
Anything outside of relationships, that would be an automatic disqualification.
But you count those, right?
What do you mean?
Like you count everybody you had sex with, like the
who
one
I have, or the other person.
No, everyone is counting, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying with the woman, if I was dating a girl and she'd had like one night stands and all of that, I just would never go for it.
Right.
But if she'd had a few boyfriends and they'd lasted a few years and she'd had sex with them, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. But ideally, a virgin.
Have you ever had a one night stand?
What does that matter?
Just just curious if you're okay with answering.
It doesn't even matter. Even if I did answer you, it wouldn't even matter.
Answer is yes.
I'm curious because I wonder if like why would it be okay if you've had one night stand to care if another woman has?
Well, because let me ask you this: why is it okay for you to want a man who's over 6 foot tall if you're not over 6 foot tall?
What?
It's a pretty simple question. I mean,
pretty simple.
Like, why is it okay for you to want a man to pay for the first date if you're not going to pay for the first date?
I don't want any of those things.
So, what do you want in a man? Tell me some of the features.
Man, I don't know.
Do you want him to have long hair and tits?
Submissive. You said you're submissive, right?
Oh, so I want them to be dominant.
Right. So then, why is it fair for you to want dominance in a man, but you're not dominant yourself? You're saying in order for Jake to
I wasn't saying it's wrong. I was just curious.
In order for Jake to desire a woman who's not had a one night stand, it doesn't compute that he, like, just because he desires something in a partner doesn't mean that he has to meet that criteria.
That makes sense.
Otherwise, because there's asymmetry in what men and women like.
Yeah.
Why are you making that face, Darkavia? Whoa, what, you disagree?
I don't know. It just blows my mind how men work, bro. Like, why y'all exist? Oh my god, y'all stressing me out.
That was coherent. But no, but it's just like, and this is one of our questions here in the questionnaire. But like, there's not symmetry between what men want and what women want, and I don't think you need to possess a trait in order to desire it. So you're not dominant, but you want a dominant guy. I'm not submissive. I want a submissive woman. Maybe Jake had a one-night stand. He wants a woman who's had no promiscuity in her past. I don't think that's hypocritical. I don't think there's any issue with that. Women want all kinds of things in men that they don't possess. Every girl here would probably date a professional athlete. Are any of you professional athletes? No. Would any of you here, who here would date a billionaire? Are any of you billionaires? No. I don't think you need to possess the trait that you desire in a partner to want it. It doesn't make you a hypocrite. You can be a broke woman and want a rich man. Doesn't make you a hypocrite. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. That's just naturally attractive. When it comes to female promiscuity, women who are not promiscuous, low body count, that's attractive to men.
I agree. And like, I'm happy to take on the duty and the burden of being a provider, but then I would never expect that out of my wife, never expect that. And it is a big, large duty, but you just never expect that in return. But I would expect them to be chaste.
What would you recommend to a woman that has had like a promiscuous past to become a more high quality woman? Since they can't like fully redeem themselves, what would you recommend?
Do you want to take this first, Jake?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll go after.
I would say that there are other things. Obviously, promiscuity and your past is one factor. And there are other things that you can seriously bring to a man's life. And there are going to be men who don't care as much about it. For me, it's just something that's really important. But if you can... The reason why I asked that question before was the thing that I was getting to when we were asking about what you guys would do at the job interview for the high status man, is because there are a few things I always find it interesting to see girls' answers that you can do, that you can provide to a man that most women would never even really think about. And it's like, if you look at a guy who's successful and on his grind and a guy who is someone that you'd want to date, if you analyzed his life and you thought, where can I bring value to his life? Okay, he's really busy. He's a little bit messy. I'm going to come in and like clean up his room, do his laundry, all that sort of thing. Or maybe he's got like something that I can do with work. I can like help him with his emails or something like that. All of those little things are things that can easily set you apart from the rest. So if I was you, or this hypothetical girl with a high body count, I would look at the guy and I would say, where can I bring value? To the point where a few months down the line, 3 months, 6 months down the line, he's looking at me as somebody who's like, irreplaceable. If I left his life, then it would be way harder.
Do you think that people should do, or women should do that, regardless of body count, prior to a marriage? Like, you think that they should present wife qualities when they're not getting husband qualities?
Absolutely, yeah. How else are you going to sell yourself?
How else is a man going to sell himself?
You
know what I mean?
But like, so why would I marry you if you're not showing me wife qualities?
But by the same token, why would a woman show you wife qualities if they're not getting any?
So then we're just at a stalemate and it'll never happen. So if I have someone who's my girlfriend and she's saying, I'm not going to do your laundry, I'm not going to make your bed, I'm not going to cook you food because I don't have a ring on my finger, I'd be like, all right, then fuck off.
But wife qualities are more than cleaning and cooking. Like, just get a maid. Wife qualities are way more.
And what's she going to do? Just sit on her ass all day?
No, she's going to support you emotionally. She's going to be there for the kids.
I don't need to be supported emotionally. If you're a guy who's already like achieved certain things in life, you've probably been through some shit. Maybe you could use a cuddle on a Sunday morning.
Why are you guys so into men? Are you gay? Like, you're like, men are the shit.
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Because you keep saying like women are this and that and it's blah blah blah.
No. I think I'm actually
so
really
just date each other and go have fun in the bathroom. Let us watch.
I think I actually pretty.
Go get pet.
I think I actually pretty clearly just sort of laid it out as to like the value that a woman can bring to a man's life.
You just said
it's just a matter of attitude.
Cooking and cleaning. That's it. That's a wife.
What else did I say?
Duty.
What else did I say?
Laundry.
Doing emails, cooking, cleaning, making yourself like make his life easier.
Making food, of course. And your life is what? Shit. Because you were born to be a piece of shit.
He also said that he doesn't
I don't think that makes you a piece of shit if you're being.
Hold on.
Your dreams and your homes are gone.
A lot of people talking. You wanted to ask a question?
Yeah. So I already provide those things when I'm dating someone, and so. Like, I obviously do have a promiscuous past, and I'm currently not dating because I want to become, like, a higher quality woman before I date. so that I can attract a more high quality man. So what would you recommend besides like the cooking, the cleaning, and
well, I think that you have to just cater it to that person's individual needs. So you have to just be good at looking at the man and understanding a little bit about his life, and then seeing where you can add value, particularly. Because he might be someone who's a clean freak and he does all of his cleaning. He might love cooking. He might be like Greek or something like that, loves cooking. And then you got to be like, all right, well, where else can I add value to his life? You know, can I help him with his organization? Can I do this and that? But it's about getting yourself to the point where months and months down the line, he looks at you as like inexpendable.
Should I be waiting a while to sleep with someone?
It depends on his values.
Okay.
Yeah, because if he's a guy who's like a little bit more liberal about it, he's not going to mind. But a guy who's more conservative, how high is the body count? Like, what are we talking?
I don't feel comfortable sharing.
Didn't you share it last time?
Yeah.
No.
What'd she?
Oh, wait, no.
No, she did. She did. Octavia, what is it? What did
I
she,
didn't. I refused.
No, I'm thinking of someone else.
It was double digit though, yeah?
Yeah, it was double digit.
Triple digit?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Double.
I think that if you can master other aspects, then guys will look past that.
Yeah. So
majority of it was when I was like 17. I don't sleep around anymore.
I don't know if that's
That's not.
Oh, it's horrible.
That's not
it's
the only
absolutely
value.
horrible. It's before I got sober.
But so, I mean, there's this video game term called min-maxing. You minimize negative characteristics and you maximize positive characteristics. So, I mean, you can't really minimize it, but what you can do is you maximize all the other positive characteristics, I suppose, to kind of, I mean, this is just like general advice to anybody. You want to become the best person and best partner that you can. So if that means, you know, getting into really good shape, it could come down to your behavior. It could come down to, you know, other things that you're bringing to the table. So if you just become like this super pleasant, amazing woman, super submissive, acts of service, and maximize just how can I become more attractive, not just looks, but how can I become more attractive in other dimensions. Fifth dimension over here. Fifth Dimension Princess album out in 3 months. Right? 3 months? Yeah, something like that. Then you just got to maximize all those things. Are some guys still going to disqualify you no matter how amazing you are? Sure. But they might disqualify you for other things too. They might not, you might not be their type physically, whatever it is. So you just got to maximize it. And, yeah. So is there redemption? Like, yeah, is that
That's a good point that
Rachel, what's up?
She says, a man you would want is the kind of man who wants you to demonstrate that you'll be able to help meet rather than a giant pain in the ass.
Honestly,
cooperative, not combative. Exactly.
Rachel makes a huge point, and this is something we don't talk about. I mean, I mention it often in passing, but we don't ever do deep dives into it. Like, ladies, one of the biggest things that you can do to become more appealing to a guy, it's not like how the cool stories you can tell, your personality, or how attractive you are. If you're just like chill and pleasant to be around, because a lot of guys have experience dealing with like, and look, girls deal with some like fucking psycho dudes too, don't get me wrong, but like a guy who's dealt with like a girl who's a headache, like, man, the biggest thing you can be in a relationship is if you're just like calm, and when he's with you, it's peace. And look, sometimes you have disagreements, sometimes there's arguments. I mean, some people have a really hardline stance on like, you know, submission and that sort of thing. But if you can be peace, that's like one of the biggest things you can bring into. We don't want to, like, guys don't want to deal with a quarrelsome woman. Like, if we're constantly, and look, to be fair, sometimes men, sometimes men bring that energy. Like, sometimes men are the ones looking for an argument. But a lot of dudes have an experience of dealing with a girl that it's just like a headache, and we don't want to deal with that. We want peace, we want calm, and if you can be our calm, a lot of dudes are going to overlook a lot of things.
Exactly. Especially if you're a really busy guy who's got a lot going on and your life's very stressful. If you can be like a sanctuary for him, and you can create a home that's a sanctuary, and then that's massive. But also sort of like it's, you know, it might sound like a little bit infantilizing, but if you can look at him with like goo goo gaga sort of eyes, you know, like I said before, always doing things to make him feel respected, make him feel strong, and just point out all of these little things. Most guys in the current dating market, with the way that most women are, will not know what has hit them if you actually treat a guy like that with genuine respect. and you look up to him and admire him.
Besides providing the money and all that stuff, what is he doing? Is he like, does he love me? Is he providing emotional, really like respect and emotional support and all that stuff, or is he just
a man
gone?
has duties in a relationship, and the duty, in my opinion, is to provide and also to be. I mean, you have to take a bullet if there's a home invasion, and to make her feel protected, to make her feel like her needs are met, whether that be like financial needs or like the support of being a leader and all those sorts of things. And I think that's actually it sounds like it's in a few sentences, but it's a very significant job. And it requires life experience. And go on. Go ahead.
I think in the true sense of like a submissive dominant relationship between a husband and a wife, like if there's mutual respect, it's not about dominating the wife. Just because they are more leading and more guiding, that doesn't mean that they're shitting on you.
No, I understand that. But some men do that. Some men provide and then they treat you like a slave.
Too.
Also, with submission, like submission is not taken. Submission is given.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Jake, I do disagree with you on the bullet thing, though. She can take the bullet.
Yeah.
Natasha likes that one. She can take the bullet. Here's
Brian
why,
just grabs her and puts her in, please.
Put the kid in front of us.
Hear me out, Jake. So here's why. People say, Brian, that's kind of beta. You're kind of a beta male for not being willing to take the bullet. And listen, maybe I am. But you know what's better than being dead? Being a beta male. Although, wait, hold on. Is it?
Do you know how many men have gone out of the trenches in war and run onto the beaches, only to be gunned down by the Turks, just so they don't look like a beta male to their friends?
Oh, that's the reason they do it. But like, think about it this way.
It's like, oh, they're all dying. He's going off.
What's more gangster, Jake? Taking the bullet for your wife. Let's say when you take a bullet for, you don't have kids yet. You take the bullet?
If I had kids?
No. You're married, but you don't have kids yet. Do you take the bullet for your wife?
Yes, I think it's the man's responsibility.
But so what's more gangster? Check this out, Jake. Gangster. Okay.
Keep it gangster, go.
Check this out. Okay. She takes the bullet like a strong, independent boss babe woman. And then maybe you get kind of clowned on a little bit. But you probably, whatever. Nobody was there. You don't know what happened, right? And then a week later, you meet a new girl, and then you have kids with her, and you've just continued your bloodline. That's more gangster. You continued your bloodline. I'm willing to sacrifice the individual woman. I will sacrifice the individual woman for my benefit.
So the girl is gangster?
Purely
That's
gangster. That's the purely utilitarian perspective on it, bro.
Chat. I'm kind of right, chat.
Embarrassing.
It's a secular utilitarian perspective.
Fine.
That,
Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. You're dead. I'm alive. I'm gonna fuck another chick. We're good. Sorry, I'm kind of spazzing out a little bit, but
that's always been like that. This whole podcast was about that. It's like, why can't we just continue to put you down so you can be barefoot and cook our food?
The fuck are you talking about, Lee? What the fuck are you talking about? That's crazy, bro. What are you talking? Go back to pegging people, bro. Go back to pegging people.
No,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, go back to.
You just want to
go back to pegging
you
Mexicans.
You want to feel superior, and you will never be superior. Women will always be superior. Women will always be superior.
In which way? In which way?
We give you life. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be talking all this shit.
What do you mean by superior, and how are women superior?
Superior. That's it, superior.
Say it again 5 more times and I'll understand the definition.
The mother energy, the goddess. Look, you would never, you provide, you make money, good,
Goddesses
thank you.
Are demons.
Thank you for providing. That's your job as a man.
Oh, really?
To provide for women.
And thank you for carrying that baby to term and not killing it. That is your job.
That's
your job, woman. That is your job, woman.
A man forced me to do that.
It is your job to bleed out of your vagina and then have my baby.
Forced me to do that.
It is your job, woman.
You little fat.
It's your job, woman. You got to take that baby all the way to term.
That was too much. You forced me to do it.
Good woman. Take it all the way to term.
You forced me to do it.
She definitely said facts.
I said facts. Yeah, facts.
Yeah. Okay. Be quiet, lady.
And now they see how they get. When I'm right.
You can't say that word on stream, bro. Chill the fuck out.
The mother goddess, superior than men. Period.
That's cool.
God is literally a man.
The goddess, the queen, the princess,
the mother.
She's got to take the fucking bullet, bro.
They gave birth
She can
to you.
take the fucking bullet.
Your mom can take the bullet?
No, not my mom can take the bullet. I'm saying my girl. I'm saying my girl. If I'm dating a girl,
so what's the point?
She takes the bullet.
What's the point of men being stronger if you're not going to take the bullet?
The point of me being stronger is so that after she dies, I can take care of the kids because I'm honestly, well, once we have kids, if we already have kids, I'm better suited to take care of them. Financially.
Who's going to cook for them?
Yeah, it's like,
Let me
Who's
add
going to
that
give them good
caveat.
intuition?
Huh?
Who's going to give them good intuition? Like
Me, bro. You could have dodged the bullet. I dodged the bullet. I give my kids good intuition. You took the bullet. Obviously, your intuition wasn't that good to fucking dodge that shit.
I would
I
dodge
dodge
it
it.
for sure.
Boom. You take the
Sound
fucking.
like
I think the more accurate for you is that you both just stand there and whoever gets hit gets hit. It's just a
No,
good-
bro. You're my girlfriend. Here's the bullet.
You ever seen those?
I put you in front of me, dude.
You ever seen those videos of when the plant jumps out and scares people and then the guy grabs his
Doesn't seem
girlfriend?
like a very dominant
That's you.
man.
Yeah.
He said he was a beta male.
He said he's going to use his girlfriend as a human
very
shield.
dominant. No, how would that's okay, let me ask you a question. Genghis Khan. You know Genghis
That's
Khan?
not a question.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
You know Genghis Khan?
Not personally. Yes, I know
But
who you're talking about.
the
Yes.
Mongolian conquest?
I know who you're talking about.
This guy had like dozens of wives and concubines and just chicks he was
Thousands of children.
thousands, son. Like just
Fertile man.
He was
multiple
slinging it.
times a day, just busted nuts. So anyways, hold on. Check this out, Natasha. You listening?
I'm listening.
Okay. You think Genghis Khan, the most fucking ruthless, you think Genghis Khan wasn't dominant? He would, any wife, if it's between him and the wife, goodbye. Oh, goodbye, wife. I've got 10 more. Genghis Khan is a G. He's a real G. Henry VIII, the King of England. This motherfucker beheaded his, wait, no.
Two wives.
Divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, died.
No, outlived.
What's that?
The last one, he outlived him.
Whatever. So anyways,
So scary.
According to
These
your
are
logic, that's the
idols.
most gangster shit you can do.
is behead your wife. That's
Just go Henry.
You know what? She doesn't bow for me.
These are also like the men, these are like that small percentage of men with power. Like that's who you're speaking on. You're not talking about. Remember, like back when we were talking about like
but Genghis Khan.
You know what I'm saying? The men of power, whatever. You can't compare yourself to the. If
I'm
you
not
just
saying
say
I'm
you're
fucking
at,
Genghis Khan.
No,
bro.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. If it's a W for Genghis Khan to be like, I've got 50 wives. One of them. Okay.
But you don't have.
But
50
you
wives.
don't. But that's the thing.
Take the
He's
sword.
that.
You don't
even want one wife.
Take the spear.
He's that percentage
You
of
don't
men
even
that you
want one
spoke
wife,
about.
but
They
then
can't.
you're using an example with somebody with a bajillion wives.
Yeah, that makes me more gangster because she's more important to me, and I'm still willing to sacrifice the chick. Woo!
You can't even say it without laughing.
Oh shit! Oh, she's more important. That's more gangster. I'm still willing to sacrifice her because the bloodline. It's more important for me to survive to forward the fucking bloodline. So
Okay, so what if she was pregnant?
I could go impregnate 10 other women.
But what if she was pregnant at the time with your child, your firstborn child?
Does he know? If
And you got shot in the nuts, so
They
you
don't
can't
love you
have no
guys.
more
It's
kids.
I got
it's all
shot
a
in
lie.
the nuts.
So you can't have no more kids. Are you still gonna protect
That's
her?
not true. We don't love
Men
these
can't
hoes.
love unconditionally because they're never loved unconditionally. You have to provide to be loved.
We don't love
So
these
you
hoes.
never
It's
give
different.
us
I've loved a
unconditional
lot of
love.
men that
Different.
didn't provide
Nah,
shit.
men love hoes.
Men cannot love unconditionally. There's too much ego involved. There's too much. I need power.
No, I mean,
the size of my dick.
if she gets fat.
I'm trying to have a conversation with
And
you.
she gotta take the bullet.
Wait.
You're
But
like
do
a child.
y'all think these women out here are worth taking the bullet for? I could be married. Hold on. I could be dating this girl, married to her. She's getting new dick within 3 months, bro. You want me to take the bullet?
You wouldn't even wait 3 weeks. You'd be out there crying at the freaking funeral, like, oh, look at me so sad.
Oh,
Feel
bro,
pity for me.
I would
Give
be
me
on
head.
fucking Tinder at the funeral.
Of course.
I'd be on fucking Hinge.
So you want her to wait
I'd
3
be on
months?
Hinge. I'd be on Bumble.
Exactly.
I'd be on Tinder. I'd be on Farmers Only.
why would we
I'd be on
wait?
Christian Mingle. I'll be on J-Date. I'll be on fucking the Asian dating app. That's gonna be the first place I'll be.
So why she can't be in the same app?
That's
Because she's a
disgusting.
lady and she has
No,
to wait for you
but-
forever in her little
but-
coffin.
No, what I'm saying
Never.
is, what I'm saying
Don't
is though,
settle, ladies. Don't
you
do
guys
it.
have an expectation that I take the bullet. Hell no, I ain't taking the bullet because
No one expects you to take the bullet. We
she
know.
expects me. She expects me to
You're
take
a
the bullet.
5. Ain't no 5 taking
Oh,
bullets.
fuck. You're a 3 and a 4
Speechless. You notice that when we get them, they always switch like the conversation. Like you
switch the conversation.
Because you wouldn't take the bullet, but then you said my mom. For my mom, I would take a bullet. Would you? That's a lie.
I would take. You know what? For my parents, damn, that's a hard. Yes, I think for my parents, because I got love for my parents like that.
Look at that. The truth comes out. For your wife, no.
Who hurt you?
Like, what the fuck? Who hurt me? Chill out.
Well, you act like women.
Reiki chick, whatever.
It seems like you think people are gonna like switch up and betray on you.
What? Huh?
What about your kids?
What woman switched up on you?
It's a good question, Brian. Who hurt you?
Who hurt me? I don't. Wait, what was this? What was the question?
For your parents, you would take a bullet. For your kids, would you take a bullet?
You know what's crazy? Like, if somebody talks shit about me, I don't care. But if somebody ever said something nasty, like in front of my dad to my dad, I would be so fucking angry. Like if somebody punched me or I saw somebody punch my dad, I would be more upset if they punched my dad.
Yeah.
And I would be fucking blood boil. I would kill this person.
That's love. That's love, but you wouldn't do that for your wife because men cannot love women.
I can't get another dad. I can't get another mom. I can get another bitch.
Oh, see, that's messed up. That's so messed up. So your kids, you would let your kids die too? Because you can get new kids. No, because it's the woman hatred. You see? It's the woman hate. It just fuels them to wake up every morning.
What if it's a girl?
Huh? Wait, what?
You said kids are the bloodline. I said, what if it's a girl?
She still carries on the bloodline.
So it doesn't matter to you about the name?
I mean, he's the one who said that he'd do the killing.
So if it's between, hold on. You really want to play this game? So between my son and my daughter.
But why?
Many cultures around the world have actually disposed of the women at birth because they can't.
I'm just kidding. I would love my daughters and sons equally.
I don't think you could take that back.
Just have daughters.
I feel like people say that until they get a daughter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna watch that.
Definitely getting a daughter.
She's watching that.
He's only gonna have daughters.
Guys.
I hope you get like 10 daughters.
Guys, obviously, I've been bantering. I'm joking a little bit, being a little exuberant here.
A little bit.
She still takes the bullet, but like some of that other stuff, you know. Anyways, good
little
time.
beat.
All right, guys, we gotta get through notes. So I'm gonna try to do it quick. Damien, we got the age stuff. Do you got 2 batches or 1? Okay, let's do the. Guys, some of you said you're gonna be looking like.
Chick's a MILF.
Hot. 10, 20. Better.
Oh God, I forgot about.
Pull it up.
What is it?
Oh no.
Aww.
Okay, that's. Yep. Next.
Do you think that's what I'll look like in 10 years?
That's what you think.
Next.
Like one of those 50-year-old women at the club.
This is so messed up.
Damn. Okay, next.
Like 100.
Whoa.
Damn. Hello.
Okay, next. Wow.
It's rough.
You look like you could. Never mind.
That's rough.
Next.
Oh my God, I need to quit smoking.
That's what awaits.
Next.
I'm done smoking. It looks like your
Next.
mom.
Oh, you look cute.
Oh, I look like my mom.
All right, there
I
you
look
go.
like my grandpa.
There you go. Next.
Yeah, right.
Of course.
I feel like
of course.
last time
Next.
I looked more like my mom.
Okay, next. Make it a little smaller if you can. Oh, whoa! You gave her like a triple chin. What? Make it a little smaller.
Why does your skin
Make it smaller?
still look good?
Damn.
Though?
What the? Okay, next. Okay. All right. Next.
Damn.
You went from Latina to Asian.
Yeah, I was about to say. Went from Latina to a Filipino real quick.
Next.
That's not bad.
That's not that bad.
I don't look weird.
Next.
Yeah, it's really not. Oh my God.
Next. By the way, whoever
Okay,
did this, you
first-
did a lot of favors on the pictures on
Right.
the left.
Yeah.
Brushed him.
Next.
That's so fucked up.
Oh, there you go. All right,
The
next.
silver fox.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, with all that work they did on the left. You know?
That's funny. All right, is that it, Damien? Yeah. All right, we have
Bullet donated $100. If woman takes a bullet for guy, would she then be more gangster than him by default?
Yes.
BC Warrior.
Absolutely.
Maybe. But you guys forget she's dead. I'm alive.
You can't take a bullet and survive?
All the best gangsters are dead, bro.
The assumption here is that if you take the bullet, you die. So, yeah.
All the real ones are dead.
All the real G's? Real G's move in silence like lasagna? All right. Let's see here. Let's get through the rest of the notes. We have... Wow, that was good. That was a good convo. Okay, we did Jillian, we did Callie, Trini. There's the music video, craziest dating story. Dated this producer. At the time, he was still up and coming. Now he's huge. Can you say who?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, that's fine. We still cool. but woo, it was a mess for a minute. Long story short, he was a cheater. He had 2 girls pregnant at the same time as we were dating. One of them hit you in the DMs beefing. Her friend hit you up too. They were threatening you and some more stuff. Hot mess. You left him. He ended up having a son and a daughter 2 weeks apart from the 2 different women. Now you think he's up to like 4 to 5 kids. Thank the Lord you're not attached to that circus. Any other details you can share from that story?
Nah, I think that's pretty much like, that was like Cliff Notes version.
Was it Nick Cannon? No. Would we know him? Do you think I'm like a?
I think you.
I'm an old school hip hop guy. These days, I don't really know too many. But do you think I'd know him?
I think you probably would know him just because he's pretty.
Scott Storch.
He's got some big songs out there, and then he's done a lot of stuff that's like no.
Not Kanye.
No.
Okay. You next note. You said
he's worked with Kanye.
DJ Khaled.
Oh, he's worked with Kanye?
Yeah.
That's enough detail for people to find out. Okay. Putting people in boxes like it's one answer for a relationship and that's it, but really it's about what works for you and yours. It's not one size fits all. What do you mean by that?
What was the question?
It wasn't. It was just a statement you said. You said putting people in boxes like it's one answer for a relationship and that's it. So is this kind of like maybe you have issues with traditional type relationships?
Yeah, that I know what you're talking about now. No, I didn't have any, like, I believe in like a traditional relationship, like in the aspect of like, do I want marriage? Do I want a husband that I, love and respect, or that, that I want to lead, because I don't want to lead my man, and stuff. Yes, I do agree in that traditional aspect, but let's say, like, for instance, you don't want to get married. Do I think that your views are, wrong? No, because I agree with yours too, because I do agree. I have brothers. So, I got 5 brothers. Like, I know that they are, they're really looking at a big loss if they get with the wrong person. So, like, I do understand you guys' like, aspect of it too.
Okay. You said when it comes to dating, it sucks. It's so hard to actually seriously date someone, especially in Los Angeles. You're more old school. You feel like you need someone more traditional as well, but also who understands the dynamics of your career.
Yeah, because, okay, so this is the thing. So, like, for one, people might think I'd be shallow and stuff like, oh, she's around this artist or that, NFL or NBA player, or these people, like the people I'm around in my work atmosphere, it makes some guys insecure and stuff because they don't feel like they're, I guess, in their idea of what a high quality man is, they're looking at like maybe financially or like status or things like that. They don't feel like they compare to that man, so they're like insecure with me being around these men too. And so even if it's just, like for work, relationships, things like that.
But let me ask you a question on this. Have you worked with people in the music industry? They're like, oh, I want to produce for you, I want to do that, and they really just want to fuck?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so is it kind of fair that these, because like I've heard from a lot of girls, it's definitely a common thing. It's like they're like, oh yeah, we should collaborate, and then they're just, it's like, and I think that's wrong, by the way. Like, I don't think you should do that as a guy. Like, false pretenses, like, oh yeah, let's, but he really like has an ulterior motive, like he's just trying to hit.
Diddy did that to Cassie. Her career was just starting, and then they started dating and it never happened again.
What? No, it's just the guy who kind of
She asked me why you said that.
Oh no, the guy like who was like wanting to do the photo shoot, and then that's what I'm talking about. Like Darkavia had this thing where like,
is he Asian?
No.
Unfortunately,
That's why it didn't work for her.
No, there's this guy who's like
My ex-boyfriend. I was with for
Black guy?
4 years. No, I'm Mexican.
Yeah, there's this guy who's like, hey, come do a photo shoot, but he was like trying to date her, and I think that I don't know. It's
and
like
he did date.
No, but it's like you should be upfront, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
But so maybe that's one of the concerns these guys have is like he knows like how these people are in the music industry and they're looking out for you.
Well, no, I think it was more so in the aspect that it was two different things. It was one that he was kind of like he also does music, so like he was still like he'd been doing it for years, but he hasn't had the level of success that these men have had, and the fact that I am a woman and can go around these men who have a higher status in the industry that we both work in, it's kind of like a jealousy thing there too, because it is like kind of a concept of like him thinking I'm only there because I'm a woman, but not what I actually bring, you know, to the table.
Okay. Do have to move on here with the notes, but Fifth Dimension Princess, you said one time you came out in the music video and the rapper asks for your number. You talked on the phone a few times, asked if you wanted to go bowling with him and a few other people. He picks you up and you guys stop at a liquor store to buy a bottle in pregame. He gets a bottle of Henny and Coke, and on the way to the bowling alley, someone cuts him off in traffic and he throws his Henny bottle at a car. He didn't hit the car, but you were like, what the hell? Now we don't have no Henny. We end up arriving at the bowling alley, and once you guys park, he starts doing I don't know.
White girl.
He does the nose thing. Yeah, that thing. And you were like, I was like, why you need to do that to pregame bowling? And then you guys play a few rounds and you Ubered home because you were not getting in that car again, and then you cut him off.
Yeah.
Had you guys like dated, like met up before that, or was that it? Can you scoot the mic just to the edge of the table?
And who was he? What was his name?
I don't want to say who he was.
It's always the case. They're always dating freaking these big time people, but you never give their names out. Makes me think that it never happened.
Was
you
it
can assume that.
Or that it's
or that people are just private with their personal
or that it's or that they're actually like
it's kind of embarrassing.
Or that they're SoundCloud rappers. Or
no,
something
it's actually kind of embarrassing. Like just to even like, did you not hear the circus? I said I do not want my name attached to that man. He got like 4 or 5 kids now.
We'd make the story really entertaining if we knew who. But
it would so make it. Wait, Peso Pluma. What's his name?
No.
Do you know what's his name? Chat.
Peso Pluma is a.
Peso Pluma. Was it him?
No, I wish.
Oh, okay. Oh. Shit. What do you rate him?
Peso Pluma.
Is he like a 10?
I give him like a 9.
You'd be settling for Peso Pluma.
Looks wise.
Looks wise.
Yes.
Okay, even with his mullet.
I like his mullet, but I think I'm still cute to him.
You said you wanted to talk about polygamy?
Yes.
Are you polygamist?
I'm not polygamous, but I am open to it. Only like in the right situation. Like if a man had like multiple girlfriends or wives and he was like providing for all of them, they're all having safe sex, like I feel like that's okay. And everybody's like.
So if he's like really successful, high status guy.
Like Genghis Khan or whatever.
Genghis Khan, you would fuck Genghis Khan.
I would.
It would come about a different way.
He doesn't speak English though.
I mean,
he's also dead.
Yeah, I'm saying like somebody like powerful like that.
Okay, I can
he's an option.
What about Putin? Like, would you smash Putin?
Kind of hot.
Whoa, okay, Natasha.
And
Pump the brakes.
if I was single.
Oh, because you're in a relationship.
And is the guy that you're seeing exclusive with you?
He is exclusive with me, yes.
But if he wanted to have some side pieces, you wouldn't mind?
If he was like making me not work and all the other girls too.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, that is a dynamic, you know, like girls.
It happens. Yeah, it happens.
All right. We do have a chat coming in here, then we'll get right back to it.
Hero_Jake donated $100. I have never slept with a woman, but once I find the one I would take a bullet for her. I got certified in Krav Maga to make sure I can protect my future wife. P.S. Darkavia, you beautiful. 35 to old.
Hey.
It's one man with an A, and
Hey,
you
look at how
spelled
she's
Darkavia's
stroking
name
the
wrong.
pickle hopper
But
too.
never mind that. Thank you.
Are you? Is that like the Russian version of Darkavia? Is that how do you spell with an I or a Y?
Darkavia.
It's Darkavia, so it's spelled Darkavia.
VIA. There it is. Jake, W's in the chat for Jake. Thank you for the TTS, man. Appreciate it. Wait, take a bullet. Wait, do you guys think the guy should take the bullet for his girl? Show of hands. Should the guy take the bullet? That everybody? Wait, hold on. How do you guys feel about this statement? Women should be virgins.
Well, it depends. Are you talking about to be married or just
to experience life?
I kind of wish I was, but
Like, y'all should wait for the first guy, and that should be the guy you stay with the rest of your life.
Not if they mistreat you, no.
Yeah.
Let's assume there's no abuse in this.
Ideally, yes, I agree with that.
Okay. But it's like,
And you
you're
take
right,
a
it's
bullet.
not ideal. That's why she got to take the bullet.
Would you take a bullet for a virgin?
No, whoever has the highest body count has to take the bullet.
No.
That was still.
So, did
more
you hear
likely,
Darkavia?
more likely to, yes, but no.
Darkavia had a good stance.
I said whoever has the highest body count has to take the bullet.
Oh, there you go. I like that.
There you
one.
go. I like that one.
That works. Well, no, it's just interesting. Like,
So
it's,
would you be dead?
Like, probably. Just kidding. So, anyways, but it's interesting to me. It's like, you guys, really quick, raise your hand. Like, no big deal. You want a dude to die for you.
Nope.
But you kind of like raised an eyebrow. It seemed that way
Several
when
times.
I was like, virgin preference.
No, like in an ideal world, I understand that. I
Okay.
just don't think we live in an ideal world.
Yeah, sure. Is it likely to get that? No. But I'm just saying.
I understand the low body count thing. I agree with
Sure.
it.
But if it's like y'all are saying men should die, I should be able to say y'all should not be fucking all these dudes. You know what I mean?
You're allowed to say it.
You're allowed. Yeah, you're allowed.
And I mean, I prefer.
I'm
men.
sure I'm allowed.
City.
I'm allowed, but women don't have any problem saying men should do X, men should do Y, men should do Z. But the moment we men say women should, like you might say, men should know how to change a tire. You might say that, right? But the moment I say women should go make me a sandwich, or women
I see what you're saying.
should cook, like you're gonna say anytime a guy says a woman should, you're gonna be like, that's sexist. How dare you?
No,
Women
that's
should.
not true.
Women should cook and clean.
I'd make you a sandwich if you said please.
if you know how to change a tire, the woman should know how to change a
Unprompted.
diaper.
The sandwich should be unprompted.
I think if the man is providing those things and the woman is providing those things, that's an ideal situation for everybody.
I kind of feel like it's easier to be a virgin than it is to take a bullet, though. So it's still not fair.
It's never fair.
It's really not fair.
It's never fair.
It's
Kinda got
easier
a
to be a
point.
virgin than to die. That's fair.
Kind of got a point.
I feel like you're kind of dying if you're 18 and you sleep with one guy, you stay with him your whole life. Like, life is long. You're gonna go to your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s,
Like,
same dude,
You know
same
what's
penis.
long? You know what's long? Like living your life.
I thought you were going to say the dildo that his boyfriend got pegged
I was
with.
gonna say
You
that.
really like the begging
But
thing.
I feel like there's no way
Yeah.
that a virgin man or a virgin woman, they get together, they're married. I feel like there's no possible way that they have the thought that doesn't cross their mind every day. Damn, I wish I did that. You know what I mean?
Wait. Can you show me your Can you show your tattoo to the screen here?
What
The one on
tattoo?
your arm?
Me?
Yeah, show it to the screen.
The Raised by Strong Women one?
Yeah, you're gonna have to like turn your whole body.
I get comments on this one a lot.
Okay, turn.
Sorry guys. It's supposed to
hold
be my mom,
Wait.
my sister,
wait,
my other
come
sister.
go into
and her
frame.
Get away
daughter.
from the mic.
Ah.
Mom, sister, other sister.
It says raised by strong women.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love my dad. My dad's very strong too. I need
He's
to
a woman?
No, I need to get another tattoo for him.
Okay. It should be raised by strong man, singular.
Why? You don't think my mom's strong?
Is your mom a man?
What about her grandpa?
But my mom raised me.
No, but raised by strong men. You should also. Never mind. I don't know.
What's the problem?
What's your problem?
What's the problem? Why don't you like it?
You got a problem?
Why don't you like it?
I
Women
didn't
can't
say
be
I don't
strong.
Like it. I was.
But you don't think my mom's strong?
Did I say that? Did I say that?
I'm fucking with you.
Okay, good talk. Okay, going back to you. You said fifth dimension princess. When are you gonna upgrade to queen? Fifth dimension queen.
I like Fifth Dimension Princess. Maybe when I stop doing music, like I'll just get rid of the name. But
what do you think about like fifth dimension duchess?
I don't like it. It doesn't have the same ring to it.
You don't fuck
I like
with it?
pink and purple, sparkles, crowns.
What about fifth dimension viscount?
What is that?
You don't know about viscounts?
You don't pronounce CS? It's a viscount?
Yeah, it is a viscount.
Wow.
Obviously,
Ryan.
the American education system failed
see the
me.
memes
Obviously,
now.
you said it's hard because social media dating. It's hard because social media makes it seem like there's so many options and a lot of it is over sexualized, and it's hard to be compared to BBL models. But at the end of the day, the right person is going to love you for who you are, and you shouldn't look for love. You should let it find you by being your best and most authentic self. I agree with this.
BBLs are gross.
I am not a fan of BBLs,
What if
fake
it's
titties,
natural?
lip filler, natural BBL.
Natural but really big. Are you saying you don't like big butts, or you just don't like
saying
BBLs?
he doesn't like the surgery.
I don't like the
BBL.
Yeah, the
It's
BBL.
noticeable as well. The BBL.
Got it.
Big butt.
It also looks so
great,
strange when the
but
thighs
small
are
butt.
small.
It does. It doesn't contour.
It doesn't
You're
look
right. It looks
the and,
weird.
it just looks like.
Natasha, don't you think you gotta earn it? You gotta earn it.
Yes, I'm a personal trainer.
She's a personal
It drives
trainer.
me nuts when I see girls on TikTok that are talking about like, here's how you build a shelf,
Yeah.
and it's clearly a BBL. It's like, that's fine if you want to do plastic surgery, but don't lie to people when you were saying you can
False
get this shelf
advertising.
by doing this. You can build a shelf, but not a BBL. BBLs look insane. When you don't
Don't
have
look
good thighs and like thick thighs to back
Never
up a
look-
big butt, it looks ridiculous.
Anybody here have a BBL?
No.
Haha, that's good. Okay, Natasha's notes. I think Natasha's notes. You're pretty much. Yeah, I think you're the last one here. Or wait, no, Milena. Oh, really quick, Milena. There's just one thing from you.
Yeah.
You said you want. Oh wait, we have the dating apps too. From Darkavia. Okay, we'll do that dating app, then get into Natasha's notes. Milena, you said that you in a dating app you want a man to worship the ground you walk on. Ew.
It's like kind
That's
of a joke.
gross. Oh, okay.
That's so hot.
I felt like I needed to start raising the bar.
I can see that.
Yeah, right. You heard about my exes. It's so like the bar's in hell. So I was like, maybe if I put this, like I'll get someone that's like right below that.
You'll get a simp, is what you'll get.
Okay, all right.
I don't really check my dating app. It's more just like a video game.
Sure.
I haven't met up with anyone. It scares me.
Now we need to do.
Thought you were trying to be a good woman.
Darkavia's dating app. Right now.
Dating
We're gonna
apps
get-
are hard. You don't know somebody's vibes. What?
I sent mine in.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had said that.
I don't- it's fine.
Do you want me to say? I just said one thing.
No, it's just this. We already did it.
Oh.
Yeah. Next. Hide that for a sec. Dropping everything that second and hopping on a plane. Any chance I get. Also dating to marry. Unusual skills. Okay. Next. Guys in the chat. This is Darkavia's dating app. She's from Illinois.
Yeah, Chicago.
Chirac? You're from Chirac?
Yeah.
That explains a lot. Just kidding. Okay. Monogamy. She wants long-term relationship, preferably with an Asian man. If any Asian men are watching. Next. She don't hate me if I love bomb you. Okay.
I'm a love bomber.
Next. My simple pleasures, men that look mean but aren't mean.
That pick, girl.
Oh, I did not mean to press that. Raving, sleeping, eating, exploring. Is there another one or is that it?
Those are the best.
Cute.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Okay. All right. So chat, do you swipe yes, swipe no? Can you explain the you love bomb dudes? What is that?
I definitely have a problem with love bombing. I do that often. I try not to, but I just fall so quickly, and that's literally my downfall when it comes to relationships. Like, I do. And I think that also takes part in when I sleep with them. I do fall in love with them, and that's why I try not to sleep around, because I do go into that hole of wanting to be in a relationship as soon as I like sleep with them, and obviously they're not obviously in that mindset. So I think that's why I love bomb them. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with love bombing from a woman to a man. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
I think there was a few slight errors with I'm going to critique your dating profile.
Okay.
So the first bit where you said willing to drop everything and get on a plane, that seems like a dog whistle to get flown out.
Oh, no. I said I love to travel. Like, if I could take anything, if I have let's say I have like only $800 in my bank account, I'm probably going to spend that $800 to just go to Paris. Like, I love to just go and travel because I traveled my whole life. Like, we never stayed in
Only a woman
place.
can travel to Paris with $800.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just using it as an example, but I've been to Paris like 3 times. So like, I just love traveling. So like, I traveled my whole life, and like I'm on probation now, so it's hard for me to travel.
What are you on probation for? What'd you do?
I just a DUI.
Happens.
Yeah.
So have you ever been flown out?
No, I have never been flown out.
Yeah, see, whenever I see that sort of thing on a girl's profile, I'm always like, she's looking for a guy to fly her out.
I try to make it more unusual
when girls
skills
get flown out,
because it's like that's my first priority. I love traveling. If I can just get on a plane and go somewhere. I even traveled to New York for 10 days by myself. Like, I will travel on my own. I love traveling.
I'd say that from the guy's perspective, they're going to look at that and interpret that as, she's trying to get flown out, get some dick in Paris.
I'll definitely change that.
And the other bit was raving. What do you mean by raving?
Like the music festivals, like EDC or Beyond Wonderland and those things like that. I love raving because when I started raving, I was about 15 years old, and obviously I don't do drugs, but it's also that it was the community that made me feel like beautiful, I guess, and that's why I love raving. Obviously, I think I would grow out of it eventually, but the community is just so beautiful, and it just makes you feel happy. And I know people around me are probably like, high or whatever, but it makes me feel very warm
when you see it,
inside.
the first impressions of the profile, and you see raving, you're like,
but you have to also mind you that
that's around sweaty peasants and a lot of like like a headache as well if I'm like with my girl and she's like, I'm gonna go rave for 3 days at some random festival dressed in a rainbow.
Wait, see, like when you meet your rave bae and it's like you meet people that love raving and they love the environment. That's literally how you find people. And I just like people that are into my kind of music, EDM. I like EDM music.
What is EDM?
Electric music.
Electric dance music, is that what it stands for?
Yeah, it's literally what it stands for. So I just like that kind of music, and music festivals are the easiest way to express that kind of music with everyone and it's EDM is a huge community, and it's beautiful when you explore those kind of
What kind of guy
festivals.
would you really like to swipe right? What would be your ideal match? Tell me his profile.
I would probably say I don't really care about height, but you have to be at least taller than me, or 5'5". I don't really care. 5'5" and above. Preference Asian, but I would not turn down anyone else.
And when you say Asian, do you mean like Chinese?
No, I'm not.
Korean?
I don't really have a preference.
You just like
I like their culture. I like how they respect women in ways that America doesn't respect women. I like their culture a lot, and how they're raised respectfully. They have high standards on education, and how they make that very important. So they make themselves make it like, I need to be this.
Practicing violin like 5 hours a night.
Yeah, basically. They're very upteen in how America lacks. And that's what I like about them. And then also I want to say that it's just Asians. Like we'll talk to men of color or anything like that, like Mexicans. It's just a preference for Asians, but I would not take men off my roster of like who I would go for just because they're not Asian.
So taller than you, preferably Asian. What else do you want him to have going on?
I would probably see some activities on his profile, like he's like active, hiking or surfing maybe. I hate the ocean, but it'd be cool.
Can you swim?
Yes, I can swim. And then like stuff like that on their profile, and then maybe someone with good fashion, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But that's preferably what I look for in people that on my profiles when I swipe right, or stuff like that. Or some people do swipe on me, and like it's not. I wouldn't say that I do not get my preference on Hinge, but I would say that like it's not exactly my deal. But there's still pretty handsome men that like it's just probably just not what I am going for.
So when you were walking around South Korea, you went to Seoul? Did you say you went to?
No, I'm going to Seoul in April for my birthday.
Oh, so you have never been to Asia?
No, not yet.
Where do you want to go? Whereabouts in Asia?
Well, I want to experience Seoul for my birthday, and then Japan. I'm going to stay there for the whole month.
Which part of Japan?
Probably Tokyo. I want to experience the whole like nightlife and the party scene in Tokyo. But when I want to go to Korea, I want to experience their face care, the skin care, like their whole, very beauty standard. That's why I really want to go there, so I can just experience the color analysis and stuff. But the nightlife in Tokyo, because I heard it's really
it's
cool.
Normally that black guys go for Asian girls, but I've never seen a black girl go for Asian guys.
Well, I'm not really traveling to Asia. I really love their culture. I really do. Like, I'm even learning Korean because I want to start a business there. So yeah, eventually.
They're not very business minded in Korea, though. They've got a very strange economic system. Over there.
And they're pretty picky about foreigners starting businesses, but it's definitely possible. So.
Yeah. What do you girls think about the profile? Give it your critiques.
I like that you had a casual face mask moment, because I feel like a lot of guys, not that you're catering
yeah, that's why I wanted to include a picture of me
yeah.
not wearing makeup. So
yeah, but so that they could see what you look like authentically, without any of the filters, without any of that. I think that's cool, and it shows you're confident. I love that.
Hey, you want to go around the table on what everyone's type is? I'll be right back.
All right, let's do it. Everybody's type, and you have to get specific on looks, particularly build your avatar of your perfect man, and then what kind of values and everything as well. Go.
Starting with me?
Yes.
I like really big men, big and strong. I'm athletic, so I usually go for athletes, professional or not. I like lighter eyes. I like somebody who's funny and considerate, who has really good family values, somebody who's close with their family. Smart, and doesn't have to be necessarily college educated, but I am, so I would rather have that. But some people can be very intelligent without that. So I like witty banter, and I typically like foreign. I don't really like American men.
Which foreigners are your favorite?
Usually Aussies and Kiwis.
We're in demand. You know what I mean? Anyways.
Or European, yeah.
Right. I like them tall, dark, and handsome. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm for real, but I was just kidding about that. But yeah, I like them to have a good, strong, family view, cultural view and stuff. Like
black guys?
Huh?
You like black guys?
Yeah.
Preferably, or you would date a white guy, or?
I never dated a white guy before.
Didn't you say you'd date white Brian? I mean,
no,
young Brian.
I said maybe when he was
Brian.
young, yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe when he was young, yeah, that's what I said. But that's why I said when I was giving him his rating, I said, me personally, I don't have my personal rating for you, but I feel like you are a good-looking man for white girls or.
If you had to name one of the rappers or something.
Yeah, girls who I don't feel like I'm his type either.
One of the rappers or athletes or something who's most physically attractive. Who would it be?
Oh, for rappers, I don't know. I'm friends with a lot of the ones that a lot of girls would really choose and stuff like that. I've turned down a lot of the ones that girls would normally choose, but I would say I have dated professional athletes, things like that. I played basketball all through college, and so I got my championship ring on, things like that. So I played even at different levels. I wasn't a WNBA player, but I did play in professional leagues.
But if you had to choose one guy
for me,
if it's a rapper, you could say Usher or something like that before the P Diddy scandal.
Usher's a singer. But I see
he raps, doesn't he?
No, the most he ever rapped was RAYMOND. Now tell me what you want to do. That's the most he ever rapped. But I would probably, honestly, I would go with an athlete over a musician, just personally.
How about you, Fifth Dimension Princess?
My type is a creative genius and tatted.
What kind of creative? As in does video games, or as in musician?
I like music a lot. So music, creative genius. It can be Picasso. I date Pablo Picasso.
He was a good looking fella, Pablo Picasso.
I don't know if he was good looking, but I like his art, and I would want to be his muse.
Gotcha.
I would like a man that can not get intimidated by me and let me be whoever I am without taking that personally, and someone that can really, truly knows how to fuck a woman.
Fair enough. Same answer for you?
I go for guys that are average white guys, I guess. Like, I like facial hair. I like strong arms. Not super tall. Maybe like 5'5", 5'4", 5'6". And then I really appreciate a guy who has drive and who knows how to get things done and is a leader and is humble and is a man of God.
I also want someone that believes in a loving God. I don't care what it is as long as it's a loving God.
What if it's Satan?
A loving God?
Oh, never.
Some people think that Satan is, yeah. Anyways,
Okay.
but
At least like 5'10". I want them to have like goals, something they're passionate about. I need them to have trauma because a big thing for me is to feel understood, and I feel like if they haven't like experienced like hardship in life, they're not going to really understand me.
Right.
But like also has taken the time and effort to like heal and become like get their shit together.
What if they don't have any trauma but they can still understand you?
I don't think they'll like really understand. Also tattoos, I don't want them. I'm a personal trainer too, and I don't want them to be into the gym because I like to have, I like having my own thing.
You want
and
to be the hot one?
No, it's more so I've noticed that guys that are like really into weightlifting specifically have like unhealthily massive egos. So if they like are into being fit and taking care of their body, that's great. But I don't want them to be like me where they go to the gym every day.
So you
for
want
like
a guy
3
with
hours.
like a dad bod?
I love a dad bod, honestly. Tattoos, tall.
and then Dark Avy, you
Natasha,
like a little Asian man that you
She's
can...
dying over there.
See, I just like it's like that's a preference, but I will not take anyone else off though.
Little Asian men that you can blindfold with
I think the only
shoelace.
people I probably won't date, no offense, is probably white men and black men. Because I'm half black and half white, and I want my children to be very biracial. So anything that I'm not, I would go for them, basically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do what we're looking for and just move on? I think we can probably move on.
Come on, you guys gotta go.
Yeah, tell us your types.
Okay, I'll be quick then. Go ahead, Jake.
I'd say she has to be a Christian, first and foremost, and she has to be submissive, she has to be cute, she has to be someone who's not lazy, like I said before, someone who can sort of get things done if she needs to. She has to be personable and get along with my family and that sort of thing, and not be a pain in my ass. Be peaceful and understand who the boss is.
All right. I'll just do looks and personality. I'll try to be more briefer than I usually am. Okay. Any race is fine. Slight, I mean, it's difficult. For kids, like an Amazon woman would be good, but like my actual preference is for short women. So it's like I'm in this like...
Did you say your preference is for sure women?
Short
women.
Oh.
Like I prefer like short, petite women, like in terms of like what I think I like looks good, I guess.
Yeah. 5'6" is like my limit.
But no, I'll go 6'9", bro. 6'10". I'll date a 7.
So then you're not in the club, basically.
What do you mean?
You said you like short women. I thought you were one of us. You like short women or you don't like short women?
Here I'm thinking like for the kids.
For breeding.
For breeding.
So you want the lady from Game of Thrones.
I'm thinking like I want on one hand like what I find the most appealing like dating wise, and then I'm gonna be on sex wise like short. Although petite.
You want to be able to pick them
like,
up and throw them around.
Like a tall, like if she, because look, I'm a white guy, right? The penis is average, okay? If her shit is too big, it's like hard to get up in there, you know? Okay, I'm just being cringe now. So anyway, I don't know if the like thunder thighs. That's too much for a white man.
Oh, so you like little
That's-
girls?
Huh?
Not like that. Not like
Wait,
that.
what
Not like
the
that.
fuck?
Like you like petite in general.
Petite women.
Not
It could
just
be
short, but
petite.
Not just-
But the thing
yeah,
is,
that's
once
what
you
I
start
meant.
getting
I didn't
short,
mean
then they
little
get
girls.
kind of stocky. Then they get like there's the short thick girl.
Okay.
But then there's like the short petite, and
You
then
like
there's like
petite and small.
average height petite, and then there's like above average height petite.
Yeah. I'll take short, average height, petite. Yeah.
But then if I'm thinking about like my kids, I want some fucking warrior sons. So I'm like looking at that thick girl who's like, you know what I mean? And like the kids, but then like I
But
can't
if
get
you
in
have
there properly, bro.
If
It's
you have
fucked
sons,
up.
if you have sons though, they'll probably be about your height. Normally boys are taller than their dad or the same height. So if you have sons, you're pretty tall. I think you'd be.
I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
Yeah, but like if like a 4'11" girl, don't get me wrong, like I'm crazy about that, but I'm just thinking about the kid.
3'11" even, bro.
I'll date a dwarf.
Yeah.
I'll date
Some
a dwarf.
dwarfs are bad, bro.
I will date
They're
a
a bit
dwarf.
too stocky though.
And then let's see. I don't natural. No BBL, no lipo, no lip filler, no fake titties. Give me a little belly fat over lipo belly. Give me a no ass over giant BBL. A nice ass is nice. Don't get me wrong. But BBL, don't like it. So give me a small ass over that. But you know, whatever. Labia. If she's got the labiaplasty, that's a tragedy.
Crime against humanity, hey?
Literally, if I was president, the first thing I do, executive order, plastic surgery only for people like who need that shit.
Like burn victims.
You want some giant triple D titties? Nah, bro. Nah, it's done. It's over. Plastic surgeons in jail. Anesthesiologists who do that shit for plastic surgeons in jail, straight to jail.
Afuera.
It's not work. It's the audio's still not. Damn, bro. Whatever.
I want to press it.
Yeah, big labia matter. Any big labia supporters at the table?
I support our women. Mm-hmm.
Natasha, are you a team big labia matter?
Team all women.
Okay, good talk.
Me too.
Personality. I mean, we already talked about it. Peace, submissive. She has to bow.
Like when she walks in the room.
All right, play the bow video really quick.
The bow video.
Jake's like, fuck this shit. I've seen this shit too many times. Huh? But we got a chat. All right, go ahead, play it. Boom, huge bow. This is the video I took my ex-girlfriend so I could teach my next girlfriend what to do.
Oh my god.
Because like I was like, I need to show her because if I explain it with words, she just won't get it because women are very visual creatures. So I think,
Creatures.
yes. My dinner's ready. I come home from I did have to scold her because she had fake tits, so I was kind of upset by that. But
I was gonna say her boobs look nice.
they look nice, but they were fake. So that's why I broke up with her actually, because she deceived me.
No, there's no way that's your ex-girlfriend.
Play it again. One more time. Just the bow.
No, did you see
Boom! Huge bow. Look at that angle. Amazing. It could have been deeper. I did have to scold her. That's good talk.
Nah, her head should be touching her toes, to be
That
honest.
is
I was going
good
to say, I
point.
can touch my toes.
And we have a message here from Hero Jake.
Hero_Jake donated $100. Brian, I am with you. I would rather 90-year-old silver fox over 22-year-old barrel.
Why are those the only
Not the
two
grandma.
options?
Yeah.
I feel like
I get it. I get what he's saying though. Like, I'll take a girl with no, like, here's the two options. Like, this is her ass. Straight line. She's a surfboard. Versus perfect BBL. I'll take the straight line.
So the BBL looked natural, like you didn't know it was.
You
If the
always
BBL looked natural,
You can tell.
What about the shots in the ass?
Still bad.
That's
like the fat transfer. The fat transfer, whatever.
I thought that's what the BBL is.
Oh, I
I
don't
thought the
know.
ass shots is like the.
No, you could
Well,
get
there's
like a literal
implants.
implant.
There's like implants, and then there's the
Because
fat
have you
transfer.
ever seen the video that went viral of the girl's implants
yeah,
that
and then she
flipped?
That's
But
so
aren't those
crazy.
called
Oh my
implants though?
gosh.
It's BBL
Yeah,
is a
you can literally
Brazilian
flip
butt lift,
them
so they're
and
taking
it's like
fat from
flat,
other
like, it's
parts of your
weird.
body and sticking it
It's
in your butt.
terrible.
I have
So
no
weird.
idea.
Yeah, neither do I. It's crazy.
They
Oh,
gross
yeah.
me out.
Just the personality. I mean, just peace, submissive, feminine, pleasant. That's it. That's all I need. Oh, and acts of service. I forgot that. That's like huge.
Is that your love language?
I need acts of service.
Do you give acts of service?
No.
What love language do you give?
None of them.
Oh. Well.
I am the table. Okay, Natasha.
Bottom of the barrel.
What do I bring to the table? I am the table. You think my presence is what she gets.
Gloss to the table.
My presence is what she gets, obviously. Okay. All right, let's get to Natasha's notes here. By the way, Natasha, you posted an Instagram story. And at the very bottom, I saw this. It writes, very small, I'm about to make roasting men my whole personality. JK, parentheses, JK, it already was. Natasha, I'm a little disappointed.
You didn't like it?
I'm waiting for more of the roasting.
Wasn't much to roast.
Really? There wasn't?
It's not like...
Close into the mic.
Like roasting in terms of like banter, but I feel like where we started, it wasn't banter. It was just crossing a line, so I wasn't going to engage.
Wait, what was the line crossing?
Earlier. We don't need to revisit it. We've gotten better as time has gone on.
What line was crossed?
I said it multiple times. I'm not going to revisit it.
You
like you
you're
said
stonewalling, bro.
Like you said that you wouldn't appreciate if somebody talked bad about your father, but you made a comment about my mother, and that was it for me. You did.
What did I say?
I'm not going to repeat it.
It was
rude.
I didn't insult your mother.
You did.
How did I do it?
I'm not going to repeat it. I just said that, which is fine. We moved past it.
You made the claim.
Do you think you crossed a boundary that she set multiple times of wanting to end the conversation?
5 times specifically.
Hold on. So I come on a podcast and where there's going to be an expectation that you're going to have conversations like...
Right, but it doesn't mean it's a free-for-all, everything's on the table.
It's not me being the host of the podcast and continuing a conversation. Like if every girl here was like, you could literally hijack my podcast and just say, I don't want to talk about that, to every single thing. Would it be crossing a boundary if I was like, no, fuck you. You came on this podcast. I want to talk about this. Is that crossing a boundary?
There was an instance where you crossed. Remind me your name.
Say we want to change
Jill.
the subject.
Jill.
How is it a boundary? It's not.
You crossed a boundary with Jill too. She said she didn't want to talk about body count and things like that with her sexual past multiple times.
Hold on. I think exploring the reasons why isn't crossing a boundary.
Right, but it is once you get to a certain point where she says she's uncomfortable a couple times and has
so
made
shifting
it
the
clear
question.
That's the
hold on.
boundary.
So trying to ask like a different question that's perhaps walked back a little bit to try to like actually flesh out the conversation at hand is not crossing a boundary.
I guess our consideration of boundaries is different. If she explicitly said something.
Well, I have a boundary that I don't like.
Okay, but are you going to let me finish or are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
She expressed I'm sorry to use you, but this is just my opinion from the outside, is that she had said multiple times something specific bothered her and you kept asking her about it in the same way that when I said something specifically bothered me. And we could talk about all the things leading up to it, but there was a point where I said, this bothers me and this is my boundary. And you then asked me 5 more times about it. That's a boundary. That's just people have boundaries. You might disagree with my boundary, but it doesn't mean that it's not my boundary.
I have a boundary about people stonewalling on my podcast. You crossed my boundary multiple times. So now do I have the right to feel aggrieved because you crossed one of my boundaries?
Yeah, of course.
Who's to say...
if I'm asking a question,
if I'm on a podcast
and I'm
asking a question, my boundary is that I want people to like in good faith engage in the conversation and not stonewall. That's my boundary. So are you aggrieving me or am I aggrieving you?
Which I did for the rest of the time, but I said explicitly one thing was a boundary and I said it explicitly in the moment and you still pushed it. You never once told me something bothered you and was your boundary or I would have stopped.
We were, if I recall, we were having a discussion about, you just literally stonewalled because when it came to, I think it was the conversation about World War II.
No, that
and
wasn't
you know
even what
I
was
literally
talking
checkmated you and I was like, you said, and then you fucking gaslit and said, oh, I didn't say that. You literally said when we were talking about male grievances, you said, we brought up World War I, World War II. And then you said, oh, but that was a long time ago, ergo, it doesn't matter. And then I was like, okay, well then slavery happened a long time ago. Does it not matter? And then you knew I checkmated you, and then you created this boundary to try to be evasive and not admit that you made it.
What I was talking about. The thing with World War I, that was the beginning of my sentence, like I said, and the rest was what I was saying. But I wasn't even talking about that instance. I was talking about the first instance. That I didn't say like, this is a boundary and you've hurt me, you've upset me, you've whatever. That was from the first conversation. And then you still kept pushing. I didn't care about the trench foot thing.
But it's
I
not,
disagree.
okay, if we're having a conversation about, I think it all stemmed from possibly child support. We were talking about child support, and then like I'm trying to engage you in thoughts and ideas, and then I'm trying to, and you gave an anecdotal, because I was talking in generalities, you immediately go to a personal anecdote. So when I try to like intellectually investigate your worldview and your personal anecdote, if you don't give me enough space to actually investigate it, then it just shuts down the entire conversation. You brought it up. I was trying to suss out the degree, like the nature of the conversation. I was trying to suss out the nature of your anecdote. And you're just like, well, I'm not going to give you like certain details. It's like, well, okay, then I don't have a full comprehensive understanding of your anecdotal experience.
I agree. And I had said that that was a boundary once we got deeper into that conversation. Because
And what did I do?
I just said, because you had said something that was insulting about my mother. So at that point, I was done with the conversation. And then you then asked me 5 more times.
I did not ask you 5 times.
Okay.
I maybe asked you different questions.
You pushed it 5 different times, asking me about the child support thing. And I had explicitly...
You brought up the anecdote.
Okay. Right, but I explicitly said it's a boundary. So if I'm
Then why did you bring it up? I'm sorry. You brought it up.
I had said there were 3 of us at this table that had a child support issue that negated what you said. So I said, our personal experience does not reflect your opinion, which is fine. That's our experience. But then you were asking the personal comment about it. So I explained from there. But there is always a boundary with somebody about something that bothers them. So of course we could talk up until that point. But when I'm expressly telling you something bothers me and you're negating that because you don't agree with it, that doesn't mean it doesn't bother me. And that doesn't mean that it's not my boundary just because you don't respect it.
I would love to see the clip back, because while to be charitable, I was investigating your worldview and I was asking you different questions related to your anecdote. However, I think you're being disingenuous to say that I asked you the same exact question 5 times. Hold on. You're trying to paint it like it was a super clear cut, like I asked you a question and then you made it as abundantly clear as possible that I don't want to talk about this. This is a boundary. What?
You did ask
multiple times. We all saw it. I mean, we all were.
But I didn't ask the same question.
I never said my verbatim was not, you asked me the same question on repeat. I said you pushed the issue several times.
Because I'm exploring your worldview.
I get that's your job. I get you're trying to get a reaction. I get you're trying to get information.
I'm not trying to get a reaction.
But if I'm explicitly telling you a boundary, just like anything in life, if someone is expressly telling you something bothers them, you don't get to determine it doesn't. That's me. That bothers me. If you told me talking about trench foot really bothered you, I would have stopped. We were having a conversation.
But now you're being completely disingenuous.
I'm not.
You're literally, yes, you're trying to say it's just about the trench foot, though. We were talking broadly about World War I and World War II.
We actually were talking about abortion, and then it kind of got over there. But yes.
Well, that's where it went.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I'm saying it's not comparable.
When I tested your logic, you just shut down and you stonewalled.
No, okay. I'm saying once you hit a nerve and really said something that upset me about my mother, at that point, I was not wanting to engage. I thought it was disrespectful. I said it was a boundary and you crossed it. So for a bit there, I was upset because I thought it was disrespectful. So I took a back seat. It just seemed argumentative and hyper-focused on me at that point. And then we got past it and we've had a pleasant conversation and disagreements and agreements throughout. But I'm saying what you said about my mother was a hard pass for me. Just like you said, if somebody said something to your dad or hurt your dad, it would be a hard pass for you. That's a boundary.
Everybody has different boundaries. You don't have to agree with it. That was mine, and I made it clear.
Yeah, except I didn't say anything about your mother. I was asking, no, I was asking clarifying questions. Asking a question isn't the same as, it's not the same as saying your mother is X. If I'm asking you a clarifying question about the scenarios surrounding that incident, that's not saying something about your mother.
You did, though.
Can somebody, I don't know, what did I say?
From the conversation, from what I remember, we were having this conversation about this situation that you were in, and he was asking clarifying questions, saying, and then he said that there are cases out there where the women have said X and Y to the courts in order to get custody of the child. But he never actually said that your mother did that. But he said, we'll never know. I think that's how it ended.
And I said, which is implying that she did. And then he kept going with it. And so at that point, I'm not going to engage because that was what was implied. And I don't respect that. You don't have to agree. That's just
okay. How did I cross your boundary?
I don't necessarily think you did. I think we kind of got to the point where it was all the information was needed and we didn't need to go any further with that. I don't think that. I think I asked you maybe once or twice, but I don't feel like it was not respected.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm the host of the podcast. It's my job to get to the bottom of this stuff when it comes to dating, etc. These conversations. Sometimes we're having heated exchanges. Sometimes we're talking about serious subject matter. It's kind of my job as the host to investigate those sorts of things. I mean, it is what it is, but whatever.
I wasn't upset.
Okay. That's cool. So I guess we'll go back to the notes then. I don't know exactly where we left off, but right. It was your story. You said you wanted to roast men. So what do you mean by that? You're about to make roasting men your whole personality, but that already is your personality. What do you roast men about?
I said when it's healthy banter, I think that's fun, which is what I think having a conversation is. Healthy banter and roasting each other can be fun when you disagree. But like I said, at that point, it was not banter and it wasn't roasting. It was just rude.
It was rude?
Yes. It was disrespectful. I said I had a boundary and you kept pushing it. I mean, we don't need to do the same conversation several times. I just said that.
Well, I don't commit every single conversation on the show that I have to memory. I'd be interested to look back at it to see the truth of the matter. But anyways, we'll move on from that. Master Debater, thank you, man.
Master_Debater donated $100. Stonewall Jacqueline, if you can't take the heat, go back to the kitchen. Brian, don't let the strumpets gaslight you.
Who knows? Thank you for the TTS, though. I do appreciate it. Okay, we already talked about what the men bring to the table thing. You said hookup culture has killed romance. When the priority becomes your roster or how many people you've slept with, which is an incredibly tacky question, by the way. You aren't interested in wowing someone. Making someone feel special and being romantic doesn't have to be expensive, and it's never something you should have to ask for. For a guy who really values you, he does it automatically. No matter how strong the girl is, she wants someone who wants to make her feel special. A lot of things people get excited about are the bare fucking minimum. The bar is in hell from modern dating. Do you want to elaborate on that?
I think that pretty much said it. I think hookup culture in general has really kind of invalidated romance and has really done away with it. And I don't think people really try and pursue or wow or date people anymore. It seems very casual and hookup oriented, and it's just not how I work.
You said here, which is an incredibly tacky question, by the way. Mm-hmm. Do you mean the body count question? Mm-hmm. Why is it tacky?
I just don't think that's something that's appropriate to ask. I think on either end, I don't think a girl should ask a guy. I don't think a guy should ask a girl.
Why is it tacky?
Because I find it to be
Don't
tacky.
you think that it could give some serious indicators as to the character of the person?
I think if you have to ask a question like that, you don't know the person very well, and you would know how they treat you. You would know how they are as a person. I don't think that question
But
is
if you're looking at it from a logical standpoint, right, if you're going to be with somebody for the rest of your life, or if that's what you're aiming to do, and you know that all of the statistical indicators point towards women with a lower body count being much more likely to have long marriages and not divorce their husbands, Don't you think if that was a really key factor to that you'd investigate it?
I really don't think it's that important.
Yeah, not for you maybe, but can you understand why it would be important for a guy?
I see why in general it's important. I also don't want a man that's been with a million women. I think it's gross in general either way. If somebody has been like super hypersexually active with either sex, but that's just my opinion.
I think you should ask a girl her body count before you even meet her. And I don't think it's tacky at all. You can ask it on the first date.
I'll allude to it on the first date. Yeah.
I mean, she also don't have to tell you. Like, she could be like,
yeah,
"Oh,
they could lie.
She could be like,
Well, they shouldn't lie.
she told
Lie
us
all
her
the
body
time.
counts too. She could have slept with 15 people for all we know, and she's telling us it's two.
Sure,
we don't
she could
know
be
that.
lying. We don't know.
And it's
don't know.
So
But if you're going to be lying at the start like that, I think there will be indicators as to the person's character. Like they're lying about something significant like that.
But how
then
would you
that lie
know?
will grow, and there'll be much worse lies.
How would you know?
Because I think what I'm saying though is that like that's an indicator, and then if they're dishonest about that, they're going to be dishonest about other big
But
things.
how
as
would you
well.
know unless you
Because what I'm
actually
saying
grew
is
up
that
with this person?
If you're with somebody who's like a compulsive liar, eventually you start to put the pieces together, and you start to realize, oh, this person, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up, and then you'll put the pieces together and realize, oh, this person's just a liar. I've known a few of these people in my life. And they can actually fool you for a little while, but then eventually they just run out of steam. And normally these people have to bounce from relationship to relationship. So if there are big lies from the start, there are going to be more big lies. If you're coming in with a dishonest slate, then there's going to be more lies, and you'll notice for sure. And generally as well, you can tell by the way that she is. You can assess her past as well and some of her characteristics now. And then also, if you get to the freaky stuff, you can tell then as well. You can really tell.
Because of why? Because of the vagina?
Well, that can be a factor, but also because of the experience level.
What if they had a lot of experience with that one person? What if that one person was like, hey, look at this porn. This is how I want you to give me head. Hey, look at how she's throwing it back here. That's how I want you to do it. Or what if like you sat there and taught your person exactly how you like it, and then now they're on to someone else?
Well, if they'd had long-term relationships in the past, and that would be a positive indicator that they haven't had lots of sexual experience. So that would contribute to it. But if they're like, I've been single for so long, I've only slept with like 2 guys or whatever, and then you get it and they're throwing it back and hawk touring it, then, you'd ask some questions. But there are indicators. You're never going to know. If somebody's lying, they can get away with it. But there are indicators.
So guys don't like girls that that are good in bed?
Look, there are going to be like guys are going to like having sex with girls who are good in bed, right? That's always going to happen. If a girl there are going to be guys who want to have sex with porn stars because of because of the pure sexual experience. But when it comes to who you're looking for long term, then no, I've got absolutely zero problem with teaching someone, and even with if I had to wait until to get married for her to have sex, I'd have no problem with that.
I think, look, ask it before you even meet up with her. You meet her on a dating app, what's your body count? Fuck it. I don't think it's tacky though.
I would. Like if somebody asked me that, I wouldn't find that. I wouldn't want to date somebody like that.
So here's the thing.
I don't even have a high one. I just don't think it's respectful.
I feel like
it's not respectful.
I don't think it's respectful personally.
I mean, but hold on, just to be clear, you want a guy to pay for the first date, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he's asking me on a date.
So, because the guy's trying to assess a numerical number when it comes to your sexual history. You, by wanting a guy to pay for the first date, are assessing him on a numerical number. His money.
But you're also assessing him on his masculine virtue as well. Yeah. And he's going to assess you on your feminine virtue.
If it's like a walk through the park kind of thing, it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be him paying. But I'm saying if he's the one initiating the date, I want him to take...
But you don't initiate dates.
Right. I wouldn't because I want somebody who...
But it's the sentiment though. It's the sentiment of you wanting that sort of masculine virtue out of him.
Right.
And as a man, he will have certain things that he cares about, and that might be just one of them.
Right. But I would find that respect for me is the biggest thing, and you might not agree with this, but I feel like that's a disrespectful question to ask a stranger.
No.
Right. But I'm saying to me that would be disrespectful, so I wouldn't be interested in that kind of person.
I mean, sure, you can have that standard. I think it would actually point to, though, like a guy who doesn't care about this, or maybe painted better. So a lot of guys will care about body count, but some of them, they'll still sleep with a girl with a high body count just because they want to hit. So as a woman, if a guy is showing that sort of curiosity about your sexual history, this could be used by you as an indicator that he actually sees long-term potential in you. He's not just trying to hit it. If he's asking these sort of qualifying or disqualifying questions, he's actually like, because dude, if a guy's just trying to fuck you, he doesn't care.
That's a really good point.
If a guy's just trying to sleep with you, he's not going to ask. He's not going to care. But if he starts asking you about your values, if he's asking you about like your body count, if he's asking you about these things that maybe you find offensive, like, oh, why does that matter? He's looking at you like, I'm assessing this girl like to date her. I want her to be my girlfriend. I want her to be my wife. So, I mean, you can look at it that way. I personally think when it comes to body count, it remains a perfectly acceptable metric and standard by which relationship-minded men can and frankly should be disqualifying women on. Sorry, that was weird.
I think
there was a period.
Like if a guy isn't concerned about that should be more of a concern for you, because like Brian said, he's not looking at that sort of like feminine virtue that would see you as a long-term partner. But if he's looking at you and not caring, or if he's even more just wondering, are you seeing anybody else right now? That is an indicator that he's looking for something temporary.
Okay, we're going to try to get through these last few things here as quick as possible. We have, let's see, one sec, notes here. 3 C's. You said something about the 3 C's. Mm-hmm. Tell us what the 3 C's are.
I think consideration, communication, and consistency are like the 3 major things in a relationship that can determine longevity. Because if someone's considering you in their actions, if they're being communicative consistently and they're providing like the same level of effort and consistency for you, then they're not like introducing you to a vibe they can't maintain. And I think that's showing you a lot of respect, and that's major.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
Relationships are a lot of work.
That is true. One chat here, then we're going to get into these notes real quick. Thank you, O.J. Simpson. He's got something for the Clippers, lady.
This is why nobody likes the Clippers.
Oh, wait, that's you.
Lake Show all day, baby.
Lake Show? Oh, Lakers. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get into this. Starting with Natasha. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
Like $150K.
Okay. What about you?
I said he just gotta make like, I don't know, something equal or more than me.
Okay. What about you?
100K.
Okay.
200,000.
Not dollars.
200. Yeah, 200K.
How much do you make?
Hopefully more than him.
What do you mean, hopefully more than you?
I would like a man that makes less money than me, because I feel like that would even out the whole, thing.
Wait, you want a guy who makes less than you? So you make more than 200K? What do you do for work?
Not now. I mean, in the near future.
But
like,
I mean, you're 35. What?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What about you?
Probably 70 to 80K.
Okay.
At least 60.
Darkavia?
80K.
All right. You guys want some decently high earning men there? A couple of you with the 6 figures. 200K though.
But 80K is not as much anymore. Like everything is
that's
high.
True. It's not as much as inflation.
200 is like 100 now.
Rent's high.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
Absolutely not.
Huh?
I was reading the comment.
Oh, you can just ignore that. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I'm 5'4", and it really doesn't matter.
Doesn't
to
matter?
me.
What about you?
5'7", it don't matter.
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and my minimum is 5'6".
That's fair. Okay. What about you?
5'6", minimum 5'8".
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'2", minimum 5'4".
Okay.
I'm 5'2", 5'10", minimum.
You're at 5'11" here, but okay.
5'4". I would probably say minimum is 5'5" and above.
All right. Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest?
A bear every freaking time.
Every time. Okay.
Every time.
I said man.
Man?
Yeah, I said man.
Man.
Bear.
Uh-oh.
Man.
So bear. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Why wouldn't I pick man? Because I think what a man would do to you in a forest when nobody's watching is worse than what a bear would do.
What
the
do you
bear
think
would do it
a
quickly.
Bear would do to you?
If the bear's going to kill you, it's going to be quick.
No, they just eat you alive.
They're gonna rip your skin off and rip your face off and put their teeth
Better than
around your
dealing
neck
with the trauma that what a man would do to you in the forest.
So you think that if you just selected a random man in the population, just plunked one out, you think that he would kill you?
Not necessarily kill you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
'Cause a bear won't sexually.
Okay. All right. So because you guys are factoring in, like, yes, the bear could kill you, the man could kill you, but the bear's not going to SA you, the man could SA you. You guys are obviously doing like a risk assessment.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just ask you both a question. You don't think every man could do this, right?
No, but I also don't think every bear is going to go after you if you're not bothering them and they're not hungry.
But so you don't think it's every man. What percentage of men do you think would do this then?
Both things, or at least one?
Just the essay. How about that?
Half.
Okay, 50%.
20 to 30%.
20 to 30%. Okay.
I think there's a lot of men that might do something like that if they aren't thinking they're going to suffer the consequences for it and somebody wouldn't know. I don't think it's all men, but I do think that.
But 50%. 50%. Okay, so 50% of the male population in the United States, you think? Okay. Do you have
Obviously
any brothers?
not including children, you know?
Yeah, just adult males. Yeah. We'll exclude like under 18.
Geriatric and children, yeah.
Do you have any brothers?
I have a half brother and a step brother.
2 brothers.
I mean, neither one is full blood and neither one I lived with.
But you call them brothers? 2 brothers?
Not really, no.
Well, half brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't call, I'm the only child.
Okay. You have a dad?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Grandparents?
Yeah,
male cousins? Male friends?
Grandpa, yeah.
Okay. Your 2 brothers, so one of them is an SAer.
I'm not saying it has to be from my family, but I think statistically across the U.S., at least half of the guys would not,
Including like your male family members.
Yeah, I don't think any of them would do it, but yeah, obviously that would include the general male population.
Okay. 50% is quite a lot. It's half the male population. Don't you? So you must have a pretty negative view towards men then, if you think 50% of them, maybe
towards
a majority.
Some men.
Well,
50 is not majority. 50 is half.
Well, it's half. Half of men, 1 out of 2. You must have very negative attitudes towards half of men then.
No, it's a bell. Everything's a bell.
You think that they would SA you? It's pretty.
Half of men, yeah.
It's a pretty egregious thing to do.
There's a lot of men in jail for that. There's a lot of men in jail or not in jail for that. I think that is a problem.
But I mean, not half of men are not in jail.
Wait, that doesn't mean they got caught.
And half of men haven't engaged in that sort of activity.
Without rape. I mean, there's still levels of that, and I still think that that is safer than a random bear in a forest who might not even be hungry.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Last weekend I was hiking in the woods and I came across a man and he just walked right past me.
Thank you for sharing that that example. I do appreciate it. Who said bears do not? They're capable.
I was about to say if the bear was feeling fruit, maybe if it was mating season. It was mating season.
I chose some man because even if he tries to like SA me or kill me, I think I can take him over a bear.
I think you could probably take a man.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I'll wait for him to go to sleep and then
what the fuck?
Do stuff.
Yeah.
Hold on, we have a message coming in here.
N7's Voss donated $100.
Thank you, Voss.
Someone in chat said it, but I will repeat it here. I bet 50% of men won't even approach a girl.
Yeah, man. That's I think that 50%, that's a high number.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's a high number. You're throwing a lot of men under the bus.
Do you think
You'd
my
be
number's
surprised?
accurate?
I think it's just like a.
I think you guys have a very different view of how safe a woman feels around men than how women feel around men.
Yeah, I don't really feel too safe around bears though. That's the thing, and I think it's just total bullshit. Like if you were in the forest and then you saw you saw some hungry bear, grizzly bear, and the shit that bear could do to you, and then you saw Gavin, and you're like, who do I want to be trapped in this forest with? You're taking Gavin. You're not taking the bear. But you can say you'll take the bear. That's fine.
Do you have that meme, Damien?
I really stand by my answer.
Yeah, it's just...
I'd rather die.
I mean, the statistics don't reflect that this is the actual risk that a woman has, though. I mean, even the greatly skewed numbers from some of these organizations, like the 1 in 4, that would put it at 25%, right? But if you look at like actual crime statistics, FBI, DOJ, the actual like incidence rate of this is like fairly low.
The girls at the table, have you ever felt unsafe with a man to the point where you felt your safety was jeopardized?
How you feel doesn't mean that the guy's gonna SA you. Like, I get you can feel
how safe you would feel in a forest unsupervised with a man. That is also a feeling.
But just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean that that thing that you fear is gonna happen.
The bear might also not bother you.
I agree. It might not. The man could be totally benevolent, and if you're lost in the forest, what do you think is more likely? If you're lost in the forest, do you think a man's going to be benevolent? Like, you go up to him and ask him for help. Do you think he's just going to start essaying you, or do you think he's going to help you? Like, what's more likely?
I don't trust a random man in a forest. That is my stance. I mean, like, have you guys ever felt unsafe with a man to the point of your safety feeling jeopardized? At least once in your life.
I don't disagree. I bet every single woman here has felt unsafe around a man. I don't dispute that at all.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so sometimes they make you feel safe before they SA you. So it's like that part.
The funny part is that actually men actually have such a stronger inclination to protect a random woman than they do to SA them. So all of these, like, you can make a face about it if you want. But I was in Colombia a few weeks ago, and I was at a random gym in like an outdoor gym in Medellin, and we saw this guy sprinting and this lady running behind him, like yelping because he just sort of stolen something from her. And literally there was 30 men around who literally clicked into gear and chased this dude around, captured him. It's all on my Instagram story. I filmed it, by the way. And they got him, and then they got the girl's thing back, and they were walking the girl back to the gym and back home. Like, that is the natural inclination that men have. And I'm sorry that you have this like horrible view of men, but it's just simply not true. Men. No, this is like what you said is like a horrendous view of men. You would rather be dropped in the forest with a bear than
wild
a man,
animal,
and you think that 50% of men are likely to do that to you. You just don't understand men, clearly. But like most men would just
because I don't agree with your opinion doesn't make it wrong.
I'm saying that you're wrong. That's my opinion. So,
I mean,
but yeah, you just don't really understand.
What is like
the way
the hyper focus? There are other people who agree.
Why do you get so snarky about everything? We're just having a conversation. Why can't you just have a conversation? It's always going to be like making a face, or it's going to be like laboring your answers and stuff. Like it's just annoying. Anyway,
I think.
Well, if you're berating me constantly,
I'm not berating you. We're having a conversation. Like, it's like you've never heard like a contrary opinion in your life.
Not at all. There were several contrary opinions that we didn't agree on that I said, oh, I see your viewpoint. But when you're being
it's been constant all night. I'm telling you, from my perspective, having talked to you all night, it's like constant faces and just laboring.
Hold on, Darkavia. So you asked a question. You asked, why are we kind of focusing on you? Milena did pick bear. You're 100% right. She picked bear. She said, what, 20 to 30%? Typically, when you're having like a disagreement with somebody, you're going to tend to like want to have that disagreement with the person who takes a more hardline position. In this case, you said 50%. It seems like you have a bit more of a hard line, you have a stronger position on this than Milena. And also, Milena's also been Milena's been on the show before, and we've already kind of had like the debate with her. So like that's kind of why it's been a bit more focused on you, specifically related to the bear question. So I mean, that's an explanation to your answer. But look, I don't really want to linger on the bear thing for too long. Just how about this? A couple clarifying things. If it was 10 men versus 10 bears, does that change anything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, would you prefer the 10 men then?
Yeah, because I think when there are people with each other, you have more of a responsibility to act accordingly to social standards. I think when men are alone, sometimes that's where the problem can arise.
But if there's 10 men, and if they're 50% disposed to SAing you and 50% not, How do you know that 50% of them are just going to overrule the rest of the guys?
I still don't think that they're going to take the chance to do something that's inappropriate when there's other witnesses. Whereas somebody alone in the forest would. So you trust the benevolence of the men?
I trust the group.
Okay.
Like there's a distribution of responsibility.
Do you want kids?
Yeah.
Do you know how many kids you want?
Preferably 3.
3 kids. If you have 3 sons, you're prepared to take the position that 1 or even 2 of them are essayers.
I didn't say it's all men.
Sons.
Some men are great.
But you said 50%.
It doesn't have to include my family.
Well, statistically, it would have to include your family. So
there's also thousands of people in the United States that would factor into that. So
but I mean, if we're looking statistically at 50%, like,
do you want me to say 40? Does that make you feel better? Like,
okay, so 1 of them, 1 1/4. I mean,
that's just my stance. I don't.
No, that's fine.
I think when men are alone, they do things that are not appropriate.
I know that. Sure,
a
that's
lot of times
sure.
relatives.
And when they're together too.
I was gonna say relatives do essay.
What's that?
I said a lot of times relatives do essay people, so you do have to factor.
But I just want to be clear. When you're raising, if you have 3 sons, when you're raising your 3 sons, you're going to be raising them and thinking of them as like future rapists. Like that's your view of your sons.
No, because I know the things that I'm instilling in them. That doesn't go for the entire general population. They didn't have the same upbringing. They don't have the same family values. That's totally different. Everybody has a different experience.
So you'll be the statistical outlier then when it comes to your... Okay. All right. If that's your position. Here, what about Wait, if we change this question to, instead of it being a man, like, do you think your position is sexist?
No.
No, it's not. If we were to change it to, instead of a man or a bear, it's a black person or a bear, and the person picks bear, are they racist?
No. You're saying as like a follow-up or like just in general, that's the first question?
Yeah, so if we change the question to just be, would you rather cross paths with a black person or a bear in the forest, and they pick bear instead of black person, would that be racist? No?
Depends who's picking it. It depends.
I think it would be racist.
I'm not going to lie. If a white person said it, it's racist.
Huh?
Is there a 50% chance it would be a woman?
Yeah.
No. Let's say a black man. So if it was a black man or a bear, what would you choose?
It's still a man. A black man is still a man.
So you think she's racist?
No, because like she just said it before. I don't know if y'all heard it, but she said like if it was a black woman there, then she would still feel safe. So I think it's more of a sexist thing, not a racism thing.
How about if a white man picks the bear?
Yeah, that's racist.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
Unless you said like what she just said.
So here's the scenario. You've had bad experiences with men. 100% believe it. I'm sure most of you women here have had bad experiences, maybe awful, terrible experiences. Let's say though, a white person has had 1, 2, and 3 terrible experiences with a or multiple black people, and then they see on the news reports about these crimes that black people, I'm not saying this is the case, but just this is the hypothetical scenario, that these black people are committing. They're part of online groups. They have the TikTok algorithm, which they watch all these videos on TikTok, and the algorithm keeps feeding them stories about black on white crime. Because of their safety concerns, they're scared of black people. They believe all black people have the potential or capacity for violence or assault of some kind. Would this person be racist?
I think...
To the point that instead of coming across a black person in the woods, they come across a giant, wild animal.
Well, I think, honestly, they're being fed a certain image of black people, or if they had the experience, like how you said, they went like one right after the other, and they had bad experiences with black people.
Let's say 2 or 3 bad experiences.
I mean, that's their personal experience.
Are they racist though?
If they think that every black person is going to be like that just because they're black,
let's say it's 50. They think 50% of black people.
If they're saying like 50, I think 50% of black people might act like this because their experience is this, then it's not. I don't think it's racist.
You don't think it's racist?
I think they're looking at it like as an experience, like a personal view. They're not saying that, like, for instance, if they met her, and then they met me, and they're like, oh, both you guys are, you know, black girls or whatever, so how she acts might not be like how I act, or vice versa.
People are individuals, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like.
Okay. So it's not racist. Is it? Do you think that would be racist, the scenario I provided? Me personally, I think that would be racist, because the ultimate minority is the individual. Okay, that's going to fall on deaf ears. Never mind.
I agree.
About what?
That it's racist, and I think my opinion's sexist, but I can say that with my chest.
Like,
that's what I said when he gave it the example of like just based off the person being black that you're scared. Then okay,
how about this?
That's racist.
Let me would you, if you guys could, like, would you prefer to be like on the subway, like just with other women at night?
Like as opposed to other men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So then, because of a white person's bad experiences with black people, they would prefer to just have like a white segregated subway. Would you guys?
That's actually
how is that not racist?
No, it's you
racist.
didn't say it like that though. You said that if they were in a forest by themselves, like they're alone by themselves, and they're actually genuinely like deathly scared of this black person, like, oh, this black person, if I'm here with them, they're gonna kill me, like they do on the news and stuff. Like they're genuinely scared of them the same way somebody is scared of the bear. That's different. But if they're like, oh, because you're black, I don't want to be in this thing with you because you're just a different skin color, that's being racist. Like you never came across nobody black that did anything wrong to you.
Final question on this. A white person wants to live in a white only dormitory in college. Is that racist?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think having the dormitory.
I was gonna say I don't think it's the white person wanting to be there, because that's common. It's the fact that you have a dormitory just for white people. That's where
racist.
It's segregation. Like
you got HBCUs here as well, didn't you?
But white people could go to HBCUs.
Yeah, white people can.
But it's
Any
technically
race can go
like
to
a form of sort of segregation, though, isn't it?
No,
and you
actually,
do get black-only
no, it's
dormitories
not
in the
a form of segregation, because everyone is welcome if you apply to go there. The only difference is it's emphasizing on black excellence.
Do you think that if we had would it be
history.
racist to have a historically white university where
If
we're
black people
emphasizing
could go
white?
there, no,
we're
because that's the thing.
How
White
do you
people
think? How do you
could
think
go
that mainstream society would see that if we had a historically white university?
We
that
do
that
have
all historically white.
No, hold on a second. But that's wait till I finish
What
my
is
sentence. Wait
Harvard?
till I finish my sentence, and then we can
Well,
you
cut
can
off
jump
my
you can jump right
sentence,
in. You can jump right in. So, if it's a historically white university and they were celebrating white excellence, what do you think that society would think that that's a good thing?
That's not what Princeton and Harvard and those Ivy League schools do.
No.
That is what they do.
They do that.
Show me where it says
hard
that.
for minorities to get in there.
Just one sec.
Speaking for all men.
Yo, big
in the
sass.
Woods
Thank you, man.
Scenario, I know for a fact most all men would find a higher call to duty to get the woman out of the woods in this scenario. No man would think of wrestling you.
Well, let's be fair. There's some men
glad
would,
that's
like,
the
some
men
men
you
would.
surround yourself
I mean,
with.
it's been like 10 years ago, men started asking for consent just because of the Me Too movement. Before that, it was like, bend over. Come on.
Also,
even in the 90s.
Did you want the guy to ask you for consent today?
Yes, I would like to always be asked for consent. Yeah, of course.
So what do you want him to say? Can I touch you here? Can I touch you here?
Not like that, but it's the same with you. Would you like, well, maybe you would, a woman to come and like touch you all over without you knowing her?
But if you're in a situation where you're romantically involved with someone,
that's different.
No woman wants that. No woman wants some like dude to start saying, "Can I do this? Can I do this?" They want you to take.
She said
take the lead.
She was like, she hit the dude up to come and fuck her.
Yeah.
Is that not consent?
That is consent, but what I mean is men haven't really taken in consideration women's anything. Like the whole bear thing, that's where it's coming from. It's like, oh, we rather because it's been so horrible. It's not because you guys have been so nice to us for like millions of years. It's been like pretty bad.
We've been nice to you guys for millions of years.
You have?
We have.
Is
millions.
that why they passed that law where they can marry 9-year-old girls in Iraq now?
We're not talking about those countries. That's a different culture.
That's
a different culture. We could have a different conversation.
So American men never like essayed anybody or grape anyone.
And they didn't even get the right to vote.
Hold on, we're
for a
not
while.
like crime denialists here. Yes, yes, this crime is an awful crime. It should be punished to the fullest extent of the law.
And there would be some dudes who would see you in that forest and and want to, but I think a much, much smaller percentage.
So what's the percentage for you guys? Like 20%?
No, not even close. I think it would be much, much less than that.
I would go off of whatever like the FBI and the DOJ statistics are, like the incidence rate.
Right.
That's what I would go off of. I don't have it in front of me, but it's not 50%. It's not 20%. It's not 30%.
But put it this way, if I had a little sister, I wouldn't advise her to go walking in the woods alone.
Right.
In case.
We do have to move it on to the next thing. We're going to go to, we're not going to hit all of these just for the sake of time, but okay, Natasha, you said, so here's the statement, and then you're disagreeing with the statement. Women have equal rights to men in the United States. Natasha, Trinidad, Biani, you disagree. Callie, you disagree. And then I think that's it. Why don't we start with Callie and we work our way down to Natasha, just for a little change of pace. Why do you disagree?
The women...
So the statement is women have equal rights to men in the USA. You disagree?
Honestly, it doesn't feel like it. And I know this is unevolved, like the most evolved country, I guess, where women have it, they're independent and they're making as much money or maybe more money than men. But it's such a uphill battle, like every time. And it's hard for me to explain it because anything I say is going to sound like complaining to you guys or, oh, poor little whatever. But it's truly... perfect example, I write comedy, I'm a writer, and I am always around guys. And to this day, I always have to prove myself, even though that's how I make money, that's how I make a living for years now. I always have to be like, oh yeah, comedy, oh, you're funny. Like, you always have to be like...
That's because women aren't funny, though.
Well, but I've been making more money than you with comedy, so please.
Well, you don't know how much money I make.
You look pretty broke to
Men
me.
have to prove themselves too. Whenever you're in some sort of creative endeavor, it's not, you think like men, it's just handed to them on the silver platter.
It's not handed, but there's the handshakes and the golf
Tell us your best
the
joke.
camaraderie.
Comedians don't play golf.
The frat house, the rich ones do.
Tell us a good joke.
No, fuck you.
Make it funny. Tell us a good joke. You're a comedian.
Are you gonna pay me?
You're a comedian. Tell us a funny joke.
Are you gonna pay me?
So your women aren't funny.
Right.
I told you.
You're a man. Can you do something?
So you've faced difficulties in your comedy career, but so the statement is women have equal rights to men in the United States. Is there anything else why do you disagree besides that, the comedy stuff?
Also, because when a woman gives birth, she's expected to be back at work in like 6 weeks, or what is it, 3 months or something, and the guy is
this is not going to be a
good
good
the guy
argument
has to
for
like
you because
provide for his family or something.
The what?
The guy has to provide for his family.
Oh, of course, but then we're wrecked with it's giving birth to you means nothing? You think a robot could do it? Or maybe a man, you can hire a man to do it.
Just to move things along here a little bit.
Keep it in the fam.
I'm not sure this is the most compelling argument just because women get more maternity leave than men get paternity leave. So I don't think this is really a compelling argument when it comes to equal rights.
It doesn't feel equal. Even to the dollar, we don't make the same amount.
Okay, that's the wage gap. That's another thing, but sure. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that a woman has never been president in the United States, and then most of the CEOs are men.
Sure.
So I just think that it's not really an even playing field in that sense.
But so we can engage with those, but it's about equal rights. So a woman has an equal right to try to become the president, right?
Sure.
There's no law that says women can't be president, right?
Right.
Okay. And there's no law that prevents women from being CEOs. In fact, there are women CEOs, Yahoo, etc.
Right,
fact,
but I just think
Twitter has a female CEO.
Okay, so I take it back.
Okay.
I think we do have the same amount of rights.
Same amount of rights. Okay. What about you?
I was thinking more so like how she was saying, not like necessarily like CEOs or president or anything like that, but just like as in the right, and like how I guess you touched on it, like equal pay, things like that. But also like to kind of piggyback off of what she was saying about like her comedy career, things like that, like how you asked me earlier, like, hey, in the music industry, you might get people who be like, hey, I'll sleep with, like things like that. Yeah. We don't, like, it is harder. And I think more so what she was saying, kind of again to piggyback off the working harder for the respect in the room, it's like when it's a male dominant field,
it's different for women involved.
Who's the highest earning musical artist in 2024?
I don't know.
Taylor Swift.
Okay. I mean, what barriers do women have when it comes to...
I mean, also, too, if you're going to use Taylor Swift as an example, what about all the issues she had with her management and the money that they were taking from her and things like that? And it's a whole guy who did that and literally manipulated a lot of people, took money from a lot of people, stole from a lot of people. You know, it's like...
Poor Taylor Swift with her billions of dollars.
Just because she has billions.
I know what I'm actually very familiar with what you're talking about. Scooter Braun bought the master recordings to her back catalog. There was nothing illegal done. He legally bought them. Her dad was like on the board of directors for the recording company. He signed off on it. She knew what was happening. She could have bought them herself, or there could have been steps taken if she really didn't want him to buy it. But he didn't steal it. There was a contract. I mean, he didn't do anything.
I don't really pay. Obviously, I don't know Taylor Swift like that because I didn't even know she was the highest.
Now, what she ended up doing, though, she ended up just making up like a whole bunch of bogus claims about the whole scenario, and pretty much ended up resulting in Scooter Braun getting death threats, being harassed. She's got like very vicious fans, and she totally like painted this picture that wasn't at all charitable to his position. So, I mean, who's the worst in that position? He legally bought her masters. If she didn't want that to happen, she could have prevented it. The record company, who her dad's part of, signed off on the deal.
But listen, he just said like her dad, the record company. Most people at the record companies are men too, so it's like.
I mean, Michael Jackson bought the masters for the Beatles. I mean, look, this is just something that happens in the recording industry.
And then he was killed when he tried to buy his masters from them. So.
I don't know what the deal is with that, but
yeah, a lot of times in these industries, though, men are just going to be better at a lot of these sorts of things. So there's going to be a gap naturally. Like even with entertainment, for example, women are only, especially when it comes to singers, for example, if they're not relying on their sexuality, then there's really not much of an avenue for them. There's not that many women who are just purely creative.
I kind of want to debate you on this, Jake.
Let's do it.
I mean, Taylor Swift, I don't think she's relying on her sexuality.
She is an outlier when it comes to this.
That's fair.
But generally speaking, women tend to rely on their sexuality, whereas I think men just have a broader spectrum of things that they can rely on in terms of like you've got some like
I feel like
gross ugly dudes who are like Pitbull, who's a successful recording artist.
No, and I agree. Sorry to like cut you off and stuff, but I agree with what you're saying. But I feel like that aspect comes from a lot of the women having to sleep with people in their career because they feel like they have to, or else they're not going to make it somewhere, and they're rather going to do something for someone they're sleeping with than someone who told them no.
So here, just to I guess get to the bottom of this, is like the casting couch in the entertainment industry, music industry, is that bad? Yeah, absolutely. Is there a lot of shady stuff going on? Absolutely. But like, it's not clear to me because the statement is women have equal rights to men in the United States. You disagree. Casting couch is like it. Yeah, the casting couch is kind of this idea of like a man who's like a producer in Hollywood. He'll give a woman a role if she sleeps with him.
What Harvey Weinstein did, basically.
Yeah, and so this is absolutely a phenomenon in the music industry, in the entertainment industry. Is it bad? Is it inappropriate? Absolutely. But I don't know if it's evidence of a discrepancy when it comes to rights.
That's why I said
between men and women.
After listening to them and like what you were saying and stuff, I was like, I kind of was just piggybacking off of that. But now that you made that clear and like the equal pay, and that's a whole different topic.
It goes to show that they still have to leverage their sexuality. Yeah. Okay. All of the women who progress up through the hierarchy.
It's harder, especially when you don't like. For instance, you asked me how many times I said like coochie in my song. I said never, because that's not the image that I'm portraying. But
it happens in a lot of industries.
No, it do.
And even with comedy, for example, whenever you see women who are aspiring comedians, oftentimes they'll walk out and they'll try and act like a man. You know, they'll say something about like something like vulgar. I saw one the other day where she just started burping into the microphone. And it's hard. It's very hard for women to capture a feminine essence whilst being funny.
Yeah.
Natasha, women have equal rights to men in the USA. You disagree. Why is that?
I was going to agree. I don't think I agree with the wording of that. I think treatment is different. There's discrepancy in treatment and in wage, but in actual legal rights in the US, I do think it's equal.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I mean, I can't really argue with you on the original statement then if you think that there are, so that is your position though? You think there are 100% equal rights between men and women? Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next one then, perhaps this is more related. The statement is, women are not oppressed in the USA. You disagree, you disagree, you disagree. And then Callie, you did not disagree. So you three disagree. So your position is women are oppressed in the United States? Is that your position? Your position? How?
I think even having conversations about what a woman can do with their body is oppressing a woman. Because
oppressing a woman, okay.
In a majority of politics, a lot of politicians are men. So it's men making that decision for her.
But the people who elect the politicians are women?
Right, but that's still oppression.
Here, before we get into the weeds of it, is there anything else? Other examples of how women are oppressed?
That's
just the abortion thing? Okay, what about you?
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. And then I don't know.
Is there anything else besides the like abortion stuff though?
Well, yeah, there's other things, but like
what?
Well, I was trying to think of it, but then you keep asking or like cutting me off, and then now I'm thinking.
Well, here, think about it. We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So I guess I can go back to like the president thing here, and I do think they are oppressed in that form because they haven't had like representation to look up to and aspire to. Sure.
Well, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but it's not clear if it's just because something hasn't happened. It's not clear if that's oppression.
But it is oppression because if they weren't oppressed, they would have gotten there by now. We've had how many presidents already? So.
Well, let me ask you a question. There hasn't been an atheist who's become president. Are atheists oppressed?
Sure, because we live in a predominantly Christian society. So I think atheists, they're not going to be treated as equally as Christians are in a predominantly Christian society. Okay.
When I think of oppression, I think of like really unfair, unjust treatment. Women can become president.
Correct.
So just because a woman hasn't yet, I mean, you had a woman vice president. Kamala Harris was the nominee for the Democratic Party. She could have become president.
If it's put down to a vote, if it's put down to a vote and people vote on it and they decide not to have the woman president, don't you think that's equal? They had the opportunity, but they don't want to listen to Kamala Harris's stupid voice for like 4 years. Don't you think that's fair?
But Trump's voice is better?
Yes, much better. He's got a
baritone. I knew it. I knew it from the beginning. This was a Trump freaking
masculine.
pod.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
of course. Deportation and plane crashes and let's make American white again.
Did Trump crash the plane?
Let's put black people back. Those animals. That's what you believe in.
Hold on. Nobody on the podcast said any of that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what Trump said, not you guys.
When did Trump say that we should?
It's been 2 weeks. He's sending all kinds of people back. And
you mean illegal immigrants that illegally came into the country?
The animals, black people, just.
When did he say the black people were
immigrants,
animals?
Mexicans?
Do you just say things and you don't really know what you're talking about?
I know what I'm talking about. You're a Trumper. That's all I need to know.
Well, you got that part right.
So I mean,
you got that
he
part
doesn't
right.
count. Okay.
You can't vote.
That's messed up.
I can't vote, but one day I will be able to vote.
Okay.
I'll be voting for the next Trump.
Look, we could probably talk about Trump all night. I want to stick it to the.
I do have one.
Yeah, a woman hasn't become president.
Okay, so another way a woman was oppressed was in like medical studies. A lot of doctors in the past have done experiments on women's bodies. For example, for sterilization, and that happened here. So I think that's oppressive.
I mean, this happened to, wasn't it like the?
There's lots of. It's not gender specific though. You've got MK Ultra, which was a project run by the government that did all sorts of experiments on people. And there's another one where they gave black people syphilis as well.
Right, and that is racist, and it is also oppressive to black people.
Yeah.
Wait, so okay, there's a couple things there. So there was like the abortion thing. I don't know. We already talked about like the abortion stuff. I don't know if it's really worth going back to it. I don't know if that's evidence that's evidence.
Forced sterilization is not evidence of women being oppressed.
I mean, you're
involuntary.
Let's investigate it a little bit. How many women were sterilized?
I don't have the stats.
Okay.
Do you think
were men
it was
also,
a higher
were men
percentage?
also sterilized?
No, in Puerto Rico, I know that when America first bought it, they sterilized the women there because they wanted to have
Change the
less.
split.
They wanted to have less percentage of the Taino bloodline and the African descent, so they did sterilize women there, and it was like a huge majority of them. They didn't do it to the men though.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and grant the argument that if there were specific, like those specific women were like, they were scientifically experimented on and it was like unethical and they're sterilized. Yeah, I think that I don't know if it meets the definition of, I'll just go ahead and say it's oppression.
Sure.
But it's a very specific group, and we're talking about like we can find like massive amounts of evidence of like tons of men being treated unfairly. Does that mean that men in general are oppressed in the United States?
I see what you're saying, and I think you're right.
Okay. So do you think men are oppressed too?
Sure, some men are oppressed.
So everyone's just
what if,
Minority men for sure.
what about the fact that all men have to register for the selective service and potentially be subject to forced military conscription? All men have this burden. It seems to me like that would mean that all men are oppressed in the United States.
But wouldn't you want to fight for your country? Isn't that an honor?
What if you don't? What if a man doesn't want to?
Not necessarily, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, how would you feel if there was a draft that forced women to have children? Would you be fine with it?
Sure, if it was
Really?
for...
If there was a need.
If there was a need.
You'd be totally okay with it.
I'm okay with popping out a kid. 5,
But you
10.
get
Being
the government.
forced.
The
You said
government.
5, 10.
I mean, you can have consensual sex, but you would I guess would it?
If it was
even
the
be
love of my
consensual then?
life,
Yeah, it's with a guy you're dating,
Yeah.
and they're like, you need to have a baby today.
I mean, if it's
Or, like, try to have a
depended on,
baby in
if
the
the
next
world
month.
population depended on me having a baby, I would have a baby. Like I already want one. So
But you'd be okay with the government passing a law that says you and other women who maybe don't feel the same way as you, they have to have kids too.
okay, I guess the government shouldn't really be saying what women should do with their bodies.
They're already doing that by saying no to abortion. They're like, you have to have the kid.
I mean,
in Texas,
it's
at least.
down to there's individual states.
An abortion is killing another human being, so it's not your body. It's
Yeah,
something
but then
that's
when we have the
inside your
kid,
body.
you bounce and you don't help us. You're like, no, child support is the devil.
Actually, most guys don't. Most guys just look after their families and are pretty good guys.
That's nice.
It is nice.
It's
It is nice.
I mean, you could just, I mean, there's definitely like 3 bodily autonomy arguments you can make that impact men more so than even abortion. I mean, you have forced military conscription, you have circumcision upon birth, and then you have, well, I mean, perhaps it's even 4 because of discrepancies when it comes to criminal penalties, but men are much more likely to be sent to jail versus women for the same crime, this sort of thing. But then you have also, when it comes to child support, again, we established 90% of child support payment goes from men to women. So the government's prepared to take away men's bodily autonomy by throwing them into jail if they don't pay child support. Which, mind you, we've totally done away with debtors' prisons. Like if you have a debt to a company, no matter, if you don't pay the debt or you have student loans, if you don't pay them, there's no scenario where you can ever be sent to prison for financial debt. The only financial debt that you can ever be sent to prison or jail for is failure to pay child support. We realize that debtors' prison is unethical, except it's okay to do to men, which I find kind of interesting. But so men have like a lot of bodily autonomy concerns.
Women could be on child support too.
Yes, I already granted this. Hold on. Are some men SA'd?
Yes, for sure.
But women are SA'd more than men?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily you don't really have a real statistic for men, because men, like as much as women don't report it
as much.
Men don't report it 10 times more than that.
So it's a problem that's equally spread amongst men and women. You don't think that that's particularly a woman problem?
I feel like men that are SA'd, like especially at a younger age, because I do have
I mean there's like child to,
well, because like what I learned, because I do have a minor in psychology for child development, and I worked in like schools with kids and stuff like that. That does stem, like that puts something on like anyone's mental for like when they grow up. So like most of the time, like for instance how you're saying if she had 3 sons, 1 in the 3 would be a SA'er. Not necessarily, unless they were like impacted that way.
Sure, maybe the incidence rate, I mean maybe if it's even higher for like when children are abused, it might even be higher like boys or whatever. But I mean like let's say like adults, like how about women, people on college campuses? Do you think it's like 50-50 when it comes to SA on college campuses?
In terms of men and women?
Yeah.
Like,
but so if you're saying, well, like SA towards women is like this really big deal on college campuses, and I was like, well, yeah, but some men also get SA'd. But you would point out, like, yeah, but there's more women who get.
It doesn't take away the fact that it still happens to men.
Sure, absolutely, I agree with you. But I don't know. It's just like the child support thing. Like it's what? Okay, I mean,
it still happens.
How about this? It's bad. It's bad when women also get thrown into jail when they don't pay child support.
It is, but yeah.
But it's actually, in addition to that, just way less likely to happen,
Do I think
even for women, because there's a bias in the court system, and they're going to be more lenient towards deadbeat moms.
No, but my thing is this too. Why are we paying our tax dollars on people who don't want to be in their kids' life? Like, that should be something like we pay for people to be in jail too and stuff. We paying for the police to watch them, and like I'm really paying for somebody who didn't want to take care of their
You're
kid.
right. I think we should abolish.
That's dumb.
We should abolish like prison sentences for people who don't pay child support.
Yeah, do something else for them.
Okay.
Like
sure. Did you have anything else on this, Natasha? The women are not. You disagree? Women are not oppressed in the USA.
No.
Oh, how about this? Men are more oppressed than women. Your thoughts?
I don't think so. No.
Into the mic, if you can.
I don't think men are more oppressed in the United States. I think that.
Do you think they're oppressed at all?
Men are oppressed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also think that they can be sexually assaulted. I think that they have less of a propensity to say when that happens, but I think in terms of a higher number, women, I do still think get SA'd more because a man is able to overpower them usually more physically.
Yeah,
doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
I'm more interested in the oppression conversation, though.
What was the question? If men can also be oppressed? Yeah, I agree.
I think men are more oppressed than women.
I don't.
Okay.
I think that, like, traditionally and historically, they have had an easier time. They could have public office. They could vote. They could do all of these things.
Yeah, women could do those too.
Not until the last.
Now we can.
Yeah,
do
now
it.
we can in recent times, but historically, it's been more catered to men. So I think in general, men are less oppressed.
I mean, you do realize that throughout all of human, microphone came out of nowhere. Throughout all of human history, like 99% of men couldn't vote.
I wouldn't say it's 99% of men.
There were kings. Hold on.
Where's the stat from?
Okay, here, Damien, pull up some infographics here. So if you go, Damien, pull up the Discord infographics tab. So you had kings, monarchs, emperors, this sort of thing. Powers was centralized in a very, very small amount of hands.
Democracy is a very new thing.
Yeah. So in the United States, for example, the time period where all men could vote and when all women could vote, there was a 50-year difference. And you might say,
but prior to that, it was still
years.
men voting. It might not have been all men, but it was still men voting. So you could say that people of color in that situation were oppressed because it was white men voting and people of affluence voting.
I'm not interested in the intersectional conversation. I'll have the conversation of like, because then we just, look, we can talk about like, well, okay, let's start doing intersection. Let's talk about like disabled people. We can talk about like all these different intersections of like how different groups of people and how they intersect were oppressed. We got to keep it to just like men and women.
Okay, then I disagree because I think historically men have been able to do things women cannot,
like
including voting. And
for 50 years, there's a 50-year difference.
That's still 50 years.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. So,
holding public office, there was a lot of different things that men could do that women couldn't.
So,
have your own credit card. You couldn't do that without a male signer.
Yeah. So, going to the voting thing though, Damien, do you have the infographics tab pulled up? Go ahead, pull it up for me so I can get this going. Yeah, percentage of there's a different one that I think's X out that really quick. Yeah, this one's a bit better. Countries with universal right to vote. So the the brown, no universal right to vote. So that's going back to 1789. In 1850, some men started getting the right to vote. And then you had but it was very small. And then, this is universal. This is this is an amalgamation of different countries. Can you go back to the other one? Yeah. So, wait, is there another one? Just those two? Okay, do that first one. So I believe this is in parliamentary. I believe this is in the UK then. So the pink is women, blue is men. So 1600, 1700, 1800, you did have like a small proportion of men, but like that leaves 99, 98% of men who couldn't vote. And then what you end up seeing is there's a brief period for about 50 years there where like a bit more men could vote, and then a bit more men could vote. And then in just a 50 years time, it just completely equalized. Now, and that happened in like the early 1900s. Do you know when the women's right to vote, when it was ratified? The 19th Amendment?
I don't remember, no.
It was like 1920 is when it was ratified.
18 or 19, yeah.
1920. Do you know what happened right before 1920?
Like in general?
Big world event?
Yeah.
The war, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World War I.
World War I.
So here's a major difference. I don't know about you, but if I was an 18-year-old in 1914 living in Germany or France, I think I would trade my right to vote to not be sent to like Amiens or like the Ardennes forest or some sort of like offensive in North Africa and just like have like absolutely insane trench foot, as he said, or have shell shock and have permanent tinnitus where my ears are ringing from like the constant bombardment. I think I would have rather been a woman at 18 in 1914 living in Europe than being a man. But by the way, most men even then, a lot of them didn't even have the right to vote. But men got the right to vote because they had more duty, they had more responsibility. You women got to dodge the ultimate sacrifice would be having to die for your country. And so men got, as a woman, you can't be drafted to go to war. The government can't force you to go to war, right? I think men should have more say if their government representatives can say, okay, we're going to send you to war to go die. I kind of think that was the fair trade-off.
How about today? Would you be a woman if you could? Would you trade being a man for being a woman since you're so oppressed and so sad?
I'm happy to articulate ways in which men are disadvantaged. I think I'm also happy being a man.
Okay,
but it's not, I think there are certain privileges that women have
that
trump those of my supposed male privilege.
Because now you can vote and you don't have to go to war. You have all of the luxuries.
But we still, guys, being a woman is pure pain. It just looks flashy because we, put the makeup on and all the flashy stuff, but it's mostly painful. Like, we're emotional beings. We gotta bleed every month for 35 plus years. Then the menopause, it's like we get like 1 week a month to be a human. It sucks. It's just.
But some of the things you listed were biological in nature that you can't really do anything about.
Exactly, but you guys get the advantage on that. I think having a male body.
The fact that we don't have to have a period is an advantage.
Do you want to contend with the argument though? You obviously disagree with me. You think my position is untenable. Do you want to forward? Really? That's kind of disappointing that you don't want to have a back and forth.
I said my piece. I don't think we're going to agree on it. That's my stance. I think you guys are also oppressed. I think we're oppressed in different ways. It doesn't mean that you're more oppressed or less oppressed. It's just different.
But so what I was trying to say about the voting, vast majority of human history, nobody had the right to vote. It was monarchs, dictators, kings, queens, emperors, whatever. Then, because of warfare, men had to be forced to go to war. Men had a greater vested interest in saying I don't want to get sent to Passchendaele. I don't want to go get sent to one of these offensive fronts in some European country to fight some war because Archduke Franz Ferdinand got fucking capped by Serbian? Serbian. What was his name? Gavril Princip or whatever. Okay, anyways, I'm getting fucking in the weeds here.
But even with the credit cards and stuff too, the fact of the matter is that men had to incur all of the debt. So they had to incur all of their wife's debt as well. And they were responsible for that. So women actually didn't even have to have the burden of a credit card either. The men had to incur all of the debt.
But you still had to have a signer for a credit card until much more recently than that standard was the case.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is if you're in a marriage with a man and say it goes wrong, the man has to incur all of the woman's debt.
Right.
And even nowadays, it's like women are like a burden on the welfare system, and particularly when it comes to credit cards, like they are in a lot more debt than men, single women. Not good spenders.
They're like 80% of the consumer base or something like that. Look, was it unfair that women didn't have the right to vote for a period of 50 years as compared to men? Sure, but
even then there was a massive debate with the suffragettes and the women who didn't want to actually have the vote because they were like, we don't want to do jury duty. We don't want to go to war. We don't want to do all of these sorts of things. That's not our job as women. And they were debating it out. But unfortunately, there was huge financial interests that, wanted to bring women into the workforce and have them vote.
I mean, and then the other thing that occurs to me is that women secured the right to vote without any of the corresponding responsibilities that men had. Like, even to this day, 2025, women are not subject to military conscription. You don't have to register for the selective service. Men do. If you don't, it's a felony. It's a $250,000 fine. You can be barred from certain federal jobs. You can't get federal student loans. There's some other ramifications. You can't vote. You can't vote. As a man, being able to vote is tied to you registering for the selective service, which would potentially no matter what, even if you don't register for that shit, they can still draft you. But as men, you're subject to military conscription. I mean, you seem really big. You seem really big on like bodily autonomy. This is a bodily autonomy issue for men. Like governments, every single state in the world, there's like maybe, I think Israel's the only one that drafts women, or maybe, I don't know.
And even then they do support roles.
Right.
Most of the time.
God, I wish I can go to war right now.
That's great.
Let's get blown up.
Cool. So in the United States anyways, just to keep it local, men can have their bodily autonomy taken away from them. As somebody who's like a bodily autonomy, you seem like a bodily autonomy advocate. I feel like you should be a bit more on the side of men on this issue. To at least make it equal between men and women, you should be advocating for women being subject.
One was more than the other. I said they're very different. You guys have different gender roles.
They have each other's backs. Example A, at the beginning, everybody's phones got taken away except for Jake's. Why? Because they're like, oh, we're buddies, we're men, keep your phone.
That's right, male privilege.
Why? Why he gets male privilege?
It's not even male privilege. It's he's been on the show like a dozen
He's your
times.
Friend.
Privilege.
I get it.
No, because Jake knows not to be looking at his phone
and
being disrespectful and rude during the conversation.
It felt like it was like, oh, only the women give your phones because you'll be taking.
Yeah, because you guys are more likely to be checking your phone and stuff. Whereas I have respect for Brian's show and I understand the rules and I'm going to stick to the rules and he knows that. You know what that's called? Reciprocity, and it's called just having a trustful relationship.
Yeah. Okay. Like, here's the reality. And actually, when I first started the podcast, never took phones away. I think, I don't know, first 40, 50 shows, maybe, I don't know when we started it. At least 50 plus shows, never took phones away. You know what ended up happening? People were on their phone, not paying attention to the conversation. It's also just rude to begin with. And I'm, Natasha, not trying to call you out. You've been checking your little it's not a big deal, whatever. You've been, have a really long drive. That's fine. But I'm saying, like, there is something to when it comes to respect and not being on your phone when you're engaged in like a conversation and listening to the person, whether it's me talking, one of you talking, etc. It's just kind of, that's why we take the phones away. But you're right, I am sexist. I typically, I did not take Jake's phone. He's a man, so I'm a raging
I
sexist.
The respect thing. I mean, I wasn't gonna be on my phone, but
no gender wage gap. I mean, I'll just say, you think there's a gender wage gap. That's also evidence of oppression and not equal rights, right? Gender wage gap. I mean, look, we don't have really time to linger too long on it. So you have the controlled to uncontrolled gender wage gap. The gender wage gap is comparing all men and all women and just doing a comparison. You're not factoring hours worked, type of job, seniority in the company, location. Like, the uncontrolled gender wage gap is like, it's looking at everything, right? So you're going to take a, what's an attorney that, a public defender in Idaho, and you're going to compare his salary to a civil litigation lawyer in New York City who works at one of the top law firms and he went to Harvard Law School. That's the uncontrolled wage gap. And then, of course, you're going to have males who are in Idaho and the woman who's like a high-powered attorney who went to Harvard and is working civil litigation and making like maybe even millions of dollars a year. When you start controlling for all these factors, hours worked, type of job, location, geography, overtime, hazard pay, willingness to relocate, there's over a dozen different factors, it shrinks down to 1 cent between men and women. That's the difference. It's 1 cent. If I seem to recall, every single one of you said you want men to pay for the first date. Well, you said yes, men should pay, men should pay, men should pay, men should pay, men should pay.
I said
okay,
I was
men should pay.
50-50.
Yeah. Who here wants to be a stay-at-home mom and not have to work? You?
Depends.
Into the mic?
It depends. I think it depends on the relationship and how many kids we have. I would like to be at home raising the kids, but I think once they're a certain age, you could go back to work.
But you would want to take some time off of work, right? And you would, I assume you would hope in that scenario that your husband would be working during that time. And he would continue working after that, and he was working before that, right?
Ideally, yeah.
So he'll take less time off than you, right?
Like paternity, yeah. Paternity leave, yeah.
Yes. So couldn't the wage gap, whether it's controlled or uncontrolled, be fully explained away by women's social and mating pressure that you guys on the individual and group level exert on men that we don't exert back on you? You want a guy to pay for the first date. Y'all want a guy to pay for the first date. Some of you want to be stay-at-home wives. You don't want to work at all, and you want the guy to be able to make enough money to do that. Wouldn't that indicate, or wouldn't that lead men, if in order to date you, I need to make this much money, I need to spend money on the date that you don't have to spend for, you guys are the ones who are enforcing men's greater propensity and desire to earn more money so that they could provide for your own wants. So couldn't it just be the gender wage gap is just entirely explained away by your standards for men? Is there a rebuttal? I don't know if you're disagreeing.
No, I think in general, I had said that I would prefer somebody who pays on the first date, but I think whoever is asking, whether that's the girl or guy, because you had said that you would ask a guy on a date sometimes. I think whoever asks on the date should be the person providing
But so
the pay for that.
Do you think, so if I'm, me personally, like let's say I didn't have this podcast and girls like weren't like DMing me or whatever, do you think I can move through life and just wait for girls to ask me out? Like, I'm definitely not attractive enough to do that. Huh?
If that's the kind of girl you like some girls do like taking initiative like that.
Okay. But like, how long am I going to wait for that? Because you could go to a bar and you could get a dude, like you could have 10 dudes come up to you. How attractive as a guy do you need to be to get that? I don't even think really hot dudes are going to get hit on 10 times.
Yeah, I never asked a guy out on the first date either, but like if I
how many times have you approached a guy?
I would never, because I like when a man takes initiative. So even if he's like, if I saw someone that was my ideal perfect man, I still wouldn't do it.
And would you consider yourself like, no, you're fine. Do you consider yourself like more liberal, more progressive, like politically progressive?
I would say I'm pretty middle ground. I have some liberal ideologies, but I'm pretty conservative.
Even with the
like
whole,
with the family situation.
Oh, yeah. But like politically, are you
pretty liberal?
Pretty liberal.
If middle ground.
So what if I told you conservative women, they absolutely, which is maybe 50% of women, they don't want to be chasing a man like that. They don't want to approach a man. And then even you yourself, you're a liberal woman. You don't want to, you've never approached a guy. You don't ask guys out on dates. So there's a lot of women, there's more women who think like you than think like, oh yeah, I'm approach that guy.
I agree with you.
Right. So, you're trying to, you're saying that, oh, well, whoever asks should pay.
Yeah, but if a girl feels obligated or like is intentional and wants to do that, then sure, pay for it because you're still asking them. And it does happen. Yeah.
Rarely. But so knowing that the entire framework of dating is 99% or 95%, whatever you want to attribute to it, the guy's going to have to initiate. And then by your own worldview, if the person who asks has to pay, that means the financial burden falls on men. There's no financial burden that falls on you.
I don't think it necessarily has to be a financial burden.
It literally is though.
No, because you could take somebody out to the park. You could take them somewhere where you're not spending money, but I'm still saying the person who takes initiative is what I find attractive.
So how about the first date? The guy takes you to the park. When you're in a relationship with a guy, like second date, third date, fourth date, fifth date, let's say he does want to go out to dinner. Should he pay for it then?
Like we're in a relationship?
Second date, third date, fourth date. I don't know if you're in a relationship yet. Second date, third, up to the fifth, sixth date. Should he pay for all dates?
Not necessarily all dates.
Has that been your experience though?
That he would pay?
Has it been your dating experience when you've gone on a second, third, fourth date? I'm sure you've been on first dates where he did take you to a nice dinner, right?
Yeah.
And second, third, fourth, fifth dates, he took you to dinner or he paid for something, right?
Right.
So of your second, third, and fourth, fifth dates, whatever.
Sometimes I'll try to pay, yeah, for sure.
But has it been your experience on first, second, third, fourth, fifth dates, even in those subsequent dates, he's still going to pay?
I mean, yeah, but I still would try. But usually the men that I date are
the old reach for the purse. Like
no,
you're like pretending like you're gonna pay.
No, I actually I was seeing somebody and we had been on a date and he had gone to the bathroom and I asked for the bill when he was there because he had paid for several dates prior to that and I thought that was a nice thing to do. And when he came back, he had asked them for the bill, and I had already paid, and he was pretty upset about it.
I'd be so insulted, but it is
and
nice though.
If
a girl, I've had an experience before when girls have like planned a date. They've been like, "Oh, I want to go to the movies,"
different. That's what I'm
and
saying.
then they've gotten the tickets, and you get there, and they're like, "Already got." I was like, "Oh, that's thoughtful."
Yeah,
you know?
that's
shows I'm not an ATM.
And they're planning it. Like the guy doesn't have to pay for every date.
Yeah, that's what I mean
by
when
I
say
you're in
add
a
hours.
relationship.
Let me ask you a question. You go on a first date with a guy, and he does take you to dinner. And I don't know, it's maybe $100 total. The waiter comes and waiter says, "Do you guys want anything more?" And he says, "No, I think we're good. We're full, no dessert. 2 checks, please." Are you going to go on a second date with him?
No.
Thank you for proving my point. So because you offered this up as a rebuttal to my position on the wage gap. So my argument is the wage gap is explained by the fact that women put a social and mating pressure on men that doesn't exist on you. You guys can be motivated to succeed for your survival, but when it comes to like getting a partner, getting romance, getting sex, down the road having kids, we are not looking at your money. In fact, I think when you talk about the table, you're like, it's kind of icky when a guy cares about a woman's money.
Yeah, we established at the start that men don't really care about a woman's money.
I'm just saying, if you're asking me on the date and then you're asking me to split it, I think that's odd.
But
I'll pay, but I'm not going to go on a date with them again.
But you're offering this up as like, so we were talking about the gender wage gap, and I'm trying to understand if it's like you're offering it up as a rebuttal. Well, it's men's fault because they're the ones asking for dates. But like, I would agree with you, sort of, if men and women asked each other out at 50% rates, but it's definitely not. It's like 99% men are asking women out. Maybe 1% of women ask men out. Not 1% of women, but like 1% of the time, the woman's being the initiator. We could even bump it up to 5% if you disagree, 95 to 5%. So if your standard is, well, whoever asked should pay, this would make sense if men and women asked each other out at similar rates.
It still makes sense. It's my opinion.
Well, sure, but like, there's a social pressure on men to initiate, because if we don't, like if I'm a guy, the average guy, if he doesn't initiate, he doesn't make the first move, he's literally zeroing himself out. Like he'll literally die a virgin. Like if a guy never makes a move, there's not a girl coming. You guys can move through life. You can go to the club, just show up. There's going to be 10 men who are hitting on you. You can go on a dating app. You just create the profile. You have 500 matches, 24 hours. You just go to Trader Joe's. You go about your life. Maybe some guy's maybe you don't like him, whatever, but you can go about your life and men will come to you. Women can move through their lives without ever having to approach a man. Not once. Have you ever approached a guy? Maybe you have. Maybe and how many you've dated? You've had a couple different. How many guys have you dated? 5, 6?
4. No, not many.
Every single guy you've dated, every relationship you've had, you didn't need to make the first move. You didn't initiate. Women can move through life that way. As a guy, I don't have, like, I got to put myself out there. I got to shoot my shot. I got to deal with that kind of rejection. You guys can move through life without ever having to make the first move. You can. There are women who do. It might help you get that exact guy you want.
I don't think so, though, because
Well,
the
that's
exact
fine.
guy that I would want, I don't think would
Sure.
want a woman approaching them like
That's
that.
sure.
They want to be the dominant one engaging the conversation.
That's totally fine. That's not really the point I'm arguing. But I'm just, again, gender wage gap. You guys create, like, do you think men are like really, really motivated to, like, when it comes to dating women or to try to get sex from women?
Mm-hmm.
Like super motivated, like having kids. I think women care about this too, right?
You're saying, is that why they date?
Well, I'm saying more so like how important is it to men to get a girlfriend, get romantic interest, date a woman, have sex with them, maybe down the road have kids?
Yeah.
I think this is like, for the vast majority of men, this is like probably the most important thing in their life, right?
That's the biggest decision you make.
It's one of the biggest things in your life, right? If it's one of the biggest things in your life, then don't you think if women set a certain standard, you need to be financially attractive, you need to pay for dates, I won't date you, I won't sleep with you if you don't pay for the first date. Don't you think that creates a massive social pressure, a one-directional social pressure on men?
No, I don't think that you have to have some crazy financial literacy and like financial means above a woman. I'm saying you could take somebody out for coffee and you're offering to buy them a muffin. That's not going to break the bank for anybody.
No, I know. I don't, but I'm not sure if I'm like making it clear. So do you, I mean, I'm not sure how else to articulate this. So you don't think men feel like a pressure to be financially attractive to women?
Maybe, yeah, in general.
I mean, you said you just to be clear, the question is, what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? You said 150,000.
Right.
So you did, just on that metric alone, I think that's top 10%.
That's top 10, yep.
You're disqualifying 90% of men just off of the minimum. You said minimum. So perhaps you like, oh, it'd be really nice to date 300K. Like, you know how much money I care about? How much? Oh my God, sorry. Hold on, let me play this. Fucking can't speak. I don't care. She could work at Chick-fil-A. She could be a barista. Don't care.
We talked about that we agree that men don't really care about the financial stability of a woman.
We do agree, but we're talking about the gender wage gap. And what I'm trying to argue is that you're saying it's, this evil thing, man, blah, blah, blah. Women are oppressed. Gender wage gap.
There are still things in play and like laws in the United States that allow for there to be less of a gender gap with wage. But I'm saying in practice, like most CEOs are men, most higher people in businesses are men, and that's just historically what the case is. That doesn't mean that women can't make money, and that doesn't mean that women can't hold stature like that. But in general, men do make more money.
But you want that though. Like, how can you simultaneously say gender wage gap bad, but I want a guy to pay for the first date?
I said gender wage gap is prevalent.
Oh, so you're in favor of the gender wage gap? Like, you think it's good?
I don't think that it's good or bad, but it is a thing.
But you said you said the gender wage gap is evidence of either unequal rights or women's oppression in the USA. That
is a type of oppression, just because men have different oppression.
Okay, is oppression bad?
Of course.
Okay, if the gender wage gap is evidence of women's oppression, then ergo, the gender wage gap must surely be bad if it's oppressing women.
Right, and it's oppressing women in their wage. Not every woman is dating men. Not every woman is dating women. Not every woman is dating in general. Just because they make less money doesn't mean that they're going to then make more money through marriage.
Look, you said that if a guy didn't pay for the first date and he took you to dinner and he said 2 checks, you pay for your food, I pay for mine, there wouldn't be a second date.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
As a guy, can I go on a date with a girl and ever have the expectation that she's going to pay for the entire bill on the first date?
If she asks you on a date. I don't know why you're getting so frustrated with me. I'm just answering my opinion honestly.
You denied that there's a mating pressure that exists on men when it comes to money.
I said that's a type of oppression. There are different types of
I don't think it's
oppression with men and women. There's different societal pressures.
I don't think it's oppression that women want men to pay for first dates. I think...
Is that pressure? Yeah, that's pressure.
No, it's pressure. But excuse me, I thought you said oppression. Yes, there's a mating pressure.
Yes,
and the point
pressure.
I'm trying to make, because of the mating pressure that women apply to men, that men do not apply at all to women, we don't care about how much money you make. Women care decent. Some women are different. Some women don't care. Enough women care that it creates a generalized social and mating pressure on men to be more prone and inclined to financial achievement and success. If there's a pressure to do something, don't you think that would make it more likely for somebody to achieve?
I don't agree.
Okay.
Like, it's fine.
When it comes to making money,
yes.
Hold on. When it comes to making money, if I can never, like, let's say the dynamic here, in order for me to get a wife who's willing to have children with me, I need to be a provider as a man.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to further my bloodline, if I want a spouse, if I want a wife, I need to be a provider. As a woman, you don't need to be a provider. Would this not be a massive pressure on men?
I said several times it's a pressure. I agree with you.
It's a mating pressure and a social pressure, but you seem to deny that it has any impact on the gender wage gap. Do you think men or women are more motivated to make money?
Men.
And could one of those reasons men are more motivated to make money is that if they don't make money, they're not going to get sexual or romantic access to women? They're less likely to have children?
Sure.
So this pressure, if men are more motivated to make money, would that be a way to explain away the gender wage gap?
I'm not sure. I've said my stance, so.
Okay.
I agree with you. It's pressure.
All right. So it's women's fault? The gender wage gap is the women's fault?
No, that's not the leap that goes there.
That's the leap that I'm taking.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. That's your opinion.
Well, I don't think it's an opinion.
It is.
So you think men care more about...
You think it's women's fault that there's a gender gap?
Insofar as women place a massive pressure on men to be providers that does not exist in the opposite. So if there's a differential in like motivation and pressure that you guys apply towards us.
So what about single men?
Huh?
So what about single men? They're not trying to earn a high income because they're not trying to provide for a family. It's not the same thing.
Single men don't want to eventually date a woman. Like, single men are the ones who want to become financially attractive. Are you saying just like
I'm saying
like
in general,
asexual men?
Yeah, like people that don't have any interest in marriage, like whether or not they want to date or whatever casually, they're not going to be providing for a family.
Women are still going to be more interested in them if they're high earners and if they have resources to give.
Even if they're not married and they're not
even if they're not married, even if they're just dating a girl, they're just sleeping with a girl. Yeah.
Even if they only want to have one night stands for the rest of their life, yes, being financially attractive, even in that scenario, is going to confer benefits over a broke guy.
Maybe.
It's just survival of the fittest, I think. Just get that money up and it'll be good. Like.
Okay. All right. It would be nice.
It sounds like you're complaining
huh?
about it. It sounds like you guys are complaining about it. Like, just get the bag and live a happy life.
No, it's just like, oh, are you leaving? No. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. All right. Callie. Yeah. I got a question for you, Callie. Come back. Probably like another 20 minutes. I got you guys. 20 minutes. We'll be out of here in no time.
It's at 10 and it's midnight. And I
You
gotta
know.
work in 8 hours.
Oh my gosh.
And my dog is in a crate.
Okay, the whole
You
time.
know, it builds character. You
Not
know,
for my dog in a
the
crate,
late night that builds character.
The
All right.
whole time you've been talking about we're providers. It's such a burden. We have to provide. That's the one
It
thing.
is a burden.
And then you say that you don't care when a woman
It's
makes money or not. So that makes no sense. Like, if we make no money, then you think we're like a gold digger. And then if we make money, then you're insecure because it's like, what is with the fragility of the ego, man?
I mean, there's a lot of like false premises there that I outright reject.
No, because he was like, he said he was like, I'm not an ATM for once. It feels good.
You just every time you speak,
What's
it's funny
the
because
last-
you sort of just like just like trauma dump. You're like, yeah, but the guys are gonna run away as soon as they have a baby. You guys are gonna think we're gold diggers.
Yeah,
It's like,
I have to
it's
finish
like-
my own.
It's like,
Let's let him ask you the question so we can get out
You
of here.
also
though.
just sat on
Oh
the
my God!
couch
Wait,
on your
I can't
phone
play
for
that
10
one.
minutes and then
LPE,
came back
bro.
with an 8
Hold on, bro.
hours.
That's crazy. LPE. I'm gonna have to read part of LPE, dude.
8 hours.
Yo, LPE. I haven't seen you in the chat in a minute. Good to see you, dude. Honestly, bro, I have to wait for the roast session for this one. Okay, hold on, LPE. So, okay, Callie, you said. A man dating a transgender, or the statement is, a man dating a transgender woman is not straight. You disagree?
No, he's not straight. He's I feel like.
Oh, so you agree with the statement?
What do you like? If he fucks a
Okay.
trans man, he's not
So
a trans
straight,
woman.
a straight man dating a trans woman, is it straight or gay?
I think he's queer. Isn't like he's LGBTQ, right?
Okay, sure.
Friendly.
You were shaking your
What
head.
if he
Are
wants
you-
a woman
hold
to
on,
peg
hold on,
him?
hold on. You're shaking your head.
If a straight person has sex with a trans person, does that make them straight? I don't think so. I think gender.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we agree then. Like, sounds like.
I don't think I circled it, but you pointed out.
No, you were shaking your head, so I just wasn't sure if there was like a disagreement on. But yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, I think you circled it, but maybe you just. It is a bit of a double negative. Any final thoughts here before we wrap up the show? We're going to do a brief roast session, then we're going to wrap. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say that a lot of men, especially high value men, are just thrilled to provide for a woman. Of course, a good woman. They never complain about like, oh, it's so hard for us to provide. Well, boys do that. Most men that take a woman out would love to pay for the first date at fancy restaurants too. Yeah, me. I've been taken out to fancy restaurants. Oh my God! Wow, really? You know what I mean? Like it's.
I'm not.
It's such a high school conversation. This whole thing.
It's like a form of masturbation. You don't even need anyone else with you. You just have the
It's
conversation
just
with
like
yourself.
a totally false premise, though. I'm not making the argument like, woe is me, I have to pay for first dates. No, we were talking about the gender wage gap, and I was making an argument why I think at least a component of it exists.
I understand that, but it's such a turnoff when it's the first day. You want the guy to treat you like you are possibly gonna offer him the best, like a partnership, like the.
That's not what I thought you were gonna say.
Of course, because I'm brown, I have to give it up easy. No, I went to school.
Hold on, what the fuck?
Constant projection.
Bro. After midnight, I get a little spicier, so that's why we gotta.
Why you make it about race? I was just gonna say.
Because I fit the bill. No man should be like, oh, all that stuff. I know how you think. I can see it.
Hold on, just to be
I can
clear.
smell it.
Just to be clear.
Projection is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because I haven't been 8 hours being said like, oh, women are nothing and men suffer more. For 8 hours, I thought it was only 6.
God forbid you have to do an 8-hour
You know what?
shift.
I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to like giving it up quickly. I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to like this rate. I'm just like, it's across the board.
But Latinas do give it up more easy. That's true.
What the fuck?
Dudes?
Latinas?
No, bro.
That's not true. White girls are the dirtiest
Where are
by
you
far.
from? Where are you from?
I'm Dominican.
I don't know about Dominican girls, but like if you go to like England or something, they're pretty bad. But those Latin countries are pretty sexual.
They are sexual, but you know they make you work
they're
a
more
little.
traditional too.
Yeah.
You know the thing. Look, I've encountered easy to. I don't like that term. I've encountered women who have sex relatively quickly of all races, and I've encountered women of all races who want to wait till marriage or wait 90 days. Like,
which one do you like better? Because you're still single, so clearly none of them. Which one do you pick?
Which race?
No, not race. Whoa.
She said, like, do you like easy girls or do you like to work for it?
I look a girl who's easy for me and hard for everybody else.
Pop that pussy, boy.
A guy can wait. What the fuck? What was that?
What?
Just a spasm.
Say that again. Wait, Darkavia, say that again. Say it again.
Pop that pussy, boy. I was saying that because you said that you like girls that are easy for you. So I said I was thinking of pop that pussy.
All right, guys, we're doing a $20 roast session, and then we're going to wrap the show. So any final thoughts from anybody else while we're getting this roast session going? Give me a sec.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Milena.
I had put on my questions that you asked us over Instagram. Do you think it's okay for a girl to have guy friends while in a relationship?
No.
Yes, let's talk about it.
Go ahead, Natasha. You got something on that?
Yeah, I think if there's a level of respect and it isn't somebody that you've ever been intimate in that way, like if it's truly platonic, like a brother-sister relationship, then I think it's fine as long as there's communication and respect. I don't think they should ever be like above your partner, because you obviously want your partner to be the best friend. But I think a lot of the insecurity from like girl-guy best friendships is because of disrespect and like a lack of boundary.
Men are wired a certain way, and I've heard many times in the past when girls have been like, no, he's just a brother to me, he's just like a brother to me, he's just like such a close friend. And then you ask them, but if you crept into his bed late at night, one night after a night out, do you reckon he'd kick you out? Nah, he wouldn't. So men have an intention, and it's funny because like whenever guys have these female friends who are like their sister, they're never ugly. They're always attractive. So it's never the sort of the ugly ones getting all the male friends, you know.
Guys, TTS, $20. Was there something else somebody wanted to come in on? Let's do a couple quick shout outs for these few things here. Guys, like the video, please. Also go to our Twitch. That's twitch.tv/whatever. If you have an Amazon Prime you sub, excuse me. I've been fumbling over my words tonight. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Also drop us a follow. We got discord.gg/whatever. Also, if you want to support the show without these, YouTube takes 30, Streamlabs takes like 3 to 4%. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Let me do just 3 shout outs here. We have Billy, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Ben, thank you for the 20 on Venmo. Jenna, thank you for the 25 on Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want to like fully put your patronage towards the podcast without any cut being taken. And then a reminder, $20 TTS, we're going to do a brief roast session. They're going to wrap the show. I need to get up momentarily Any final thought from any panelists here? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Go ahead.
Questions, queries, comments?
Let's just talk shit about Brian.
What do you want to say about Brian while he's gone?
Why did you say that? Jesus.
What would you like to say about Brian while he's gone?
I like his beard.
Oh God.
Really?
He's a man-child.
Really? I thought you said you wanted to engage in some pleasures of the flesh with Brian after the show.
I'm a little disappointed he didn't bring pizza this time.
Is there normally pizza?
Frozen,
I've never seen pizza.
Frozen pizza.
Last time there's pizza.
Was there pizza here last time?
Yeah.
When she was here, yeah. We haven't even had a panelist buy pizza, order pizza.
I'll forgive him, but.
Any more questions that you've got for the now lone man on the panel?
That was kind of it, but I have mostly guy friends, and so no one I've dated has had a problem with it.
But when you say you've got mostly guy friends, are these guy friends ones that you would consider platonic?
Yeah, but I actually agree with what you said.
Yeah, I mean, if you crept into the bed late at night
tried,
and went and became Big Spoon, you think that he'd kick you out?
But what if you know, like, your girl isn't attracted to the person?
Isn't attracted? No, because if I've got a nice roast chicken, right, and I've got it there, and it's my roast chicken, I'm going to eat it. Would I put it in a room where I can't watch it with the dogs around it?
Damn.
I'm going to eat my roast chicken. Even if my roast chicken doesn't want to be eaten. You know what I mean?
They've never tried to eat me.
Guys, stop with the sidebar conversations.
Rude. So rude.
I get what you're saying.
Wait, did they react to the bow video?
Yeah.
Would you guys bow for your man?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Honestly, after this podcast, I want to die alone. Like, that was my biggest fear, but now I want to make millions of dollars and just get a dog.
Do you want to know something,
live
Ryan?
my dreams.
What's up?
You want to know something?
What's
So
up?
being
Too
on
much.
this podcast or even just listening to the women, bro, it literally makes me want to like,
Be a massage.
yes.
I understand.
Like it
that.
makes me want to go. It makes me just like,
It brings you over to the dark side as well.
And it's not even just the women. It's like me. I look back on the videos. I'm like, bro, I sound
That's good,
stupid.
though,
That's what
All
they
right, hey,
want
guys,
you to think.
Wait, let's
you're
get
young.
Dark W's in the chat for Darkavia.
I do
Big
like
W.
coming on because
That's
you
The
gross.
have,
podcast
That's
has
gross.
changed my life, guys.
That's
you have
gross.
opened my eyes to other opinions.
All right,
Definitely.
there you go. There you go.
After 30, you'll think differently.
Maybe if they
After
make the right
30, they'll
decisions,
probably be
make
happily
the right
married,
decisions,
but,
you'll go more down this road.
Wait, so would you bow for your boyfriend, husband, whatever?
Saying like every time I walk in a room? No.
No, just like once a day. Just like
Why? What's the reason? So you can feel better about your tiny
Yes.
penis? Great.
that. So I can wait. What
He's-
about? I
he
missed the
said he
penis
was
part.
average.
What about
Come
me?
on.
Literally said he was
Hey,
average.
can you not bring
He
that
said
up,
he
please?
was average for a while.
I only like to say that once a show.
Oh.
Don't bring it up. No, just kidding.
There you go, 3 times.
Would you bow for your man?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Oh, were you here for the bow video? The Asian woman who's
Oh, the bow,
bow. Would you
like
bow? Yeah, the bow.
Oh.
Yeah. Would you do it?
Mm.
That's not no.
No, I'm not opposed to it, but it gotta be a real special man, maybe.
Okay, sure.
Of course I would.
I would.
Yeah, it'd be weird, but sure.
I would. I think the guys I'm attracted to, though, it'd be like a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right, that's fine.
Girl, you like the Asian
It's
man.
crazy though.
You'll get there.
Remember, guys, just remember.
That was cultural. You say you like culture. That was cultural. That whole video was very cultural.
Some cultures.
Yeah,
but Asians
like,
specifically.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying some Asians do that. But some once you,
I lived in.
I'm telling you, in Asian culture, and significant other, I might be wrong, but I'm saying that like most of them, they don't bow to their significant other.
No,
it becomes like they don't like it's.
But everything she was doing in the video is what I was speaking on, like how she was running to the next room to open the door.
Oh my God.
Wait, I do want you guys to remind. I want you guys to remember one thing. I'm pretty sure all of you said, maybe one of I forget. You said you want a guy to take a bullet for you. You said you want a guy who's willing to die for you, but you won't do a totally effortless physical gesture. You probably want guys to open car doors for you, which takes more physical effort than a bow. You want a guy to protect you in some sort
If
of.
it's something that was meaningful and it had like significance to
I
him,
don't
like
think
if it was a
anyone said
culture
no.
thing.
You also said
No
you
one
wouldn't
said
take a
no.
bullet.
Hold
You
on.
said you wouldn't.
I'm not Asian. I'm white.
What?
I want the bow. It has nothing to
But
do with culture.
no
It
one
has
said no.
everything to do with respect.
That's
Huh?
not respect.
It's respect.
That's slavery. That's not
I don't
like.
think
It's not slavery.
Modern
like-
slavery.
She's
When I
She's
said if a
agreeing
man
to
makes
do
me
it.
feel like doing, like you said, she agrees to do it. Like I said, it
Are
takes
you
a
bound
special
to her?
kind of man to make me want to do
Are
it.
you gonna bow to her?
No, I'm not.
Why
gonna bow to
not?
her. Are you gonna pay for?
Would-
Are you gonna pay on the first date?
Would you get on your knees
Why
to
the
propose?
first date? This is a partnership. Is your wife bowing
in this
to you?
theoretical world where you are getting
boy
married,
shit.
would you get on one knee to propose?
This little boy shit.
I don't want to get married, but it's
So
interesting.
over this shit.
You would want a guy. You want to get married, right?
Let's go with the
Right.
roast.
I'm assuming you would want the guy to get down on one knee to
Right.
propose to you.
I said if it was meaningful to him, sure. But I like to do
Okay.
it like just
Roast.
Yeah, let's do
randomly.
that.
I feel like would make me
Guys.
giggle. Like
I
that
just think it's
means nothing to me, so it would just make me laugh.
That's fine, but just here, think about this. You want men to die for you, you won't do that. That's it. Also, here's another thing. You won't do the bow, but you'll like get down on your knees and then like move your head back and forth on his
But who said they
penis
wouldn't do the
in,
bow?
like,
I'm
it's
confused.
almost kind of like a bow.
Everyone said yes, but they
grow
did.
No,
like
she won't bow.
No, I said if
No,
it was a
everyone said
meaningful
it
thing,
except for
sure.
Is
I
this
just
part
said,
of the
like, would
roast?
Yeah, I think I was the only one that said no, but I think I would if it was an actual cultural thing.
If
I
it was
would.
cultural or meaningful in
Okay.
some way, and if it meant something to him, and I cared about him, of course. But I'm saying, would I just naturally be inclined to do that? That'd be too random. It'd make me laugh.
Darkavia, we need to do does body count matter? Just show of hands.
No. Well,
Body count doesn't matter?
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Going around the table, what's your body count? Starting with
Fuck this. Nobody's gonna
Just
say
repeat
that.
it. 2. Okay, start you.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Okay.
7.
Is that gang signs?
I
or something?
think, yeah, it was gang signs.
Oh shit!
No,
Don't
I'm
do
just
that.
kidding.
7.
Yeah.
Okay.
I prefer not to disclose that.
Do you want to do range? Would you be comfortable like range, like 10 to 20?
No.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh no, it's not playing audio. Okay, never mind.
Or nor.
Oh no. Here, wait. Can I still? No. Okay. What about you, Callie?
655.
For real?
No.
Do you have like a list on your? Excuse me, fucking voice.
No, that's not my body count. And like, what? Why does it even matter?
Do you have a list on your phone?
None of these questions matter. It's all boy stuff. It's irrelevant. No one's gonna actually marry you after you think that way. Like, it's literally like men and women, women and men.
It literally takes 2 to tango.
It takes 2 to tango.
You want men and women to have a less
You
body
want me to
count?
bow to you? I will bow to you. Bow to me. Simple. Look at that. See, equality. Don't you love it? You feel good.
How do you wear these? This is fucking terrible.
This is my life. Terrible. I'm a woman. I'm used to suffering.
Okay.
Welcome to you for 8 hours. Oh, I bleed from my dick. That's you. Oh, men get their fucking periods on their balls. That's you.
That
for
happened,
8 hours.
That happened once.
My God. It's like, grow the fuck up. When you're 40, you're not going to be like this.
I'll still be like this.
Oh,
I'll
God.
hold on. What's your body count?
655.
Is
I'm
it-
Dominican. We get around since we're like 14. We go
That's-
hard. We go hard on the paint.
Fucking disgusting.
Like real men.
okay?
None of that shit that you would know. You don't know none of those
Call
sounds.
somebody for you? Are you?
Yes, I want to
good?
go the fuck home, my G. It's been 8 hours. You're abusing us. Like at this point, you gotta pay us
this is
more.
abuse.
At this point, you're abusing.
She's being
It's
abused.
his face for me.
Okay.
8 hours of this shit.
Oh my God, this poor woman over here.
Oh my God,
Here,
poor man.
How about, tell you what, I'll make you a deal.
I just want to drive 2 hours to my home. Because apparently I have to be, equally.
No one's forcing you.
Jake's loving this, by the way. You do realize, like,
I hate when women turn on other women.
A male
Like,
comedian
how
would just be like,
brainwashed are you?
"Oh fuck it, yeah, I'll sit here. Fuck it,
Sound
yeah."
dumb.
Well, you don't sound so
That's why
smart,
you're not-
sweetheart.
That's the success issue.
With your
You
like,
just
oh,
get
I want to
tired.
digress my
You get
body
tired at the end
count.
of
The
night.
fact
You
that
can't go to
think
church and digress a
you
body count.
choosing
You
to
already
sit
did
in a
it.
chair that you agreed to sit in is abuse is so stupid.
For 6 or 7 hours, but it's midnight. You want to keep talking about how women are shit and like he's not gonna take a bullet for you, and you're defending him. It's like you're so brainwashed.
No, it's just the fact that you're just paid to be here. So I would say respect him and the panel, literally.
I'm respecting him, but he's not respecting our time.
But no, you are paid to be here, and yes, if it's
But for how long,
until the
sweetheart?
panel.
We're about to wrap the show. We got
Yes.
like 10 minutes left.
You keep saying that.
You literally
Yes, you
screaming
have.
is just
Ryan,
making it
throw the
last
roast.
longer.
Throw the roast up.
Yeah,
the
please,
roasts are
let's
coming.
roast.
Hold on.
It's only because you didn't get that
Wait,
black
really
dick
quick.
today.
We got body count.
It
Yeah,
is.
you're angry.
It
Probably
is,
need to
yeah.
get
Double
it down.
digits.
Double digits body count.
I'd share if I was going on a date with someone, but
Multiply by 3.
Okay, that's cool.
What's your body count? Like 2?
I'm a virgin.
Of course.
Yeah, sorry.
Yikes.
Yeah.
You
What's
can
your
tell.
body count?
I can feel
Definitely.
it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
he's
she
done a
feels it.
lot of women. You can tell. He
Damn.
tricks women
0.
into sleeping with him.
What
Not
the
in a
fuck?
bad way. Like he's smart, so he,
Bro, this chick's
He knows.
on one.
It's true. He knows the truth. Come on,
I have nightmares about this.
This is like false accusation fucking territory.
Are we roasting
Women.
or what are we doing?
Women false accusations. Should we debate that?
Oh my God. Look at that. It's like $1,200 you've made so far. That's nice.
Chat, I'm inviting you guys to roast. Okay, I'm gonna let them play. Hold on. I'm gonna just
Loose
let that
Pussy
slide.
Energy donated $100. The audacity of these mid as fuck busted as 304s that offer nothing but high body count that John Wick think most dudes want to essay them. Get the fuck out of here.
Damn. Yo, LPE.
Castle time.
Sorry for the delay,
This
bro.
Is Sparta.
Oh.
This is Sparta!
Yo.
Praying for him.
Yo, LPE, it's so good to see you back in the chat, man. I'm assuming it's the same guy. Thank you
Sons
so
of
much.
Liberty donated
W's in the chat for LPE, guys.
$19.99.
Yo, thank you, sons.
Rattlesnake got the degenerate to state she supports the red rum of babies. She
Are you
said
scooting?
yes. On the internet forever. Wild. Sicko.
I think that was
DJ.
me.
Evil. She's late to her witch seance.
Evil.
Thor donated $20. Chair 1 says she roast men but only roast she's bringing to men is the roast beef in between her legs. Take that trench foot out your ass. I like dark labia only when she's sitting in the back quiet. Chor XD donated $20. When you use a personal anecdote in an attempt to bolster an argument and then recoil and stonewall when questions are asked, you're just being extremely bad faith. This is classic cry bullying.
It's got a point. It's got a point. You know what I mean? Bit of a point.
J Smooth donated $20. IDK guys, this episode put me to sleep. It just didn't have the pizzazz like others. Seat 1 is low-key babe.
Oh, look, a compliment.
Sexy and simply delicious.
Oh, delicious.
Definitely eye candy.
Eye candy. There you go. Okay. You can,
Appreciate
have one
it.
positive experience from this.
007 donated $20. If a building was on fire and you and your friend were trapped and she was pregnant, would let a man was there to save her first or have him save you first?
If a building was on fire and you and your friend were trapped and she was pregnant, wait, is this for me? Was there to save her first? Wait, what?
I'm not sure.
Here, I'm going to play it one more time because I don't really...
Bookie007 donated $20. If a building was on fire and you and your friend were trapped and she was pregnant, would let a man was there to save her first or have him save you first?
Is there to save her first?
If you're both in the burning building,
Do I know the pregnant woman?
Your friend, yeah.
Your friend.
I'm on some Genghis Khan shit, bro. Wait, what?
It said your friend was pregnant. Would you let them save her first? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It said if your friend was
I don't know
pregnant.
if you're going to survive.
All right, sure.
Yeah, okay.
My friend?
Yes, it said if your friend was
I
pregnant.
don't know. Maybe it's too late. Maybe my IQ is room temperature right now, or in general. I don't get it. But the pregnant, I would save the pregnant woman first.
J Smooth donated $20. Seat 4 is tripping, looking like a knockoff Temu version of Elton John. SMH Seat 2 hairline turns a 4-head into a 5-head. Lol. What's the deal with Seat 7 wearing the dunce cap? Suits so well.
It's a pickle haba from World War One, so it's not the dunce cap, but it's yeah. Thank you, J Smooth. Appreciate it. All right, 2 more coming through.
Mr. Baseman donated $19.99. Chair 1 annoying AF. Chair 2 Delululemon. Chair 3 restarted. Chair 4 skitsy Democrat. Chair 5 based cutie. Chair 6 strumpet. Chair 7 red flag brochure. Chair 8 inverted chat. Chair 9 giga chat tubester.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
He called me the R word and spelled it wrong, so.
Because you can't say it on the phone.
Wow.
Yeah, it autocorrects it.
Yep, that's right.
What's a strumpet?
Michael Jones donated $20.
Don't worry about it.
I'll be praying that the women on the panel find the glory of God and can find a man they deserve. Remember, you are there to bring peace and to make their house into a home. Except Seat 4.
Thank you.
I don't know. Some of these are like kind of pretty good comedy. I feel like as a comedian.
Oh, I have material for days now.
Otis Stritwood donated
She's got material
$20.
for days, guys.
Willing to murder a child instead of taking responsibility is not an option for any excuse. Disgraceful, malevolent people. W. Rattle W. Brian. P.S. Men get the first lifeboats to equality.
Let's fucking go. Men first, then the women and children. That seems kind of...
Just date each other and
just date each
kill
other.
us.
Yeah.
I heard it's really good.
Bro,
when
you're
you do
tripping,
it.
dude. You're tripping.
But that's how it sounds like.
That's
You
how it
hate
sounds like.
women.
Bro,
and you
gentlemen,
don't
be very careful of this woman because she takes shit, like she'll bend something that happens and just like she'll accuse you of some crazy shit. You gotta be careful with this
the
one.
last truth bender over here.
Wow.
She just
Look at what
makes
they
up
do.
shit. Just makes up shit.
Look at
Oh,
what
they
they
must be
do.
gay because
Of
they have a
course.
different opinion.
No, because
than
for
my
8 hours
retarded
you've talked about
worldview.
how bad women are, and you keep
Total
saying,
straw
Jake,
man.
you're cute. Jake,
Total
you're
straw man.
handsome. Jake, you're so hot. Like, that's what you keep.
I didn't hear that, but I'd take it if you did say it, for sure.
I could call him a 10.
Oh, yes, and that's while Simon
Okay, so women, if you look at women's Instagrams and you look at the comment section, all the comments are gassing up these like mid chicks. So you're saying the women who are gassing up their female friends, they're just lesbians?
No, but they haven't spent 9 hours talking shit about women.
Quiet. If a woman calls another woman beautiful, she's a lesbian?
No, but they haven't spent 10 hours saying like, oh, men are blah, 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 blah.
You know, actually, but the funny thing is that a lot of normal people are actually able to sit here and have the conversation for 9 hours. Like people have actually done it. It's crazy.
Down,
and they don't just start screaming and spurting out and just projecting and insulting people and trauma dumping. So you're actually the outlier, which is funny.
When you're 39 with a drinking problem, holler at me.
Are you 39
now
with a drinking problem?
You're 29, you're like, oh, I'm the king of the world.
And you're 35 and miserable.
And I'll continue to be like this.
I know you're going to be. It's obvious.
I'd rather be free than with a guy like you next to me.
I'd rather be free than with an ogre like you. So it's
I feel so sad.
You do. You're clearly very sad.
That's it. You broke me down. Can I leave now? Is that how it works? Or?
You've been insulting us nonstop for the past like
I'm
20
projecting
minutes.
what you're giving me. Okay. I'm only doing what you're giving me.
You're the only person on the panel who's just being irrational and odd.
That's good. That's good.
I don't think Jake insulted you once. I mean,
I didn't insult him either.
Comment that he just made, but
you've called us like gay.
You've called me names too.
What did we?
I actually called you the slur for gay. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
you called
true.
me. Yeah, you called me a fag before.
Whoa.
I did.
Careful, Jake.
What were you saying that I said that? Probably something horrible about women.
All right, I'll let the rest of the roast go.
Please don't murder me. This is all a show. Let me when I go out of here.
Nobody.
Josh donated $20. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone on the panel tonight. Best wishes for everybody who tuned in. I hope everyone has a great week. Jesus is Lord.
Yo, Josh, thank you, man. Do appreciate that.
Needed that.
All right, I think we have like one more.
Needed that. That was a good one.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's wild. All right. Are we going to do a raid? I don't know if we'll even show up, but I will raid somebody over on Twitch. Yeah. We'll do, Damien, we're going to do Peekaboo IRL over there on Twitch. Okay. All right. I'm about to wrap the show. Any final thoughts? Speak now, forever hold your peace before you wrap.
Sure.
Wrap out. Oh, wait. I'm so sorry. Who's willing to take off their makeup right now?
I'm willing to, but I can't use those. Those break out my skin.
Oh, I got it. Damn. Somebody in my Discord said you got to buy the better shit. This is still good. Okay. Here, pass it around. Take one, pass one down.
One's not going to do it.
Will you
I'll
do
take
it?
it out. Yeah,
You'll do it?
of course.
You'll do it?
I'm allergic to these. They break out my skin. But I'll
shit.
do it. Like, I
Do
don't.
you want like just a washcloth or something?
Yeah, do you have?
No, it's got to be here. It's got to be
You
here.
gotta get tea tree oil.
Just go
You
straight.
can just, if you want, look in the mirror. Are you wearing makeup?
Really?
You'll take some off, Milena? Okay. You guys do that while we just finish it up here. We're out here in just a moment. We have a few more coming through. We have, Reaper, thank for the prime. Let's see here. Uh-oh. We have some roast coming. Okay.
That's great, to be honest.
J Smooth donated $20.
Let me see. I'm gonna take.
Saying
You'll do it?
11
Yeah,
out
I'm
of
gonna
10
I'm gonna get a paper
nobody has
towel.
complimented
actually
your
don't need
looks
the
is
other
the
one if
epitome
someone
of
wants it.
Give
delusional.
it to me.
Take along in the mirror, sweetheart.
You have makeup on?
I'm just gonna wash my face.
Yeah.
I could actually use a bit of a face wash.
All right, she's getting a paper towel, boys. We have two more here. Yo, Jay Smooth, thank you, man.
It feels so good.
Delusional.
I love this feeling. It's the best freaking part of the
Jason
night.
Castle donated $20. Chair 4, you don't have a body count of 600 plus. You probably don't have one. This is because you are too ugly, both physically and mentally. Also, we think you are a man, so there's that. Rookie007 donated $19.99. Sorry for the misunderstanding. The question was for the girls. If you and your friend were trapped in a fire and your friend was pregnant, would want to a man to save you first or your friend?
My friend.
My friend, yeah.
For sure, friend.
I'm just kidding. My friend.
When you guys are done, can you guys hold up to the camera, to this camera here, the aftermath of the makeup wipe? Okay, so we got that. Anything on this end? You guys still working on it?
I mean, I'm black.
They're still
so mine's just gonna be pretty.
That's fair. That's All right, there
Imagine
you go.
she just
Here, I'm
becomes
gonna
white.
read this.
You just become white. After
Right.
If my chick ever comes home smelling like baby wipes, she's for the whatever streets. Oh, all right. Thank you,
These
man.
aren't baby wipes.
They are makeup remover wipes. They have a distinct scent that is not the same as that. Okay. So we don't have any OF girls, so I don't need to do the call to action. I do want to maybe a call to action for you. I'd like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you a call to action. Would you consider... I don't even know what to say, to be honest. What should she consider doing differently?
Nothing.
Stop dating criminals. Can you do that at least?
That's a good.
Can you stop
that's good
dating
advice.
criminals? All right. Do you want to hold yours up? The makeup.
Oh, I already did it.
Hold it up. Oh,
I didn't crumble it all.
Wait, show it. Let's see it.
Everyone.
I didn't put it on my eyes because I don't want my eyes to burn. But
That's fine.
What the hell are you wearing?
Oh, damn.
Eyeliner, mascara.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Foundation.
There's still. You guys didn't get all of it, but.
We're not in front of a mirror.
2 more, and then we're wrapping. Or well, if there's any more that come through.
donated $20. Cooked, burnt, fried, zooted, smoked. What else can describe you girls' mindsets?
Pure love and geniuses and beautiful queens.
And 5th dimensional
Yeah,
vampire
goddesses.
child.
Why
Wait,
did
what
we
the
take
fuck?
off our makeup just to see what we look like?
No, just like it's like an end of show thing we do to be nice.
Really, it's a cherry on top.
To-
To
Yeah,
really send you home.
It's like a
down.
it's a gentlemanly. It's like, wow, the makeup, you've been wearing it for
You
this whole
guys.
show. You can just feel fresh.
That's a lie.
You can go home and not have to take it off.
When you, yeah.
Why are you
so-
smiling when you say it?
It's like same energy as like take you swimming on the first date, but
He's
it's cool. It's
lying.
cool. I'll allow it.
Okay, good talk. All right.
Josh07 donated $20. Can someone tell Bruno Mars that she makes enough money and can leave whenever she wants to? Maybe if she just bought the poor guy some flowers, he wouldn't have left her for the Mexican footlong.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's
All right, guys.
hilarious.
We're going to do the raid. If you want to get that pulled up in here in just a moment, I'll do my little outro. All right, GG. Hold on. GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call, guys. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We could not do the show without you guys. Your patronage is greatly appreciated, and it's going to go towards my speech therapy classes, because clearly something's happening. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Jake will be back. Should be a fantastic panel on Tuesday. Be sure you guys tune in. 07's in the chat. We're going to get this raid set off to Peekaboo. He's playing World of Warcraft
Sunday,
Hardcore. I'm going to get that sent here in 10 seconds. Then we're going to get this wrapped up. Looks like he's leveling up a priest in Hardcore. He's in the OnlyFans guilds over there on the Hardcore server. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Before you leave, just drop a follow. If you have a Prime sub, check if you have one available. Drop us one. I'm going to send the raid now. Thank you guys so much for watching on Twitch. Hope you guys have a good night.
There's some weed over here. Where was it? Right here.
All right. He's a level 6 undead priest. He's in Tirisfal Glades.
Maybe even have to work.
Tirisfal Glades. He's
Guys, who has to go to
leveling
work
up.
tomorrow?
Leveling up, excuse me.
Who's locked into the work?
I should have told him he
And
needs
that's
to
the
just
Sunday
kill this
scaries.
character.
Yo, whatever, think that raid. All right, where am I going here? What is this?
All
Train
right.
tailoring, save up your
That's
linen
it
cloth.
for that. You can hide that. Okay, 07's in the chat.
Should I?
Oh, wait. Are you coming back for the goodbye? Really quick. Okay, guys. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. She's back, guys. She's back. Okay, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We will see you on Tuesday. Good night.